Hello, hello. How is everybody? How are you? How is you? Wait. Okay, now it is all. Yeah, I have muted myself. And as you can see from the list of things to do, we have tons to do. Okay? We start with, I have my list here of things to do. Is Jude logic a lol cow? Okay? What do you think? What do you think the answer to this riddle is? Is our best friend Shad Logic Should Logic a friend of the channel? Oh my gosh, the Vosh atheist debate. We have some Vosh things as well, but first we revisit our good friend Shad Logic. Okay. It's a trick question, of course, as always. As always, when it comes to the giggling events, it's a trick question because browser ptasie mleczko. As always, we start with the ptasie mleczko screen because ChatLogic has made quite a few new videos, okay? And one of the new videos is about Zanderhal, how Zanderhal is a lol cow. Of course, we can take a look at, we're just gonna do a big check on ChatLogic. Yeah, but I have some tradition about how much right-wing terminology we start using. Well, I'm only using it because ChatLogic has starts off his video by saying, "Unfortunately, mates, Zonderhal is a lol cow," and this is why I'm a bit mockingly using ChatLogic's terminology, if you know what I mean, to add a bit of humor to our little segment here, mates. Okay, let's go. So we're gonna go for it. We're gonna go deep in. As per request, I'm gonna have to say that since it's ChatLogic. Oh yeah, in a big way. So since it's ChatLogic, we're gonna have to have some expectations. So I'm gonna preface this little check on ChatLogic by warning you that there's probably gonna be ableist language abound. There's gonna be slurs abound because it's ChatLogic we're talking about, and ChatLogic is not a snowflake, not an HGW, so he's not afraid of saying how it is. He's not afraid of the slurs, because ChatLogic does not believe that words hold power over you. You know, ChatLogic's not a pansy. Let's go, ChatLogic. Should logic. Yeah. Let's see what ChatLogic's been up to. ChatLogic. Cafals destroys Polly and trapped the bay. Asserts dominance over fellow trans. Of course, mates, of course. Typical. Okay? But this is the video that we're looking at from 4 days ago. Zonderhal, bridge burned, throws tantrum about one YouTube comment. Zonderhal throws tantrum over one YouTube comment. Are you ready? Are you ready for this, mates? So I'm gonna throw at least a few warnings out there into the void because, it's ChatLogic content. So I think you can as you can expect Chologic to throw the word autistic at least 5 times as an insult. You can expect all sorts of things, okay? Ableism is going to be ableism because Chologic is like, we know Chologic. Let's go. Let's click on the video. You ready? Are you ready? I'm gonna turn up the volume so you can see our best friend Chologic here. Let's go. Chologic is growing a big beard to be a Santa Claus cosplayer in the future. Let's go, Chologic.
Unfortunately, Xanderhall is a lolcow.
Unfortunately, mates, Xanderhall is a lolcow now. Xanderhall is a lolcow. It's unfortunate that Chologic has to be the bearer of the bad news here. Unfortunate indeed. Oh my, wait, really? 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 Oh my gosh. I don't understand why he's so ableist. Because it's chud. Because it's chud behavior, you know? Well, I think the real answer is, of course, because he's part of the DGG sphere. And a DGG sphere, if you're not at least a little bit ableist, you're a pansy. Okay?
Sadly. If you're not a groomer,
Sadly.
why the would you read this and think this is about you? This is about people that are groomers. This guy is so full of it. It's unreal. Is I had to sit.
I'm okay. So unfortunately, mates, Xanderhall is a lol cow because he made a big deal about one YouTube comment. But Chologic here is totally not a lol cow because he makes 42 minutes video about Xanderhall making a big deal out of one YouTube comment. He looks like Poundland Quartering. I mean, he might as well be at this point. The Quartering. Maybe the secret brothers. Maybe the Quartering is actually British.
Sit there, okay, and act like the Quail Farm thing wasn't the cringiest thing I've ever heard. If a title or a thumbnail is gonna burn a bridge that I have with you, okay, it isn't a bridge worth having in the first place.
It's such a cringy bridge, ain't it? Such a cringy bridge. If you're not gonna keep a bridge with me after I've made a tabloid like total about you, then were we ever really friends, mate? Were we really ever friends?
How the f*** are you going to infiltrate the commentary community when you can't take someone calling you a scumbag liar without...
Wait, I'm sorry. Infiltrate the comment community? What? Infiltrate the what?
Calling you a scumbag liar without yourself this have with you, okay? It isn't a bridge worth having in the first place. How the f*** are you going to infiltrate the commentary community when you can't...
Infiltrate the commentary community? What? What's the commentary community? What does that mean? What does he mean by that? My gosh, what does that mean?
Take someone calling you a scumbag liar without yourself. This is not a particularly strong criticism that I'm making. And it's enough to just crumble completely. Like, are we really having this conversation? Is this really the level that we're at?
It is, like, it is the level. Is this some sort of, like, a bit of, you know, maybe Chologic is having a bit of a self-reflection moment right now. Is this the level that we're at? Yeah, it is. It is exactly the level that you're at. Chologic is exactly the level that you're at. In it, mate. Let's see, orbiters. Boom. There we go.
So, here's the situation.
Okay, tell us.
Tell
us how it is, Chologic. Tell us the whole Spill the beans.
I've been
Spill the
criticised
beans.
a couple of times,
Alright?
mainly in YouTube comments.
For being a tabloid level, drama mongering scumbag.
But telling you guys to fill up the bars, for asking for money, for e-begging, for shilling, whatever you want to call it, okay? Someone referred to me as DSP, and I'm here to say everything is true. I am an e-beggar. I am a shiller, okay?
I guess there is some level of self-awareness here.
I am like DSP if his e-begging was successful.
Who is DSP?
Are you donating to any causes? Absolutely not. There's not a single penny that you will give me that you will ever see go into the pocket of a charity. That's not going to happen. That's never going to happen. I don't care about charity. I don't care about people in need. I care about myself and my own personal enrichment.
There we go. There we go. There we have it. I don't know what is making Chud Logic so honest today. Like what makes Chud Logic so honest about his content today? Like this show don't run on love, bravo, and people are so happy with it. I guess he cultivated the audience that just loves this sort of messaging. I don't care about anyone. I just want to make money and screw you. I don't care about anyone. I guess this radical honesty is what his channel is running on. Let's see some chat. Charity starts at home. Bravo. Someone who hates charity asking for charity.
bring terrible tidings.
Okay.
I bring
what are the terrible tidings? Are the terrible tidings that you're like a low level? What's it? That you're a bargain sale quartering right now.
terrible tidings to you.
Okay. You have been quarterized.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
Thank you for the sub. Zencat, I appreciate you. Check your Prime subs as well.
Most of them aren't smart enough to critique art and things like that. They're basically reactionary. We might do some art critique today. We're gonna do some high-level art critique, mates. We're gonna do art critique of my favorite game, you know, Final Fantasy VII Remake.
It's with great sadness that time has come to denounce my time as a Xanderholic. Now, what does that mean? What does that...
Were you ever a Xanderholic, mate? I thought you only used that term mockingly. Is that a thumbnail face or is that a thumbnail face? You decide in the chat if that's a thumbnail face, if you've ever seen one.
mean? Let me explain. Let me explain it to you, okay?
Actually, like, I've heard that Chud Logic used to be much better than now. Like, he used to show this promise. He used to consider himself progressive and stuff, and he used to apparently do some good work, and then he just became a joke. And then he just became like a... I don't know. He did that whole horrible video about travelers, about Roma people. He became a tabloid. He has this editor that just does hit pieces in thumbnails on everybody. It's just so weird. Right, but that's the point, just calling them commentary community doesn't explain what they do at all because the term's so too broad. Right?
So, Xander Hall, formerly known as Pig Puncher.
Why are this whole weird formerly known as Pig Puncher? Why do I care? What was this like? Why do I care about this whole what his name used to be? Final Fantasy is an amazing franchise. The pixel ones have aged so well. I doubt most AAA games from the last decade will be seen the same as some of those late 90s, early 2000s video games. Oh yeah, we're gonna cover kidology. That's on the agenda today. The agenda on the stream today, if we have enough time, is topic number 1. Is child logic a quote-unquote lol cow? You know? Because child logic calls Zanderhal lol cow at the start of the video. Second, the rise of the apolitical political commentators. This one's about kidology and possibly some other people. Poly people discussion. So poly people actually had a discussion. What do I mean? I mean is like a term that right-wing people use when they mock people that they find to be mock-worthy, I guess. Alright? When people declare someone to be just a joke that you just make fun of endlessly, basically, like a cow or something, you know. Do you know what I mean? So we are mockingly using this like lol cow thing by asking, is child logic a lol cow? Well, Zanderhal has been denounced. Zanderhal has been denounced by child logic, you know. Yeah. Although I would say that there are certain problems with using the term, you know. Like the term has its problems. Especially since if you know like where the term originated, how it originated, like it's a thing. You know. You think it's good that child logic denounced Zanderhal? I don't think that child logic is a very good judge of who should and who should not be denounced, right? I'm not sure if our boy Logic is the best person to tell us, mates, who is who should not be denounced. Oh, interesting. We're gonna take a little bit of a broader view and then we're gonna look at her stuff. Oh, I guess. All right. Oh yeah, the term is very problematic. It's just used to as the way to dismiss people. It's a little bit more than that. That's the problem with the term. If it was just used to dismiss people, that would be one thing. But actually, the term lolcow was it was created in order to facilitate harassing people because you milk people for the lols. That is the quote-unquote etymology, that you have a cow and you milk it for lols, which basically implies harassment. You know, you harass people and you try to provoke them into acting quote-unquote silly. You try to rile them up, and then when people get riled up, you point and say, see, they're getting riled up, which means they're funny, which means they're ridiculous. This is basically how it, even if the person that is being done to is not good or, you know, not the best person, it just becomes giving yourself permission to harass others because you deem them deserving of it. That's basically what it is. That is basically what milking people for lols is.
is someone
At
who
its
I've
core.
got something of a history, I guess you could say, with in the content creation space. Our paths have crossed a number of times.
The history or your deep lore. Locals are very often taken to the extreme. It's basically just an excuse to harass people, like with Christian and Drakenlord. I'm not sure who Drakenlord is. These people have mental issues that are made 100 times worse by quote unquote fans. But yeah, exactly. It's just harassment, and it's just people that make themselves feel good about harassing others because the person deserves it, quote unquote. That's the at the core, at its core, what lol cow is.
Um,
You get to be horrible to others, but you try to tell yourself that it's actually you're not horrible. You're just pointing, and you're actually doing a good thing, because you're pointing out the ridiculousness, which is yeah, which is one way to be, I guess.
and I think there's been a sort of mutual kind of backwards and forwards thing happening in regards to content creation. Unfortunately, Xander Hall is a
Unfortunately.
lolcow.
Well,
Sadly.
a lol cow. Zonderhal is a lol cow. Chud Logic has decreed. The decree has been made by the Chud Logic.
It's a fact that I've overlooked a number of times because I felt bad for him. He's only a young lad trying to get by in the world.
I guess that to me that felt more like a thing that was done no matter the term. I can't really put my finger on what I'm trying to say though. I mean the term was just putting a label on the behavior. Oh, Dragon Coaster is sad. He's a German metal music fan. People know where he lives and make pilgrimages to his house to harass him and record his reaction, which is always extreme. Oh, I don't know this Dragon Lord person. Probably, yeah. Probably.
Now, I'm not going to relitigate and talk about previous instances. Okay, but what I am going to do.
What are you gonna do?
What I am going to do.
What are you gonna do?
Is just clarify what's happened. Okay.
Okay, tell us what happened.
So there's a couple of things I will always credit Xander Hall. I'll always credit Xander Hall for. So he, came out and defended me when I had my allegations.
Oh, this is the most important work Xander Hall has ever done, mates. The most important. I have to give credit to Xander Hall. Of all, even though he's a lol cow now, I have to admit he defended me, which is, the most noble of pursuits. The most noble thing to do is to defend Chologic, for which credit where credit's due. Yeah, in which case I feel like then it's not an issue with the term directly, but like I said, keep losing my train of thought. Well, you're basically saying that the term can be potentially used differently than its origin, and that it's important not to focus on the term itself but on the behavior. I mean, I can understand that. Like, we have seen people on the left that are not harassers use the term lolcow as not to mean someone who deserves harassment, but more someone who is just being silly, I think Xander Hall himself has used the term lolcow. Hello. Yeah, but Peppa used to be a fortune icon. I guess it's like there is that history, but I guess it's also about how we engage with it, right? Right now. We reclaim the things. Okay, okay, let's go. Like, as Chodlogic has explained to us, Zandahar gets a good boy points because he defended Chodlogic, which is the most noble of pursuits.
Against me, I'll always, credit him for that and be appreciative
True,
of that.
true.
Okay? But there's only so much goodwill that can last.
There's only so much goodness. There's only so much goodness you can do before your bad deeds start to overflow. And I realize that defending your logic is one of the better things you can do. You can do in life. And I agree that defending your logic earns you automatic 100 good boy points, but there are only so much good points you have to spend before you go into the red. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah.
And it looks like that goodwill is broken.
Yeah, exactly. Zandahar has gone into the red. He has spent all the good points that he's earned through defending your logic.
Xanderhal has got a bit of an issue in that
Exactly. Tell us all about I would go at length about all the issues with Zanderhal's issues, mates. But I think I'm gonna let Chologic explain it because he's gonna do it better than I could ever do it, if you know what I mean. I'm just a Chologic clone after all. I'm just a Chologic wannabe. I'm just a Chologic copycat. Also, as an aside, Zanderhal has got a problem. It's gonna be the perfect title for this segment. Zanderhal has got a problem.
struggles to take criticism and struggles with the truth sometimes. And this was very apparent when I was watching his video. Not his.
Wait, are you saying that Logic does not struggle with criticism or the truth? Like Mr. How dare you message me when I'm on my vacation with my kids? How dare you try to butt in on my business on what sort of editors I have? Logic. Really? He's gonna call out other people for not taking criticism well. Chud Logic. Okay, of all people. Chud Logic really is gonna go out here and say, oh yeah, Zondahal is a little bit of a problem. Problem with criticism, mates. Okay. That's a little bit too rich for my blood, I'd say. It's a little bit too rich for my blood. Right?
His video, Tom's video, which is him talking about Xanderhal talking about Sean Head.
A pretty bad video. A pretty bad video. And there's a really funny thing about that video. Tom's video has actually a really long comment along with timestamps that criticizes. It tears Tom's video apart. And Tom decided to leave a video under my reaction. Tom decided to he said that he looks actively for criticism and that he's so he was so disappointed in me. And then Tom dedicated a part of his stream to criticize my reaction, okay? But then Tom has left a whole long comment criticizing his video with timestamps and really detailed explanation on why Tom is wrong, and Tom never answered to that comment, even though Tom says that he actively, quote unquote, searches, he looks for criticism. So I guess take that as you will. That a person that really did a really salient and well thought out criticism was just ignored.
Now, I think
It was
that's
a really bad video. The whole, like, and of course, there's the thumbnail that ChatLogic's editor did. They lied about her. Liar. Hate campaign? Liar. This is tabloid level. There's no avoiding the fact that this is just lowest tier tabloid level. At least tabloids have some sort of accountability when it comes to the BS that they spread. ChatLogic is that minus the accountability.
criticisms you can make of Sean Head, no problem. But I feel like Xanderhall's criticism was rooted in dishonesty.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Are you really gonna ChatLogic? Come on, ChatLogic. Where is the thumbnail?
He struggles to take criticism
Like ChatLogic, come
and
on.
struggles with the truth sometimes. And this was very apparent
Let me see.
when I was watching his video. Not his video, Tom's video, which is him talking about Xanderhall talking about Sean Head.
ChatLogic, mate, are you really gonna show us this and tell us that Xanderhall comes from the place of dishonesty? Is this really what happened? What's happening? ChatLogic, is this really what's gonna happen? You're gonna show us this thumbnail that you put out, and then you're gonna say, oh yeah, it's Xanderhall that's coming to us from the place of dishonesty. Oh, fact, yeah, exactly. That is what makes me think of as well. Yeah, exactly. Let me see, for all the viewers that don't know what we're talking about. On one hand, I really want to see this video the thumbnail is from, especially with someone reacting to it, but on the other hand, it is actually ChatLogic. It is actually ChatLogic reacting to someone else's video. Tomfoolery. Wait a minute. Fact Gazeta. Okay, we're gonna look at it. Grafica. This is basically what we are dealing with here. And I'm not gonna lie. This looks like a ChatLogic thumbnail. Like this honestly looks like the ChatLogic thumbnail. Through and through, mates. Like, you see it, right? Trzeba wyjaśnić tragedię w Rudniku. We have to explain the tragedy. You know? We can look at a few. The wife of someone is goes with someone's children. Shock! The sign from the president has helped a pedophile, you know? This looks like ChatLogic thing. Totally. This is why I say it looks like a tabloid, because it literally looks like a tabloid from Poland. You know? You see, unfortunately, ChatLogic is actually, ironically enough, ChatLogic has went the route of the tabloid cell, but ChatLogic is really not seeing the return for all the things that he's doing. For the tabloid route that he has taken, ChatLogic is really not seeing the return. You know? He's not growing like wild. Let's compare. Let's see, how many subs does Demon Mama have right now? 20.8, 21.3. Demon Mama is about to blow past ChatLogic, and Demon Mama does not need to do all the dishonest tabloid crap in order to bring views into, to bring eyeballs into her stuff. 11k views 4 days ago. That's not that great for someone that goes to all the stops with the thumbnail, catchy title, etc., right? Like, people are repulsed by things like this. Now, we need to keep that in mind. People are really repulsed by this sort of framing, tabloid-like framing. At least I think so. At least I get repulsed when I see something like this. Yeah, the titles are similar as well. That's right. Maybe TK has studied this stuff.
Now, I think there's criticisms you can make of Sean Head, no problem. But I feel like Xanderhall's criticism was rooted in dishonesty.
So yeah, dishonesty. Dishonesty of Xanderhall.
And that was certainly apparent upon watching Tom's coverage. So, a video...
Yeah, Tom's coverage, which has a ton of problems. Like, we could make a whole segment about the nice comment that I've discovered about Tom's coverage.
Came out here. Let's have a look. So this is the video in question.
Tomfoolery is not... This was not a good video.
Scumbag lefties cancel campaign versus shoe on head lie endlessly amongst themselves.
What a title. Scumbag lefties. Scumbag lefties, mates. Lie endlessly. What a wonderful, honest title. See, Xanderhall comes from the place of dishonesty, but not Chad Logic. Chad Logic's only goes, as I said, with honesty. He leads with honesty.
You can see here, they lied about her, liar. Now, whilst obviously DK manages my channel, manages my YouTube, manages my comments, just to make it absolutely clear, I take full responsibility for the channel, for the thumbnails, for everything, okay? So if you've got a problem with something on my YouTube channel...
I mean, yeah, you do take full responsibility. That goes without saying. Like, you are the face of everything. You know? Of course you take the full responsibility. Like, you're the captain of this ship. Like, it's not something that you really need to say.
Inevitably, you do have a problem with me, and I'm happy to accept that, okay? So I can understand if you're Xanderhall or a Xanderhall associate, you would not like this, right? I'm calling you a liar, basically.
But well, no, you didn't call. Like, this is dishonest. You're leading with dishonesty here. It's not that you're calling him a liar. You're calling him a scumbag, and you're saying that he lies endlessly. You're not just calling him a liar. You're calling him an endless liar. That's one. And you're also calling him a scumbag.
I don't really know how else to term it.
I mean, you could start by not calling him a scumbag. What do you mean?
Because you're saying things that aren't true about Shoe on Head. Like, you know, to the point where Shoe on Head is directly rebuking what you were saying.
No, she's not directly rebuked. She did not directly rebuke anything. Like, you have to be okay. I do feel like there were some flaws in both DMs and Zion's coverage and Shu's video, but only like minor disagreement. Like, ridiculous.
Directly rebuking it and saying, I don't believe in these conspiracies. You spent all this time pushing this idea that she's pushing conspiracies.
I'm not even gonna dignify this with a response. This is basically like that pug British person, like what's this called? Condancula level of just ask me what I believe. Voice, just ask me what I believe.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't respond to that and you just completely skip over it and disregard it.
Yeah, of course, because just ask me what I believe. Of course. Well, wait, I don't believe those things. I'm not spreading conspiracy. Of course not. What do you mean? Who exactly is gonna say, oh yeah, I spread conspiracies, that's what I do?
Now, I don't know how malicious it is, but, you know, there definitely is an element here of like...
Oh, yeah. There's an element here. That's not dishonest at all. That's not this. I'm not telling John the whole's dishonest, mates. I'm just telling maybe he is. Maybe a little bit dishonest. You know? Maybe maybe he's a little dishonest, mates. I mean, I'm not saying he is, but we all know he is a bit, right? Wink, wink. Like, yeah, Chud Logic telling us about the dishonesty of Xander Hall.
Oh, she's done a bad thing. Let's just shit on her relentlessly without taking into account what her actual position is, okay?
Yeah, because we all know that we all know that famously, historically, someone's actual position is the thing that they say that it is, right? Of course. Like the way they responded to the picture with the wine glasses and flasks, yeah, there was no actual alcohol, but it was directly alcohol themed. You can just say, yeah, alcohol themes, but so what? I guess, yeah, I guess.
So,
I guess.
yeah. It was disappointing. It was disappointing. And, you know, I can understand Xander Hall might have an issue with this.
It was disappointing bit. Okay, I'm not even gonna say a bit. It was disappointing is a far cry from they are scumbags.
Okay, and that's fair enough. I can understand Xander Hall's issue. Xander's editor having an issue with this. That's fine. However, there's been a level of dishonesty engaged in further.
Oh, dishonesty. Okay.
Which sadly has led to the end of the very rickety Xander Hall Chud Nation bridge. Okay. So, this is what happened. This is the thumbnail in question. Okay. So this is the thumbnail in question. Title of the video: Scumbag Lefties cancel campaign versus.
Oh my god. I cannot
Sean Head lie endlessly amongst themselves.
The bridge.
So,
the bridge.
What happened?
What happened to the bridge? Oh no.
Burn baby burn.
Is that Xander Hall's editor shared this photo? Okay. Lamau.
Well, yeah. What do you mean? Like, well, now you're gonna say that Cherry, the editor of Chud Logic, is somehow horrible and bad because Cherry shared a horrible thumbnail that is looks like fact, like a tabloid. What bridge? Yeah, that's right. Zan was probably not even aware of the bridge. Yeah, he's the perfect example that people in glass houses shouldn't throw rocks. Yeah.
Which is literally just... This is something that lefties are very quick to do, is they won't actually engage with or talk about the arguments or points made in the video. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate that, String Putter. Thanks for 1,000 bits. They'll just share like a video or a screenshot of the video in the title. They won't actually respond or engage with any of the points made.
Well, what can I say, Chud Logic? Regardless of the points or the video, the thumbnail is ridiculous. Like, what? Just because just because of the arguments, there are some supposed arguments in the video, it's now off limits to point out that the thumbnail is ridiculous. Is that what you're saying, Chud Logic? That it's now basically like faux pas to point out that that you've been using tabloid level thumbnails for a while now, and that is just ridiculous and pathetic and laugh worthy. Is this really what you're gonna cry about now?
And just be like, lol, look at this.
Yeah, because it's pathetic and laugh worthy. Yeah.
It's a fucking thumbnail and a YouTube video.
Yeah, and it's a ridiculously pathetic thumbnail, so people laugh at it. What's your problem? What is your problem, Chud Logic? When did you when did you become so sensitive? It's a garbage tier tabloid level thumbnail. So yeah, people are gonna mock it. tabloid tier thumbnails are okay. Making fun of them is bad because Chud's fifis were hurt, and that's not acceptable. Like, I mean, this is what it looks like to me. Chud Logic, aren't you supposed to be like, yeah, isn't your skin supposed to be a bit thicker than this, mate? What's wrong? What's wrong, Chud Logic?
Video title. Like, yeah, I get it. You don't like the fact that Xander was getting called a liar. But, like...
A liar? Well, let's read the title. He's being called a liar. Scumbag lefties cancel campaign versus Shuanhead lie endlessly. That's not calling someone a liar. That's calling someone a scumbag that lies endlessly. There's a difference between just saying, hey, you're lying, and saying, you're a scumbag that lies endlessly. Maybe in chat logics is just the same. Maybe he doesn't see the difference. Maybe he's just, in chat logic's mind it's all the same.
He lies in his video. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Like, what the fuck? You know? So yeah.
Wait. I think Chad Logic lied in his video about Demon Mama and Xander Hall. So what, should I just make a thumbnail now that says scumbag... I don't know what Chad Logic even is at this point. Scumbag centrist cancel campaign versus Xander Hall? Lies endlessly? Like, is this what I'm going to have to do now? Is that the level of like, is that the code of conduct right now? Is this the meta? At least he didn't reach the brainlord level of thinking he's actually oppressed yet. Like, is this the meta of content now? I'm gonna have to title it Scumbag Centrist Cancel Campaign Against Xanderhal. I guess this is the new thumbnail that I'm gonna have to work on. So we've got two Chad Logic's name used to be ironic. It no longer is. True. Like, we've got two working titles now. One is Xander has got a problem, and second is Scumbag Centrist Cancel Campaign Against Xanderhal. Lie endlessly. Okay. So press 1 if you like the Xanderhal has got a problem. Press 2 if you like the Scumbag Centrist one. You can choose your own adventure when it comes to the titling of the segment.
Like, I don't know what to fucking tell you. It's YouTube.
I don't know what you fucking tell you, mate. I don't know what you tell you. It's YouTube. It's another game. You have to be a tabloid to survive. Everybody does it. Oh, wait. Only you do it. Oh, wait. Actually, no. It's not just YouTube. Actually, it's just you, Chud Logic. It's actually just you making thumbnails like this and titles like this. And this is why people just point it out and laugh. Because no, it's not just YouTube.
Welcome to YouTube.
Oh
Now-
yeah, I'm doing pathetic thumbnails. But I guess my excuse is welcome to YouTube. Okay. If this is what you're gonna say. Well, you know what? Let's not just say that it's like ridiculous. Let's look at some examples, right? Welcome to YouTube. Okay. Let me watch some thumbnails and let me see if they will follow some of the Chud Logic, Vosh. Vosh is pretty big. What sort of thumbnails does Vosh use? Oh, wait. Oh, wait, it's nothing like Chud Logic thumbnails. So I guess Vosh has not figured out YouTube quite yet. I guess Vosh is not as good as this YouTube game as Chud Logic is. But you know what? If there's a person that has figured out YouTube, it has got to be Mr. Beast, right? Mr. Beast is pretty big. Mr. Beast has like 128 million subscribers. So if someone knows, if someone knows how a good thumbnail looks like, it has to be Mr. Beast, right? Oh, oh. Well, whoa. Well, what do you know? It's nothing like Chud Logic's thumbnails. Oh. Wow. I guess. Well. I guess. I suppose Mr. Beast just doesn't know YouTube. I guess that's it. There we go. Welcome to YouTube. I guess nobody knows YouTube as well as Chud Logic does. I guess. Yeah. The proof is in the pudding. Those people just don't know YouTube.
They then went on to share this, which is an older video.
Welcome to YouTube. Yeah, I'm not going to bother hearing out this guy calling others liars. Yeah.
This here, the reason that Cherry is so fucking pissed about this is because we actually spoke about this at the time. Cherry expressed, frustration at the video and was very kind of
Xanderhal lied. Xanderhal's weak allegations response. No evidence. Debunked? Vindicated? Wow.
picky about some of the elements of it.
Oh,
I think
picky about some of the elements of it.
we made some concessions originally, and we actually changed the title and the thumbnail originally, then we changed it back. I can't remember the series of events. I'd have to check with DK. But nonetheless...
DK. His pathetic little worm of a editor. DK.
You know, fair enough. If you want to throw that in there, whatever, right? But, you know, I don't really have a problem with this. If you're just going to go lamau about the video and the thumbnail, whatever, fine. You do you. If you're going to get your knickers in a twist over YouTube thumbnails...
Well, they're pretty pathetic thumbnails. The only person that's getting his knickers in a twist is you, unironically. Like, the only thing that Cherry did was laugh at your pathetic thumbnails. The only person that's getting bent out of shape about them is you. You're crying about them, laughing at them. So, I guess you should heed your own advice and stop getting your knickers in a twist. To be fair, clickbait has become part of the YouTube game, but going over the top like Chad is just silly. Versus thumbnails are a little over the top, and clickbaity sometimes, but not this level. There's good clickbait and there's bad clickbait, okay? Good clickbait does not lie about the content and misrepresent the content, okay? And Chad Logic's thumbnails distort the content. Sometimes Chad Logic's thumbnails directly contradict what's actually in the video.
And fucking video titles when the whole point is...
Like the whole Vosh makes a woman cry, continues debating. Like, that was such a misleading and bad thumbnail.
...to be provocative to get clicks, then I don't know why you're in the fucking YouTube game, but whatever.
I don't know what you're into in the YouTube game. I don't know, mates. If you cannot lie and distort the contents of your video in order to get clicks, and if you don't get that, then I don't know why you're even in the game to begin with, mates. I don't know why you're even in the game. You know? Ridiculous.
However...
I guess you just don't know the game like your Logic does.
Xanderhall then made something else up.
Oh, Xanderhall made something else up. Okay, tell us, your Logic. What did Xanderhall made up? Also, this is not Xanderhall, this is Cherry. I'm just gonna point this out.
Made something else up. Look at this.
Made something else up. So Cherry is Xanderhall, okay.
So Xanderhall quote tweeted this.
Okay.
And said this. Chud Logic literally favoriting comments on the vid calling me a groomer.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Okay, what's with the dramatic pause? Get on with it. Like, it's just a waste of time.
Notice that
You're not
There's no-
building momentum.
evidence provided of this. There's like no evidence provided of this whatsoever. Just says it happened.
Whatsoever. Okay.
So I'm thinking, okay, well, what's going on here? Because yeah, like
What's going
as
on here?
much as I've got criticisms or whatever, if someone is calling Xanderhall a groomer, and that's like being liked, and bear in mind, Xanderhall's not to know this, I would still take responsibility for it because it's my choice to have him manage the channel.
Oh yeah, Cholochek's famously the person that takes responsibility.
But
Of course.
DK is the one that manages all of the comments. He does the replies, he does the likes, he does the favoriting, the heart thing. All of that is down to DK. But I would still
Okay.
take responsibility for that.
I
If
guess throwing DK under the bus. If you're taking the responsibility for it, then why even mention your editor that takes care of it? Like, if it's your responsibility, then I don't really care who takes care of it. I don't really care who does the harding. If you're the one that is responsible at the end of the game, then mentioning who takes care of it was just a waste of time. Thank you. Thank you for this. This was pointless.
this is true, okay?
Great.
So this
Thank
is
you
the claim.
for this.
I'm literally favoriting comments calling him a groomer. So I had a look through.
Well, technically, it's not true, mates, because I have an underling that takes care of my likes, see? So, technically, it's not even true.
I had a look through.
Okay, mates. But I do take responsibility.
The comments to see what he was talking about, right? And this is what I found. This comment is the only comment on the entire video that's
I recently got a comment on Demon Mama, yeah, video favorited, which felt nice. What was the comment and what was the video?
hearted with the word groomer in it that I could see. Okay. And this is the comment. Shoo, groomers are bad. Groomers, how dare you call us out?
Okay.
And that's it. That's the comment.
So, answer me this, Logic, because you're leading with honesty. Which groomers have said, how dare you call us out? Name me the groomers. Name me the literal groomers that came out of the woodwork and said, how dare you call us out? Name them, Logic, because you're so honest, right? You're so honest that you're gonna show us those groomers, those actual groomers that this was targeted at. Show us the real targets of this comment. Logic. Like, demonstrate your honesty. Demonstrate your honesty. You know? Demonstrate your honesty, Logic. Show us the true target of this comment. Ridiculous.
What?
This is dishonesty, by the way. This is dishonesty at work.
What has this got to do with Xanderhall?
What does this have to do with Zonderholm, mates?
Understanding of this comment is
Exactly.
it's commenting on the fact that Shoo is being critical in a Balenciaga statement
Okay.
of the concept of grooming,
Yeah.
and groomers are getting mad at her for it.
Okay. Show me the groomers. Show me the groomers that are getting mad over it. Show them to me. Point them. Point me the groomers that actually went out of the woodwork. The actual groomers that said, how dare you call me out? Show them to me.
If you're not a groomer, Why the fuck would you read this and think this is about you? This is about people
Oh, oh,
that are groomers.
oh. Can you point them to me? So I guess this was pointed at no one, I guess. Because no, like, show me the actual groomers, the self-professed groomers that came out of the woodwork and said, how dare you call us out? Show them to me.
But for some reason, he's interpreted this not just as maybe being about him. Chud Logic literally favoriting comments on the vid calling me a groomer.
Yeah, because he called it out. He called it out. That comment was targeted at people that called the video out.
What the fuck is he on about? This is fantastical thinking. This is like presenting it in the worst possible way to make it sound like I'm sat there going through the YouTube.
This is what the comment implies. Those who call me out are groomers. There you go. Thank you. Those who have problem with my videos are groomers.
Comments personally
Who are just angry because they are being called out. There you go.
myself going, oh, this comment called Xander a groomer. I'm going to like it.
And I didn't even like on myself, mates. They did it.
What the fuck is going on?
What's going on, mates? What's going on?
Crazy.
Crazy.
So yeah, this is the, this is the main
Crazy.
reason that this has kind of come about. Like, he unfollowed me on Twitter, fine, whatever.
This is the main reason. Okay. Gee, I don't know, maybe because Zan was literally called a groomer and had death threats sent to him by the same crowd that lurks in Chud's comment section. True. True and giggle-pilled.
You know, it is what it is. But yeah, it's just a bit fucking crazy.
Crazy.
I can get him feeling like the implication is that because Zan and DMM are the ones calling out Shu in the thumbnail, that the comment is referring to them. I mean, sure.
I mean, sure, but not really. Plus, I don't do the locks myself. So, in conclusion, Xander Hall is a lying scumbag, yeah? And I'm honest.
I mean, I get he might not want to talk to me, and he might not want to reach out to me.
I swear the centrist sphere completely erased the word implication from their vocabulary immediately after the shoe drama. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you being dishonest here? Are you being dishonest in my chat, mate? Are you
But the
being
framing
dishonest?
of this is crazy. To take the comment that's favorited and be like, oh, Chud Logic is literally favoriting comments and calling me a
Yeah, literally favoriting. When Chud Logic is not even handling his comments, which everyone should know, which everybody should understand, that Chud, it's logical that Chud Logic does not even handle the comments. It's basic logic. It's Chud Logic.
groomer.
Yeah, mates. But I take responsibility, so it's okay.
I think it's a fair interpretation. Sure, but this is he's putting out there, like I'm sat there on my YouTube channel going through, what do you mean fair interpretation? He's making out like I'm going through and fucking liking all the comments about Xander, calling him a
Exactly. It's actually implying that I engage with my community when I clearly don't. My editor does it. Whoops. Oh damn. Oh snap. Why would you ever expect Chud Logic to actually engage with his community, mates? Why would you expect that when you can have an underling that takes care of the comments, right? I'm gonna go to the toilet, mates. I'm gonna be right back. Okay. Because it's like, Chudla Jack. So DK is a horrible person playing DK in the position. Chud does this beyond tactic endorsement. Yeah. And like I can understand people that have like millions upon millions of like subscriptions, like a big like many like there is a sort of there is a scale at which it becomes really difficult to manage your comments yourself. But let's not even pretend that Chola Jack here is at a moment, is at the point where he sort of can delegate taking care of his comments to someone else. He has 21.3k subscribers. He's not at the scale at which he has to delegate taking care of comments to someone else. Like, come on. This is ridiculous. This is just silly. I do not even know them personally, mates. What is this? Adam friended, you are doing the right thing here, Chud.
Groomer.
Grandma.
And the other thing about this too is that he is not engaging with Tom's video at all. All he's doing
Engage!
is little points with which he can criticise.
Engage,
that are
mates.
not related to the core meat
Engage.
and potatoes of the point that the video is making. Because Tom's video is pretty good.
Tom's video is not pretty good. It's pretty bad, actually. It's pretty bad. Like, if you think that Tom's video is pretty good, then you're being pretty ridiculous. Tom's video got roasted in his own comment section. There's a single commenter that truly roasts his own video. And Tom, while I'll give him credit for not deleting the comment, has totally ignored it.
Tom's video is pretty fucking good.
No, it's
And
not.
it was pretty, the T's were crossed, the I's were dotted. Just
Nope.
comes across that he's trying to find any which way of avoiding any substantive criticism on this stuff with Shu.
Oh, wow. It sounds like Tommy, who ignored all substantive criticism in his own comment section. Maybe Tom does not, maybe Tom also doesn't really engage with his comment section like Chud Logic here.
Because, he fucked up with his Shu coverage.
No, he did
Go
not.
and watch Tom's video. You can see it there. Tom lays it all out perfectly.
Yeah, Tom really, like, Tom's dishonesty in this issue is laid out pretty perfectly in the comment. Like, let's go. I'm gonna show it to you. Because this is really silly. Tomfoolery. Where is that tomfoolery? Tomfoolery show. There we go. Videos. If the comment is still here. Wash and Friends slander Shu on head.
What's up, fools?
There you go. Comment. What's up, fools? Newest comments. Let's see if there's this comment that. Oh, interesting. But I'm looking for this really interesting comment that really roasts Tom's video. Look at this. We haven't reacted to Chat Logic reacting to this guy's video, but there's a certain comment here that has, I guess, been deleted? Let me see. Because I, in my wisdom, have I guess we're gonna find a comment, and if not, then I suppose Tom in his search for criticism has taken care of this comment. No, it's here. It's here. Oh, second try, because I think you two deleted my previous comment. There's a lot of to be said. This is going to be broken into different comments under this thread. Here we go. There we go. There you go. This is the comment. Oh, Tom actually responded to this. I really appreciate the effort that you put into this thread, but almost all of your comments miss the point of what you're criticizing. See? There you go. This is basically Tom's strategy when someone breaks down his video with thumbnails and really detailed explanation on why Tom's video is incorrect. I really appreciate your effort, but all of that in-depth analysis you did misses the point. There you go. Oh, that's because you need to select live chat and not top chat. Renitas, you need to go to the upper left corner, upper left side of the chat window, click on the top chat and select live chat as well, and then you will see everything. Okay.
I think he did respond to it without watching it.
This is not a good video. This is not a good video.
Let's have a look at Xanderhall's response. So this is the response to Tom's
pleasure.
video.
Did you see this guy's essay video about you and Vosh?
It was not a good video. I will tell you that.
Dumping shoe? Tomfoolery show. I heard about the Tomfoolery show hit piece video. Apparently it's not a hit piece on Vosh, it's just a hit piece on me and Demon Mama, because the guy who made the video knows that Vosh and Shu are still chill. And so even though Vosh made the exact same criticisms as me and Demon Mama, oh, and Denims, yeah. Even though we made the exact same, Vosh made the same criticisms as me and Demon Mama, criticizing Vosh with that video would not work well for a shoe on head like simping video. So he basically says, I think Vosh's criticisms were really good. Meanwhile, Vosh is saying like, shoot, you're supporting an insane conspiracy theory and you're acting like a dumb bitch.
Like, yeah, that's true. That is true. Vosh did basically agree with all of their things, you know?
Shouldn't be in politics right now, I think was the exact quote there. Like that was more or less a summary, right? Yeah, it's a very clear DJ Mule clone moment.
What? This guy is so fucking full of it. It's unreal.
It's so full of it. It's so full of. Well, I've watched it. I have watched it, Jack. But I guess I'm full of it as well. Is this what tomfoolery told about me? That I'm full of it because tomfoolery actually did, tomfoolery did a whole segment on the stream about my response to him, so there you go.
Making shit up.
Oh yeah, tomfoolery said that I sound like the pedo character from Family Guy. So take that as you will, you know?
He's critical of Vosh as well. Fuck me, man. One of the key points is that when Vosh covered it, the Shu stuff, Vosh was saying, well, who's saying these things? People aren't saying these things about Shu. But it was like Xanderhall and Demon Mama that was saying the things about Shu. And Vosh was like, you know, acting like Xanderhall had done right by Shu in all of this, when he clearly hadn't.
Oh, poor Shu. Poor Shu. Poor victimized Shu.
All I'm going to say is the Xanderhall...
I'd like to stay for a while longer, but I really need to study. I'm going to watch the lectures on 100% speed. See ya later.
Thing is done, okay? It's over. All good things must come to an end. All good things must come to an
What
end.
word?
The other thing I wanted to talk about
All good
too-
things, all the beautiful relationship between Shudlogic and Zanderhal, the beautiful friendship.
is like
Beautiful friendship.
there's a lot of like it was funny because this
Oh,
this tweet here, the amount of people in the replies,
sorry
That's
was a
just
horrible Zanderhal.
they're making the most weird criticisms of me.
Oh, it's so weird. Everybody's so weird.
So that's where the comment
What's the weird criticism? Tell us.
came from, I think. I think that's where he saw it, one of his replies. So, why am I getting the quartering vibes from the thumbnail? There's comments here as well that are like,
Well. People are comparing the quartering to Chudlogic. I wonder why people would compare you to the quartering. Maybe it's because you just shamelessly shill.
yeah, he's just a Destiny dick rider. You know.
When you said what that person called you, wait, knuckle. Oh, yeah.
He's just a Destiny.
So that was actually the direct quote, you know. That was actually a direct quote from tomfoolery, the word used, you know. That was a direct quote of the language used by him.
Destiny dick rider, Destiny Come and all this shit, DGG Orbiter. This has got nothing to do with Destiny. I don't know why Destiny is being invoked here. I'm pretty sure that in the course of this video, I don't even talk about Destiny. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I don't think Destiny even comes up. It's like Destiny's their boogeyman, yeah.
Oh yeah, the evil Destiny. So Chad isn't really denying it here. Chad is not really denying it. Chad is just saying that Destiny is their boogeyman, but he's not really denying being in that sphere. So I guess there we go.
But yeah, you know, it is kind of frustrating when people just dismiss, like the drama farmer thing. Fine, I'll take that. Yes, I'm a
Oh yeah, like they dismiss my honesty.
drama farmer. Sure, I like drama. I
Right.
cover drama, stuff like that. Whatever,
Amazing.
right?
Amazing.
But it's the use of that to dismiss, or you know, the DGG thing. Yeah, I have somewhat of an association with Destiny. Yeah, I'll take that somewhat. Sure, but it's the dismiss.
Somewhat. How large Chad now? Well, Carasso, Chad logic is 21.3. So he's not seeing the growth. Like, he's using all the clickbaity tabloid tactics for growth, but actually he's not seeing the return. 21.3, 11k views 4 days ago. He's not really seeing the return. And also he's seeing comments from Adam Friended. You are doing the right thing here, Chud. Oh, so he's getting smaller instead of bigger. He's losing audience. This is interesting. He's saying he's getting smaller. This is
Of
interesting.
anything and everything purely
Like,
on
I thought that he was stagnant. I didn't think he was like getting smaller. You know?
that basis. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure every
You know what I mean?
single person here would agree with like all of my analysis on the Kai Cenat situation. You know, I'm pretty sure every person here would say that I was correct in that analysis. So would you use the same argument then? Oh, he's just a DGG orbiter. Or DG. This is crazy to like base your and premise all of your views on someone, you know, purely on like who they associate with or, you know, what kind of content they make. Do you know what I mean?
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I know what you mean. I do know what you mean, mate. Do I ever? Okay, Demon Mama is grown. I hope Chad Logic will be okay. His feelings seem to be pretty hurt. I know, mates. Also, Cholojo's my mate, if you know what I mean. Oh no, I'm covering Chologic. You have to see his face. I'm being rude. I'm apologize. I apologize, Chologic. Apologize for being rude. There you go. You can see Chorlogic's face now. I apologize, everybody. He's dropped a lot of viewers in a couple of weeks. What happened? What happened? What kind of content you make is what you are as a media persona. Yeah, and Chadlogic is an equivalent of a tabloid magazine. What actions you do is what you are. Yeah, exactly. And Chadlogic did a whole temper tantrum about his thumbnails being mocked because people don't even engage in the substance of my videos. They just laugh at my title and thumbnail. What do you expect? The thumbnails are horrible and people are gonna mock them. I mock them, of course. I think he's not even keeping the laws of tabloids. Let me put it this way. He takes all the awful things that tabloids do, but has zero of the accountability that tabloids actually do have to a certain extent. But we've already looked at this earlier, okay? But look at this. This is a Polish tabloid called Fact. And looking at Fact and the Polish tabloid, I'm gonna say it plainly. Polish tabloids feel like Chadlogic's thumbnails. They have the same graphic style. I'm gonna yes, just the Polish tabloid Fact feels like a Chadlogic thumbnail in many respects. You know? He picked up the iron instead of the phone. You know? So, at least when it comes to the graphic style and even the titles, it feels like that's the thing. Nobody trusts Polish tabloids, but people buy them anyway because they're sensational. One of his videos about the Ethan Klein throwing Andrew Callaghan under the bus. Andrew is a sex pest that Ethan did the right thing. Imagine a tabloid doing something on the cover, then talk something else. That tabloid will not be trusted on the cover anymore. Oh yeah, that's fair. Because frankly, there are more tabloids. Like Chad Logic goes overboard so much. Like on his video about Vosh, he just shows one thing on the thumbnail and just says something different in the video. Yeah, right. You need to deliver what you promise. You cannot just give a... You cannot just lie in your title and thumbnail, you know? Vosh does not care. Yeah. Clickbait does have to, at least to an extent, deliver what you promise. Yeah, that's right.
Did he still have the Nazi for an editor? Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. Do I have a Nazi for a editor? No, my editor is an upstanding guy called DK who takes care of... Oh yeah, Karas. And also, he said that Xandra Hall accused him of liking a comment, and Chad Logic was like, but I don't even manage my comment section myself, mate. DK does. Like
But yeah,
pathetic,
it's
you know.
it's frustrating. It's annoying.
Yeah, it is
And
frustrating and
I don't want to
annoying.
like be bitter and go over all the fucking Xandor shit and point out all the cringe shit he's done.
Boy, I totally will. But I totally will be. Wait, what did he just say? What did you just say?
It's frustrating. It's annoying.
Frustrating.
And I don't want to like be bitter and go over all the fucking Xandor shit and point out all the cringe shit he's done.
I don't want to be bitter and point out all the stuff. And this is what I'm just gonna do, a 42-minute video being bitter and pointing out all the things that I think are bad. Like, okay. Like, your video is sort of disproving what you just said, but okay.
The biggest thing I do want to point out though is I had to sit there, okay, and act like the quail farm thing wasn't the cringiest thing I've ever heard. Right? And this is how he repays me. To be fair,
And he was doing clickbait, but what he did not deliver. Yeah.
I would say in this situation, I can understand Xanderhall being pissed off with me. Like, I can understand somewhat. Like, obviously, this is pretty
Somewhat provocative. Okay.
provocative.
Scumbag lefties.
It's pretty provocative. I would argue that this is pretty substantive based on the content of the video.
Substantive.
And the video that I watch. I don't think I'm just making this shit up. Do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. But yeah, you are absolutely making it up, mate. You are absolutely making it up. What you mean? What you mean? Yeah.
But I can at least understand him being annoyed at me.
Ridiculous.
Oh yeah, for some reason you got atted. I don't know what that's about. But yeah, so it just feels. I mean, I didn't have that close an association with Xanderhall anyway. I've not spoken to him for ages.
So what are you talking about a burnt bridge if you didn't even have such a close association with him? Like for the first 10 minutes you've been talking about how the bridge has been burned, how it's unfortunate, how you're not happy about it, and now you're just saying that you didn't even have such a strong association with him. Which is it? Was there a bridge or was there not a bridge? He's just buying time to extend the streaming hours, I would say. I guess, yeah.
But it looks like we're just slowly ticking off all the lefties. All the lefties. The associations are being cut.
Yeah, I guess. Interesting, right? You're just slowly cutting off all the lefties. I guess you'll have no choice but to go right wing, right, Jack? I guess all the evil lefties will drive you out, and you'll just have no choice but to start associating with the right wingers. In it.
Before you know it, I'm going to be doing my PragerU video, Chud Logic leaves the left. And then that'll be it.
Yeah. Well, that ship has sailed.
Yeah, I'll speak on that a bit. I feel like,
There we have it. There we have it.
Communications with Xanderhall and Cherry in private. Where, I tried to sort of show some sympathy to their position, like they were pissed off with my coverage.
I tried to show you some sympathy, and you bite my hand, you lefties.
Thumbnail, I think, before, in regards to some other drama in relation to the girlfriend, I think.
You're really gonna try to bite the hand that feeds you, Xanderhall, while I try to be charitable towards you.
We had conversations about it. True. I don't know, man. I just feel like...
True.
If you're going to get so fucking triggered over a thumbnail and a video title...
It's true, I said triggered.
I don't know what...
The only person that is triggered about this thumbnail, unironically, is you, Chud Logic. You have dedicated so much video to this tweet and to this thumbnail. The only thing that Cherry did was post this and write LMAO. You are dedicating over 10 minutes to this, and you're calling other people quote unquote triggered.
To tell you, I cannot imagine, even if there was a thumbnail, even if there was a video, and it was Chud Logic is... I'd just be like, okay, good luck to you.
We feel so like, and yet here you are being triggered.
Do you know what I mean?
I don't know what you
Certainly,
mean.
if someone called me a liar,
I don't know what you mean. Plus, again, this thumbnail is not just calling Zanderhal a liar. It's calling him a scumbag that lies endlessly.
if someone said Chud Logic is a liar, my first thing would be I need to go through this and show and see what they're saying. If I have lied and it's demonstrated, I'll account for it. I'll respond to it, whatever. That's fine. But it just seems like in this case, rather than actually engage with the video and talk about it, I mean, this is his fucking job, right? Is reacting to stuff and talking about stuff on stream,
You just don't engage with your logic.
right? It's this whole fucking thing. Rather than actually react to the video and talk about it, he seems to be picking out, you know, a little thing where he can play the victim and be like, oh, there's a comment
Because Zanderhal is so triggered, don't you get it?
calling me a groomer and
so
Chud likes it. Do you
triggered.
know what I mean? And then you can focus
You know
on
what I
that,
mean?
and you're able to
I
complete.
was just kidding with this, you know what I mean, but I guess he does say it a lot. You know what I mean?
Sidestep
You know what I mean?
the entirety of whatever criticism there is,
You know
and you
what I
can just
mean?
focus on that. And he did the same thing with Shu. He did the same thing
Shu,
with
yeah.
when he was being
Scumbag.
criticised for the Shu on Head stuff.
Scumbag.
There were some terrible things that were being said to him, no doubt about it. But
Yeah.
he focused on the things
What is a
that were like
scumbag?
super negative about him or super
True.
harsh, through to like just you know, unquestionably
I
bad
cannot
stuff,
believe.
calling him a pedo groomer and shit, right?
Yeah.
And focused on that, and that was the focus of his thing.
What's going
Similar
on?
vibe here, you know. Oh, someone called me a groomer and Chud liked it. It's exactly the same fucking mentality, you know. Focus
Okay,
on the
don't
thing.
be so triggered about this. Move on. Can you please move on? Like, this video is 42, and you're like focusing so much on this thumbnail related tweet. And this is like, and this says that Zanderhal threw a tantrum over one comment. This says that Zanderhal threw a tantrum over the comment. A whole tantrum. Where is the tantrum? You have not showed us a tantrum. If there's anyone throwing a tantrum, it's you for 42 minutes. So where's the tantrum, Chud Logic? This is so, you're just repeating yourself.
Thing that's bad, this so-called pedo jacketing, and you can just sidestep and dismiss any reasonable criticism that you're getting. You know.
Where's the reasonable criticism? Like, he's talking about the tomfoolery video. Like, Karasu knows how bad that is.
Your titles and thumbnails keep burning bridges for you. If a title or a thumbnail is going to burn a bridge that I have with you, okay, it isn't a bridge worth having in the first place. Because what the fuck are we doing then?
What the
Title or
fuck
thumbnail
are
is
we
gonna trigger you
doing?
that fucking hard that you're going to completely...
You're the one
start a
triggered.
relationship we allegedly...
You're the one
This is the
triggered.
game we're in. It's the fucking game we're in. It's YouTube. It's provocative stuff. It's getting people to click on your content.
Oh, yeah, because everybody's got thumbnails and titles like Chud Logic. No. Spoiler alert. No, they don't. No, they don't. Spoiler alert. It's not just YouTube. It's not just the game. The thumbnails are just laughably bad. They're pathetically bad. No successful YouTuber does thumbnails like Chud Logic here does. And for a good reason. Because they're horrible. Okay? So pointing at your own horrible thumbnails and saying, it's just YouTube, it's just the name of the game, is just pathetic. You know? It's just pathetic.
What the fuck? It's so stupid, man. It's so stupid.
Well said.
And, you know, I don't know.
Well said, Chud Logic. Well said.
Friends use... Okay.
Like, I really dislike this argument to begin with. Like, it's just the name of the game. It's just how it is. It's just what it is. We're just playing the game, mates. So pathetic.
Think that Zanderhal is not telling the truth about something in a coverage that he does. And I cover it, and it ends up that he gets called a
It's
liar.
it's not provocative. It's pathetic, is what it is.
In a thumbnail, right? What is the I mean, I guess you could call it an insult, I guess.
And
But
again, all they said about it is LMAO. And Chud Logic makes a whole video about it, basically.
you know,
And he's not
this
the
is
one that's
provocative, but it's a
triggering.
pretty genuine expression of my thoughts and feelings about it.
Well, that's pretty pathetic if that is your genuine expression of how you feel. That speaks volumes about you.
It seems like Xanderhall's being dishonest. Yes.
There is a big, there is a little bit of a difference between it seems like Xander is a bit dishonest and scumbag lefties cancel campaign versus Seanhead lie endlessly.
Like, it's a criticism. You've been dishonest about this thing. You've lied
pathetic.
about this thing. My belief is you've lied about this. You know, it's up to him to go, okay, here's the reality of it, and break it down. But he doesn't do that. Same with Demon Mama. She did this video shitting on me, so I responded and laid out some things that she was dishonest about. Never fucking got back to it. If someone called me a liar, if someone claimed I was
That's
dishonest,
so pathetic.
and there was a video of it, I'd be fucking watching that. As long as it, you know, wasn't like, I don't know,
Demon
some
Mama did a
weird
video
fucking,
shitting on me. Well, was he referring to the horrible Roma video that he did?
I don't know. Maybe
Is
there's
that what
some
he's referring to? The video where Demon Mama shits on him.
circumstances. It depends.
Is that
On
what
the
it's
whole, though,
about?
if someone is calling me a liar and there's a substantive video there to respond to, I'm going to be responding to it.
Like, did Chud Logic respond to Demon Mama covering his Roma video? Or what?
Sure, F-Serv, I'll take that. I'm calling Xander Hall a scumbag. Oh my God, what? No way. Are you fucking 5 years old?
Are you 5 years old? We're calling each other scumbags. This is so pathetic. This argument is also very sad. Are you 5 years old? What do you mean? Demon Mama did not even get through Chad's worst racist claims on Irish travelers and Roma people. He was claiming Irish travelers had been mostly living from crime. Right.
That's a fucking modest. That's like a modest insult. What? Am I crazy?
It's not about it being a harsh insult. You're not being crazy, but you're being, to use President Sunday's vocabulary, you're being dim. You're being dim, Chad Logic. You're being quite dim. It's not about the insult being strong. It's about the insult being dishonest. It's not that scumbag is a strong word. It's that it's very dishonest.
I'm calling him a scumbag liar. And people are acting like I'm...
Was claiming Irish travelers had been mostly living from crime. He based that analysis, quote unquote, on his one encounter as a retail worker, and someone of Irish traveler background stole a mobile from him. That was his evidence. Oh wow. Anecdotal evidence. A modest insult, like a very friendly one. True.
I'm calling him fucking worse. Yeah, it's mean-spirited, it's harsh, sure.
No, it's not. It's not. That's not the point. The point is that it's dishonest, not that it's mean and harsh.
God, people are such fucking pussies, man. I swear to God. This is the same person that was going on about
The
infiltrating
person is like, it is pathetic. It's just sad.
the commentary community. Remember that clip of him talking about infiltrating the commentary community? Have you seen how those fuckers talk about each other? Have you seen how those fuckers talk about each other? Scumbag liar is the fucking least of it. How the fuck are you going to infiltrate the commentary community when you can't fucking take someone calling you a scumbag liar without shitting yourself and accuse me of liking these comments calling you a groomer? Fuck me. I don't know, man.
Fuck
There's people
me.
I'm far closer to that I've called worse.
Oh. Great.
There's people I'm far closer to that I've called worse than scumbag liar.
Okay.
But this is enough to... There we go. It wasn't a chicken farm, it was a quail farm. Well, no, I don't have a particularly close relationship with Zanderhall. It was literally just following each other on Twitter. We've not spoken for months. It's just kind of frustrating that people are such pussies. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly, Chad Logic. Exactly. Like, I can't stand those pussies that see an LMAO on Twitter and make a 42-minute video about it. Such pussies. Am I right, Chad Logic? Am I right? Why are people such pussies?
Kind of more respect if he did a video and was like, Chud Logic's a fucking retard. Look at this. Like, I don't know. That's like a bit of fucking backwards and forwards. But this is just cringe.
What?
Oh, guys, he's liking comments calling me a groomer. Guys. So fucking stupid, man. I don't fucking know about the quail farm.
So, him writing on Twitter is bad, but it would have been great if he made a video and thrown a slur at him, because that would have been a quote-unquote back and forth. What kind of backwards logic is that? What?
Pathetic. And still he's just dodging. He's just dodging this video, which has got good critiques of him. The critiques are good.
No.
Hey, Zanderhall, you said a bunch of shit that wasn't true about Seanhead, and you disregarded like her response. You've got, and Tom even said he thought that Zanderhall has some good criticisms of Shu. It's just the dishonesty that he has a problem with.
It's not good criticism. The video was bad. Your commentary was bad. And the video you were responding to was bad as well. Yeah, again, Chud mischaracterized the whole travelers and Roma claim that most travelers live from crime. And he was dunking on an activist who was decent on presenting the problem, arguing she never probably ever met Irish travelers. Oh yeah. No. Because if it's people that have the least amount of real life experience with those issues, it's activists, right? It's activists that usually have the least amount of experience, right? There are so many activists that put themselves actively in harm's way to help others, that go to very dangerous places in order to help others. They don't really get much out of it, like maybe outside of people being grateful to them for what they are doing. And here is the Chud Logic that is gonna comfortably from his chair dismiss them, you know, even though they are doing far more than Chud Logic will ever do for anyone. You know? And that activist that Chud Logic dismissed will probably do more for other people than Chud Logic will ever do in his life. And he's just, she does not know, mates. She just does not understand the real reality of the world. You know? It's just pathetic, mates. This is another thing. He mischaracterizes their environment, joking that they always have a discarded bathtub where travelers live. It's just, I'm not even sure if I want to dignify that one with a response. Like, people that dump their stuff all the time that they don't want, you know, not travelers.
But yeah. Anyway, I'm up to talk to Zanderhall. If Zanderhall wants to have a convo on stream, I'm bang up for it. You know, I don't know if he's in one of this Fortress arcs or something. I don't fucking know what he's up to, but I'll happily talk to him if he wants to talk to me. If he's got a problem with this, if he wants to talk about the groomer thing, if he's got a problem with my video, I'll talk to him. I mean, that's the other thing too. It's like, I don't know.
Why would Zanderhall talk to
You
you?
have a bit of fucking...
Why would he talk to you?
Bit to and fro with people. I mean, this makes it feel to me like, you know, especially complaining about this thumbnail, it does make it feel like this feeling that I've had, which is like, you know, there's a sensitivity to having a disagreement or criticism is true. Because, like, what...
Yeah, there is a sensitivity, and you're the perfect example of it, Chad Logic. Making a 42-minute video about a person writing LMAO about your thumbnail. I can certainly see a certain amount of sensitivity around the topic. Yeah, agreed.
What is this? This is like the weak. This is not a particularly strong criticism. This is not a particularly strong criticism that I'm making, and it's enough to just crumble completely, rather than saying, "Hey, you got some pretty substantive disagreements. Let's hash."
Crumble? What do you mean crumble? You have not really demonstrated any crumbling. You have demonstrated that one person has laughed at your thumbnails, and also in addition you have demonstrated that Xanderhal did not like a comment under your video, and that you or your editor gave it a heart. That's it. That's not crumbling.
Hash it out. I don't know. Isn't this what this supposed to be about?
I'm eating chicken. I'm eating chicken. It's a bird eating another bird.
I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know. I don't know anymore.
You're always allowed to ask. Come on. Yeah.
I will defend this video and all of the takes in it
To the death. On the market board of ideas. Man complains about sensitivity and gets triggered and makes a 42-minute video.
I'll defend the thumbnail. I'll defend the title.
To the death.
No problem.
I know.
I'll defend all of this.
I
I'll
know.
defend my takes. I'll defend my perspective on it. Okay? Anytime,
Pathetic.
any day, any week, anywhere, wherever you want. No
Pathetic.
problem. Okay? Can Xanderhal say the same? Can he say that he can come on and defend this shit?
Yes.
Because, I don't know. Seems like he just wants to fucking be a little pussy and soy out on Twitter about it and be like, oh,
Soy out.
he's liking comments calling me a groomer, guys.
No, soy out. Ooh,
Watch the
son.
fucking video on stream. Not mine. Watch Tom's video on stream and respond to it then.
Ooh,
rather than
big
doing a
strong
minute where you
man.
completely mischaracterize it. You learnt that from Vosh as well, I think. I think he learnt that from Vosh too. Don't actually watch the video, right? Just mischaracterize it in
Oh,
response.
yeah. Vosh is coward, mate. We learned it from Vosh. I am a cannibal. Come on.
And fucking throw it away to the side.
It's true. How dare you throw Chad Logic to the side? Wow. Speaking of sensitivity, that hurt. I can hear the hurt in Chad Logic's voice about being thrown aside.
So fucking annoying. It just
Exactly, so annoying. How dare you? How dare you throw me aside? How dare you? Wow. Touched a nerve. Touched a nerve.
feels like with lefties oftentimes,
Yeah.
you know,
Those
there's
evil,
this thing.
those bastard lefties. Damn, those bastard lefties always shoving me to the side, will they? Those lefties.
Where
But they're the ones that are sensitive, of course. They are the ones that are triggered. They are the ones that are sensitive. Of course.
you've got to be on a level with them. Criticism of them is like, you can't do it. Like, if you do, it's seen as a bad thing. Like, I don't know, man. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. I've noticed you get to I've shown it already. I showed it early. I showed it a second ago.
Yeah.
It's here. This is the comment that was favorited. So this person, I don't know who it is. Apparently there's some responses that this person's a weirdo. So, I mean, I don't fucking know. So, Shu, groomers are bad. Groomers, how dare you call us out?
Okay. Chad Logic, can you point me to the real people that this comment was targeted at? Can you point me to the real groomers that said how dare you call us out? You're claiming this was not targeted at Xanderhal. Point me to the real people that this was targeted at. These poster lefties care about casual racism and people dunking on marginalized groups. Pathetic, really.
That's what Xanderhal's mad about. this comment here. Not even me favoriting this comment is what has made Xanderhall so angry. This single.
Yeah. Because this comment is basically saying maybe chat logic is a bit dim, you know? Once more. Maybe he's a bit thick. Maybe he's a bit slow. So I will translate this comment. I'll do the charity work for you, chat logic. I'm gonna translate this comment. So, groomers are bad. Groomers, how dare you call us out? So basically what this is saying, that whoever criticized Shu is a groomer saying, how dare you call me out? And that Shu is basically saying the only reason why you are criticizing me is because you're a groomer that says, how dare you call me out? But, chat logic, you are very welcome to answer me, to make a video responding to Lucy Hazet, and to point me to the real actual groomers towards whom this video, this whole comment is targeted, you know? Point me to the real groomers.
Single comment.
Point me to
There's
it.
no other comment that's got the word groomer in. Do you endorse this comment? If it was me browsing, I probably wouldn't have favoured it personally. You know, as I say, DK runs all of my comments. But then
It's not my fault, mates. It's DK. I don't even care about my comments. I don't engage in my comments at all because I'm such a huge content creator now. I don't read my comments. DK does, of course, because I'm so huge. What's so sad?
still take responsibility for my channel. You know, an action DK makes on my channel, I still have overarching responsibility for. So, you know, yeah. I'm not going to shy away from that. My problem isn't, you know, that aspect. It's just, why the fuck are you going to get so mad about this? It's mental.
Mental.
Literal pussy shit. And you reckon you can infiltrate the commentary community? Give me a fucking break.
It's pussy shit. It's pussy shit. Didn't Chat Logic just spend a few full minutes crying how lefties do not like criticism, and now he's crying about being criticized?
Break, will you? Like, you're never going to. If this is this kind of thing you're going to get mad about. Fuck me.
Fuck me, Xanderhall. If you're gonna criticize me, then you have no business infiltrating the commentary community. Jesus. Chat Logic. Saying people can take criticism, crying about being criticized. Okay. I guess.
Exactly. That's my point. It doesn't directly mention him. You know, I can understand him.
It doesn't. What? Do you know what the word implication means?
Might be a bit miffed and think it's alluding to him. Chud Logic literally favoriting comments on the vid calling me a groomer. Like, it just doesn't truly represent what's happened here, I don't think. But
I
yeah.
don't think.
Sure, it's implied. Yeah, you could say that. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, right? I don't give a shit about the fucking, you know, the comment is implied it's about him and, oh, Chud liked the comment. Like, are we really having this conversation? Is this really the level that we're at? We're going to soy out about the implication of a comment that I liked on YouTube. Are you fucking serious right now?
So basically what's happening right here, right now, is Chat Logic crying about being criticized. Something that he just, less than a minute ago, was criticizing the lefties for. Keep this in mind.
Like, what value is any sort of relationship
All this is Chat Logic crying for being criticized. Just
that's
keep
going to
this in mind.
crumble because you heart a YouTube comment? But yeah.
And calling this short Xanderhall tweet Chat Logic literally favoring comments on the vid, calling me a groomer, like characterizing this as Xanderhall crumbling is pretty sad.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, no. I don't think Xander's a fucking groomer. I've never thought...
Like, do you think that Xanderhall is crumbling here? Are we going to soy out implant grooming in political environment when such an accusation incites violence? What are you doing, Carrasco? Are you gonna soy out in my chat? Are you gonna soy out here? But I can handle someone calling out my casual racism. True. And he spent a long time in his video saying that the left cannot handle criticism.
Thought that. I've never said that myself. Yeah, I don't think there's any substantive evidence he's a fucking groomer. Obviously not. My issue, and the thing is, I feel like this mischaracterizes the whole video.
That's great, but Zanderhal did not write here that you called him a groomer. So, I'm not sure who you're responding to.
Video 2. My issue is
Or
not
are you saying that it's implied? So, I guess implication matters when the other person does it.
nothing to do with any of this. My
He does have quite a thin skin.
issue is that you have dishonestly engaged to the point where it looks like you're lying about Shu. Like that's the key criticism of this video. And by doing this, he's totally sidestepping all of that, and he's able to self-victimize, based on this detail. Like I say, if Xanderhall wants to talk about this, if there's any further things to discuss, happy to do so. Happy to do so live on stream. We'll hash it out, okay?
Right.
But other than that, that's all I've got to say. I feel like...
That's all I've got to say. 31 minutes out of 42 minutes, so I guess this is not really all that you've got to say. I'm guessing, based on the runtime of this video, that you've got quite a lot more to say.
feel like... I just feel like I can't do it. I can't do the, oh, that's a nice, yeah. I just need to, if someone says something that I think is dumb, I need to just go, that's fucking retarded, mate. Like, I was so pleasant about this quail farm.
What?
Just idea at the time. I need to be a lot harsher, is what I need to be. I'm too nice to people still.
What are you talking
But
about?
yeah, it does very much feel like...
What are you on? What are you on about?
And this
What
also
you
links
on
into
about?
like, it does link into the Destiny stuff. I mean, people have done that themselves by saying I'm a Destiny Orbiter.
Oh my gosh, Destiny. We're gonna address Steven. There we go. Here we go. Get ready. Get ready for that one.
I feel like I could
A
have
fail.
a really raucous, harsh disagreement with Destiny, where we call each other retarded and we fucking, fight over something.
So basically, a juvenile argument, slinging insults left and right. Okay, that's great.
But it's not gonna. I don't know. I can't imagine Destiny going on Twitter going, "Oh, I see you like to comment here. You favorited a comment that alludes to me being a groom." I don't know. It just doesn't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop you right there. And in fact, I will tell you that Steven, of all people, would absolutely make a big stink about you doing something like that. Especially if you tweeted something like that. Ooh. Yeah, Steven, the famous person that always calmly and that is calm and reserved about any commentary about himself. Sure. You're giving us Steven as an example of a person that would not freak out about something being implied about him. When Steven sometimes injected himself into conversations about people using the phrase, let's debate buddy, because he said that it was clearly about him, because he uses that, and when they say it, they mean him.
I just can't imagine that happening. Speaking to the commentary thing as well, sometimes, like, Nicholas Dorio's done something that I think's really stupid. And I'll fucking say to him, that was really fucking retarded. What are you thinking with that? Da, da, da. And it's fine, it's chill. Like, we've got a totally fine, back and forward. Do you know what I mean?
Good for you. Good for you.
So yeah, I just think that I need to be able to be around people who aren't going to say retarded shit to me and expect me to not call it retarded. But then also, there's an ability to have a harsh backwards and forwards in a disagreement, and we can hash it out and, you know.
Translation. When child logic means harsh, it actually unironically means juvenile. Okay? What child logic sees as harsh disagreement, I guess I just see as a juvenile squabble. Like, it's so childish. They feel like, and he asked before in this video, if Xanderhall is like 5 years old. I'm gonna like direct this question at Chad Logic. Chad Logic, are you 5 years old? Are you so excited to use the big forbidden words, the slur words that people are so afraid to use, that you have the courage to bravely say? Like, you really are like a little child that just wants to say swear words because they are forbidden. You know? People got banned for that. That is how thin-skinned Destiny is. Yeah. He's like, he's not really the best person to say that, oh yeah, Steven would not be sensitive about that sort of thing. Yeah.
Soy out at each other and everything's cool after, you know? I don't know.
Love and solidarity. Come on.
I just don't think it's really useful to have people around you who are going to lose their shit.
Mates, I just don't think that it's very useful to have people around you that are just not willing to, sling slurs left and right. You know what I mean? If you can just use 5 slurs in a conversation, then what are you, 5 years old? What are you?
Over such minor, insignificant things.
Minor, insignificant things.
But yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah.
Xanderholics,
Yeah.
I don't feel so good.
Well, that's clear.
But there we go.
That's clear that you're not feeling very well.
Another lefty relationship, if you can call it that, on the trash heap. Who's next? Who's next?
Who's next, exactly?
Listen, I don't like the idea where you have like this connection with someone somewhat, or some relationship, and like something happens, then it feels like it just gets thrown on the trash heap, you know?
I mean...
But that's just the nature of this space, really.
Oh yeah, it's just the nature of this space. Oh yeah, it cannot be helped. It's just the name of the game, right? This is such a sad way to excuse what happened here. Oh yeah, this is just what happens. It's just the nature of the beast, mates. Wow. Sure, if whatever makes you sleep at night.
I think you've got to try and build connections with people who, you know, as long as it doesn't go too far.
Yeah, you have to build connections with people that you can use slurs with, I guess is the lesson of this little video.
I don't think I can do it anymore. I don't think I
Is the moral of this story, I
can
guess.
withstand, you know, people doing dumb shit.
Is the moral of this.
I mean, I haven't spoken about Xanderhall for a little while, to be fair. I don't know if there's actually been anything... I mean, this shoe stuff was obviously a pretty significant aspect.
Okay. We're taking a break from Short Logic here. We're going to jump into Final Fantasy. We're going to jump into Final Fantasy, mates. As I'm being reminded by my friends here in the chat that it's time. It's time. It's time, mates. And then we're going to finish up the Logic. Let's go. Ooh, gigglers. Yeah. We're gonna have like a, how you call it? It's okay, we're gonna continue it. This is gonna be a long stream, don't worry, Neil. The biggest drama is yet to come for today. The biggest drama is gonna be that person called Kidology, was it? Was it Kidology? Okay, let's go.
I invited you.
Shame on the ducky.
It's okay. You're doing the drama. Drama is like important. It's important, mate. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Drama's not important.
It's important. You know what I mean?
No.
You don't know what I mean? There you go. I'm here. I'm Beast. Get used to it. I'm Beast for who, not for the current year.
What have you turned into, Lucy? You are such an innocent person.
It's true, but your logic say it's turned me into what's the slang term?
Shiro, I can't invite you. You are watching a cutscene.
What's the slang term for hooligan in British English?
Arsehole.
Yeah, told me into an asshole.
You're an arsehole.
True. It is all your logic's fault, you know? If there's anyone you need to blame for this, it's your logic.
Lucy,
What is it, mate? What is it?
I want a divorce.
No! You cannot abandon me when I'm pregnant. You filled my belly, you left me pregnant for 10 years, and now you want a divorce?
First, if you're pregnant for 10 years, I'd really seek medical attention.
There's been a glitch in the system, and I've been pregnant for 10 years. Is that my fault? Okay, let's...
More than likely.
More than likely, not my fault, it's true.
Right, serious Uber prog today. Let's get Titan.
Where are you? Where is the thing? Raraku is it? Yeah? Or what?
I'm gonna have to do a little in-game editing when we get in there to
Is Raraku the person who I have to join?
Orphenia.
Where is it? I don't see it. Is it
That's because I'm the leader, probably just to invite you.
Invite me. Ooh.
Didn't I tell you I deleted Lucy off my friends list?
What? You're being a bully, like your logic. Hey, wait, before we go in. No, I think this grammar is fine. I look good. I look good.
We're still waiting on a healer anyway.
Yeah.
Like me.
Shut up!
So yeah, I guess we're gonna do some uwu, then I finish logic, and then I do kidology.
Like I said, when we get in there, you're gonna have to give me a couple minutes probably to get this shit sorted through. Titan gals.
Titan?
Titan.
Yeah, I hope we will clear Titan today.
Lucky thing is I've got all the in-game macros already set up because it was on my did it on my ninja, so it's all set up straight away anyway.
Oh.
It's just got to set up the party list roles and shit like that to match the add-on.
Get him ready.
Or it won't work.
So we're gonna clear Titan today, right?
I fucking hope. I hope we at least see Titan.
Yeah.
Titan Gals is going to be interesting. Let's put it that way.
Titan Galaxy.
Because I don't think my markers are 100% my markers aren't 100% right, so it's going to be adjusting that as well.
Oh, I think it's gonna be fine.
My markers are just rough for now. I need to jump in a PF group and get the PF markers.
You should.
If anyone can see, if anyone does see a PF group for Uwu, feel free to
I
jump in
have
and steal
a,
markers.
I actually have a question, right? Can
What?
you save markers in the form of a macro?
No.
There's an add-on where you can like set them by numbers.
Well, that's, you know.
Emu, Lloyd?
Yeah, just a moment.
Don't you have like more spaces for macros now?
You have 30 for markers.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just to
They
make
added
sure.
5 whole extra pages. It's so nice.
Right. It's time, mates. Is it time? Is it finally time?
Yes, I go.
For the bee's knees?
Renzo,
Mm-hmm.
for nails today, I want to try something on our side to try and get our side consistent.
Is my side
I'm-
inconsistent?
I'm not going to touch your nail at all.
Yeah, let's try that.
So you can deal damage to your nail. I'll help the tanks with their nail.
Is my side inconsistent?
No,
My side is me and Renzo. We need to get it consistent.
we sometimes didn't get the nail down and sometimes popped it.
Yeah,
we
before
need
the
to-
others
Yeah,
finished.
we need to find the consistency. So
And I
if
need to
if you're
return.
struggling by yourself, let me know. Next time I'll throw in a GCD. If you're still struggling, I'll throw in 2 GCDs and we'll work it that
Kai?
way.
I need to create
you
a
please
card for my
repair?
character. Yeah, repair me, Kai. Repair me.
I can't repair. I haven't got enough dark matter. So
Repair me.
Yeah.
look at
Okay.
me.
Repair
I'm
me.
so-
It's an
I'm
order.
also sorting out. I'm also sorting out Titan markers. 1 second.
Oh no.
Okay, I requested.
I take out my sword of justice. And I show you the best dance in the game.
Oh, Renzo got an achievement for repairing other people.
Triple decker.
The bee's knees. The bee's knees. There you go. I'm putting on a show for everybody.
No, I got an achievement for training triple triad cards.
I'm putting on
Who's
a
got the
show
easiest
for
name in the
you.
party? Renzo, I'm picking you.
Alright.
You're one of my testers. Me and Lucy are testers as well.
Come on.
Hmm?
Bee's knees.
Alright.
How do you
Let's
like
see how
me
this
dancing?
works. Okay, that didn't work at all.
Bee's
And for
knees.
the Titan traits, we are using A, 4, and C.
I'm gonna
Or
try.
a D, 4, and B.
The Abyss's
the
weapons
giants.
look so cool.
Bee's
What
knees.
looks cool?
The Lloyd's weapon is from the current raid here. I just got mine a few days ago, so for a gunbreaker. I'm not a big fan of the fire effects on the armor from normal, like the ones I have in my head here. I feel like it's a bit cheesy, but the weapons are really nice. Also, the armor with the circle at the back, that was funny for exactly 2 seconds, and after that it looked just annoying. I wish you could have turned that off.
Alright.
Otherwise, the armor was fine.
Bee's knees. Yeah, yeah. Oh, someone's dancing with me?
Level 635.
Alright, we're dancing together. We're dancing like dancers. Oh, yeah. Since we are dancing, everybody
Why isn't this working?
become a patron to throw these dancers some change. Yeah, it is a German accent. We have people from Germany. in our
Tank stands,
team.
and we can go.
See, this person that spoke just now
When the rest
is
is
from Germany.
Like I said, I'm trying to get this Titan thing working.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
This is annoying as hell.
And that was a British accent.
If not, we're just gonna have to do the old style until I can get this working, which requires everyone in the group making a macro.
Not here. There you go.
Nothing's the same as what it was, and then the
What
other
is
one is
correct?
completely fucking different.
Yeah, destroy! Destroy enemy! Kai told me to get rid of that macro, and now, years later, it proves that I was correct. But I don't have it anymore. I should have kept the macro forever. Yeah! Yoink.
Who knows?
It does not! It does not! Not when it comes to Kai. Okay? Kai has his wicked...
Ooh.
Yeah, Kai has his wicked ways.
Like one look and you're pregnant.
It's true. He's dangerous.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, like, you know good, you should be careful with Kai. With Kai, you should watch your step, you know? You know what I mean? It's true.
He got fast swimmers.
It's true. It's like boom, 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 and he's done. Yes, look, thank you, let's say, for your cooperation in it. You know what I mean? I was like, I don't know what you mean. You know? It's like, you soon gonna find out, in it. You know?
In it.
Yeah, in it. In it, mate. The cool pit returns.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Kai.
I's too busy being guilty.
I'm too busy trying to get this working, it's annoying.
Yeah. Ma.
Screw it, let's go. I'll figure it out when we get to time.
See?
Go.
He can only think about screwing. I warned you about him.
Why are you walking? I thought the edge kills us.
Go already.
It does.
And why are you running against it?
It's a chicken
We
game.
like to live dangerously.
Oh my goodness. Oh, see? Great.
Do you know this genre of like meme called pigs? This is like men with longer than women.
Everyone shame Nancy before they jump on
Nancy! Come on!
Great, thank you. Would be nice to just pick me up, please. No!
We're not gonna start the fight with weakness.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, go. Everybody kill.
I laughed at you before I jumped into the wall.
My gosh. This is my team, everybody.
Yeah, it also looked just close
Kagura,
and
come
Puma
on.
was dead.
20
Kagura.
plus.
How about
This is my team.
If you emote, if you do some of the correct emotes in the correct way, you can actually walk in the wall.
You can
Okay, let's
you
go.
can dance into a wall.
Yeah, dance and certain emotes will let you go in the wall. Now I have to resummon. Now I have to resummon carbon. Damn you people!
food? Don't forget your food.
I am a stone samurai. Look at me, the stone samurai. Yeah. This fight is like the most difficult fight. Okay. Well, okay. One of the 4 most difficult fights in the game. You know? It's for hardcore gigglers.
I have a lot. Oh, okay, that's
Do
fine.
you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
Oh, too
Oh.
quick. Wallet.
Wally.
That was too much AoE damage.
There you go. One mistake, and it's wipe.
The tank ad should never die as fast as the other ads. It has more health. Please do not single target that
But you're
thing.
watching the most high-end
Do not
content
target
of this
it
game.
at all.
Look at me.
If you're
Unfortunately,
AoEing, target anything else.
But this just shows you how nice this game is, you know? You can see like you can see like because well, you know, you can see the difference between this cat and cats in many different games, you know?
And then there was no AoE damage.
I was too scared.
Don't be scared.
Don't be scared. AoE, just don't single target. Lucy
Lucy's
died.
dead.
How did Lucy die?
Oh.
Lucy dead. Lucy, how did you die? Feather rain or something.
Someone's paddle was off.
Oh, you died to
Correct
feather rain.
me. Who killed me? I kill you.
Please make sure we remain stacked.
Mistaken on the marker, right?
Yep. Adjust for tornado if needed.
Yeah.
So yeah. Actually, Final Fantasy often has. Look out for sales. Final Fantasy is often on sale, you know? It often has sales. Okay, we are doing this.
In. Melee's out. Everybody out.
I didn't get a stack.
We weren't grouped up enough.
Oh no, why? Now I have a stack.
Yeah,
everyone
because
gets one
Ah,
stack.
okay. Yeah.
Cleanse. Just no cleanse. Just carry on. We can do it for proc still.
have you cleansed?
I stood right at the edge of the.
A mistake like this we can just adjust with, but I don't want to have deaths.
Yeah, it's often on sale, so you don't have to worry.
Move. Middle. Bravo for good.
You don't have to get a
A.
Valhalla fund.
I'm a caster, I can get away with it. Where's Nancy?
I'm
I
safe.
used the wrong path. Thank you.
You are like start a fund for your Final Fantasy.
Move.
No coup. No coup.
That was out of range. Oh, that's one.
Don't do a coup. You cannot do a coup. Come on. We died. We died because of a coup. Please don't do a coup. Yeah.
The wonderful sleep trap.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so the satin plumes are giving us the sleeping.
Yeah. They're the ones that need
Ah.
to die before the sleep goes off.
Okay.
Surprising thing was, usually my ad's the one we struggle with there. My ad was dead.
Yeah, I messed with my resources. I think
Pigeon?
I didn't put all
The pigeon has infiltrated me in my stream? A pigeon?
Yeah. Everyone's gonna have to learn their rotation. Everyone should just have a set rotation of buttons they press every time.
A
I mean,
pigeon!
I do, but for some reason I had 10 less soul than usual, so I pressed my button and nothing happened because I didn't have enough resources, and that's not good for deeps.
Pigeon! Come on!
I pressed too late.
Wait. Pigeon? Wash's cat?
Move.
Wash's cat pigeon? How does it feel to be
getting it.
Wash's cat? Pigeon?
By the way, it's screwed it to spawn him. In.
Yeah.
Melee's gonna be out. Quick melee's out.
Melee
Everybody out.
ow. Melee ow.
Runs up. Nice job.
Come on.
Just as I was calling for it. Beautiful. And move.
Move.
Oh, Nancy's gonna die.
It's fine.
Nancy.
I'm not gonna die. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm gonna dig heals on Nancy. Get ready. Sisters. Move. Sisters are on Alpha Charlie, so move to Bravo after. Move. Kagura!
Kagura.
Okay, Bravo!
Yes. I won't do any damage then.
Now I don't have enough MP to help with DPS.
I think I'll be fine. I can do double.
Mine's good. And finisher.
Try.
Behind. Switch frame. Get ready for out, then in,
I sneezed. Did you know this about me?
out, in. Everyone stack, everyone stack.
Didn't me?
Turner,
Oh
slipstream.
no! What a speed word! What a
Everyone middle except for
Ben
healer.
Shapiro. Call
Healer,
back.
grab your thing.
What
He's on
a
alpha.
call back to Ben
Go Delta.
Shapiro. Come on.
Good job.
Nobody
Everyone
died.
to alpha. Nails.
Ooh, one of the nails is almost dead.
Oh fuck, I was in the wrong nail, I'm sorry. Yeah, I need
Wrong order.
Wrong order. You never kill a melee and you never kill a close nails first. You killed everything though, so
I misread the order. I was on one of the close nails.
Where do we need to?
Wall.
just wall. Everyone's dead.
It's because the order of the nail skill determines the order of the dashes of the Ifrits.
Yeah, well, I went through this with some people before.
You know? And it makes dodging the dashes more difficult.
Okay, stance.
I didn't even notice you were on the wrong nail, Renzo, because I'm leaving your nail to you.
Yeah, the problem is that they get the vulnerability down from the puddles, and then it's very hard to kill them afterwards. If they
Yeah, I'm
answer.
helping you afterwards. Before though, I'm not helping.
Yeah, but this time they were full because I messed up, and then I didn't have enough damage to kill them. The mistake was earlier.
I'm good. I'm good. Move.
As you can see, this is a difficult battle.
In.
Isn't it exciting to watch me do
Melee out.
difficult battle?
Everybody out. Lucy. Renzo.
This is like a Realm Reborn fight on the biggest difficulty.
Move.
So if you are
Big damage on boss.
on a Realm Reborn, then I
This is
have
3D.
not spoiled anything yet to you.
Move. We're moving to Alpha. Move.
You know?
Middle.
You know what I mean? I bet you know what I mean. Come on.
Move. Need help. Thank you. Good job on the boss. That's nice health. And slipstream.
We can do this on E3.
Get ready for out, in. Out. In. And good job, Kugura, and under the stack. And we're good. Nice kill. He's on Bravo. We're going to Charlie.
No, I
Red
moved in
Man's
the
doing.
wrong direction.
On say, come on.
Got
I'll res you
done
when I
that.
get to. I'll res you when I get to save. Oh. I was gonna get to the save spot before resing.
Say, let me do.
Just focus up. Come on, we can do this. Look for your nails when they spawn. They should be spawning any second. Look for your nail.
Wrong order.
No, it's right. Oh shit! Yeah, 4 died first. Oh, they're all dead. It should be. Oh, so 1 wasn't fully charged either. Wallet. He's not woke. There's no point in even trying to continue.
You only destroy the woke. You heard it here on the stream first. I only destroy the woke. If it's not woke, then we leave it alone.
I'm hitting your nail. I'm hitting. I'm helping with a little extra DPS to try and get it low. I'm trying to fine tune it.
Up yours, woke moralists.
Kagura, which side are you?
No, could tanks take both? Tanks take 2 nails.
Let's see
They
who
just take the close
cancels
nails
who.
and AoE between them.
Let's see who cancels who.
Yeah, but just take whatever. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
AoE,
they
okay.
they literally just stand there AoEing 2 nails.
Woke
They have no
moralists.
assigned nail.
Because I tried to help with my nail this time as
Woke
well.
moralists.
But I think that one didn't. That's
No, the one
we
that
got
died
last.
was my. The one that died was
Yeah.
my side.
It's a woke
I
moralist.
summoned Ifra on it.
Summon.
Yeah, don't do that. My puddle will kill it
Moralist.
because of that.
Ifrit does a lot of damage, what can I say?
Show off. Show off, Marali.
I used Ifrit against Ifrit, it was super effective.
You show off. He's giggling. Giggling was more effective.
We need quick seconds lens. Everyone in. Melee out. Everyone stack up, make sure you stack. Yep, nice. And everyone out. Lucy. Renzo.
Marali.
I fucked up.
Oh, you went in?
No. Move. I summon Bahamut.
Lucy don't have a stack.
Lucy and Renzo
she
don't
doesn't.
need them.
Okay.
They've already got rid of theirs. They're fine. The way it works is we need to carry this stack throughout the fight. Some of us. Move. You need it to survive mechanics later. Alpha Bravo, so move to Charlie after.
Oh, hello, Kagura.
Move. Where's Renzo? Middle. We're gonna need big AoE damage now.
I can't do much without.
Whatever you can.
I'm dead again.
I'll get Renzo.
Don't die, Yigla. No.
Slipstream.
Yigo stream.
Get ready for out in. In.
Alright.
Stack. Middle. He's on Charlie. We're going Delta. I can't get Nancy.
Ah,
13 seconds.
I'm sad.
Kai didn't need to happen with the nail probably.
My rotation's completely off. I had to bunch Bahamut in the last phase. I'm gonna be Bahamuting your nail, so fucking leave it.
Yeah, I'll ignore it completely then.
Oh!
Well, that worked a bit too well.
That rotation was, yeah.
You one-shot the nail. Like
Oh, we are
literally.
one.
Literally one-shot that nail.
Yeah, it went from 100 to 0.
That was a bad time to use Bahamut.
Bahamut.
Maybe use Bahamut on the boss instead.
I
Bahamut.
usually do, but because
Yeah.
Renzo died twice in the Garuda phase, I used Bahamut on Garuda before going into Ifrit, so my rotation was completely fucked. So it just happened, Bahamut came up on nails. Usually I'm on Garuda and Ifrit then.
It was like a chain of unfortunate circumstances. Because if I also didn't die at any other time, I wouldn't be forced to like immediately start attacking again.
I didn't
And then-
fear with clear if I'd
Excuses.
done a normal rune 3 spam, so I adjusted for Renzo's deaths, and it just fucked up my rotation for later on. I'm sorry.
I can't believe I'm hearing so many excuses.
It's annoying how Summoner has such a set in stone rotation.
But it's easy as well, so.
Move. Everyone in. Make sure you're grouped. Melee's out. Everybody out. Lucy. Renzo.
Alright.
Move.
Today we're gonna do
That was
this
actually
program.
perfect bubble timing.
Look at this, I can destroy the boss.
Move. It's Alpha Delta. We're going to move to Bravo afterwards.
The branch.
Move. Finger pull the middle. Everyone group up for ads. Very nice.
It was.
Yeah, I'm delaying my puddle.
I'm here.
Flashbacks of how painful this is on rotations. Back. In. Everybody stack and killer. Oh, sure, dead. Good job.
Won't have meds for this again. Nancy, pick it up.
Nancy. Come on.
I didn't get it. It ran out and took too early.
Oh my gosh, so many dead.
And we just lost two. Just wall it.
Wally! As you can see, Lucy's doing
Nancy,
perfect.
Yeah.
would you like me to
Nancy.
make your life easier?
How?
Would you like to get the second buff instead?
No, it's fine. It worked out before. It was the first time that I tried to figure out to press.
That's fine, because I'll take that one if you want, and you can get the one after Ifrit.
No, it's fine. I take the first one.
Okay.
It won't happen again.
Nancy,
Yeah.
did you know that in paganism, magic
If
was
it looks like... If it
So
looks
rude!
like I'm going to miss it, though, I'm immediately running for it from now on.
so rude?
Kaya, that was very rude. Lucy was talking to me.
Exactly, so rude.
All I heard was quack, 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 quack.
Nancy, did you know that in paganism magic was broken into black and white magic? Yeah. It's like in Europe during pagan times, and white magic was for curing wounds. This is probably where the breaking is from, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. This is the end of my trivia about history.
History is always important and you should never forget it and always learn from it.
Right, it's late.
It's true.
Everyone in. Melee's get out now.
That's why I'm a history streamer.
Yeah, that's what that coming. Everyone, just wall it.
Huh?
That's
Let's
why
focus.
I'm
Come
a
on.
history
No talk,
streamer.
focus. No talking. You're in pause. Let's focus.
Okay, I'm gonna mute my bike.
We can talk after or during break. We've got about 15 minutes and we'll go on a break, yeah?
Hey, so clear today?
We're at the normal. This is a normal lag point, to be fair.
That point?
Wouldn't you say, Lloyd?
Yeah.
Everybody in. Melee out. What's Lucy? And everyone out. Lucy, you went in too early.
Isn't it fine?
Move. She will not wake.
Isn't it sort of still fine?
She will not wake.
I did cleanse twice.
You're
Yeah,
not
but
supposed
we
to
have-
cleanse once when you have 2 stacks.
Isn't it technically
We have
speaking
2
the same?
people with no.
Yeah, that's normal.
Yes, that's normal. I wasn't focusing. I just got cold. No, it's a wall. Lucy, how many times have you done this? You get 2 stacks, then you cleanse. You don't
Yeah.
cleanse after every stack.
Isn't it like adjustable?
No. Not at that point.
I made my mistake.
Everyone in. Melee out. Everyone out. Lucy. Renzo. Move. Move. Go alpha. Please don't move early. Go middle.
Be destroyed.
Move. My ad died so quick there. That was a really nice job. Get this out in. Nancy. He's on Bravo going Charlie. Ah. Nancy, watch not back.
Well, I'm gonna go to the wall now.
Cowards.
Don't know why Shiro was on C.
Cowardice of giggling.
I also don't know.
I also don't know.
I know
That's great.
everything.
Yes.
Don't know what, don't know not, don't know what you want, don't know what. Too late, it's too late. And I'm my dad to show you on your way. Da 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 da. Yo sé, no me tombe ahora. And I'm my dad to show you on your way. Come on. And I'm my dad to show you on your way. Put your glasses on, you know there belong. And I'm my dad to show you on your way.
Everyone in. Not out.
I was trying.
Everybody out.
Even me. How I get in? Come on.
Move.
Ooh. Ooh, really? Hello, Minfilia FF14. Welcome to the stream.
Move.
I am close to where Zepla lived, you know? Zepla lived in Ukraine and I live in Poland.
Move Alpha.
So we are doing like woo now. And I will do much more Final
Middle.
Fantasy content. Zepla is great content. I should do a react to Zepla. Oh, Asmongold FF14. Will Asmongold ever return to Final Fantasy 14, do you think? George Stripeface did a funny video about Asmongold possibly one day returning to playing Final Fantasy 14. So, welcome, make yourself at home,
Out.
possibly subscribe, and look forward to the content. I'm actually doing a playthrough of the whole Final Fantasy series on stream. We have finished Final Fantasy
Almost
1,
was left standing at
2,
point
Bravo.
3,
1 HP.
4, 5, 6, and now we are on Final Fantasy 7.
Alpha.
And of course we play Final Fantasy 14, as you can see. So it's like a... Wow. There's a lot of streamers playing Final Fantasy 14. I'm a Polish trans streamer that does a variety of content. Gaming, history, languages, and politique. I am more political than the politicians from Uldach.
Don't tell me I have one.
Oh,
Yeah,
I went
you
to the wrong.
have
I went to the wrong spot. That's why. Ah, I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
I fucked up. I'm in completely the wrong spot.
Maybe
I don't
let's
know
do
what
the
happened.
5-minute break now
Yeah, 5-minute break.
So this is like what
to
happens
clear our heads
in
and then
Ultimate
start all over
content,
again.
you know? Ready after watching the
I'll be right
plan
back.
and to capture Atas,
Yeah, Gorena's getting a lot
Avix,
cleaner.
Matsui, Zekai, Pintaro, Gogan. Nice, nice. I've been wanting to clear Uwu for a long time now. So like, I'm hoping that with this
Welcome to
skill,
Ultimate, where
I will finally
you can
clear,
completely fuck up mitigation rotations by killing the boss too quick or too slow.
you know?
Especially for tanks.
Mm-hmm.
That's why there's so much switching.
I don't want to play chicken, I'm a duck. Mama? I'm not a chicken, I'm a duck. You know, you understand me. So yeah, let me see. Possibly. Look at this. We're gonna do the bee's bee with the bee's knees now. Party
Discount.
promotes bee's knees. Ultima weapon that I have managed to destroy in
My
order
foot's
Final
across the
Fantasy.
line.
Oh. And if you're looking forward to Final
Look,
Fantasy...
your feet are bigger than mine, remember.
My gosh, so
Oh, no.
loud. If you're looking forward to Final Fantasy content, then remember that today we're actually going to have the event, the big date between Barret and Cloud. I'm gonna change the title. I'm gonna change the title. Rocking Ooh in Final Fantasy 14. Zephyr has like cleared all of the ultimates. That's so sad that she had to flee Ukraine. I'm gonna do segments on Ukraine. Especially since I have like a talk coming on, a surprise talk coming on next week. Which is gonna be interesting. That is gonna be good. You know? So we have a lot planned. We have a lot planned. Jammies, yeah. It's gonna be awesome. Dancing? Yeah, hello Gabriel. How do you feel today? How do you like what you have seen so far? Minfilia, I will tell you that you are not, you know. People hate on Minfilia, but Minfilia is a really nice character. Of course. Minfilia, whose father was killed because of that mother, you know, in 1.0. Oh. Yeah. Sholojek. We're gonna finish Sholojek after the raid. And then we're gonna move on to the main event, I guess, which is Skidology. I have no knowledge of this Skidology character, so... Who did you meet? Who is the amazing guy? Tell me everything. Tell me everything. Tell me everything about the amazing guy. How do you like this dance? You can dance into an area that would normally kill you. Don't finish the chat video. Don't treat him seriously. Embracing casual racism, the Irish traveler, oh, that was the worst. Oh, did your dishes. This is how it always begins, with the doing of the dishes. That is how it always begins. Step 1, doing the dishes. And doing the business. Did you do the business? Like this? Show him these moves. Show him the business. Yeah. I think that we're gonna be fine. I think we're gonna do just fine in this fight. I think now we're gonna beat Garuda, which is this boss called Garuda, and then Ifrit, and then we're gonna destroy Titan, and finally we're gonna clear Ultima, which in Japanese is pronounced Aretema. I had a lot of dishes. Ooh. This is interesting. I have to do better on my playlists. I have to create new playlists. The gaming and other things. Streaming! How long do you think it will take me to beat this fight? To clear? Do you think it will take long to clear, or? What is this noise?
No, nothing on the Discord about it.
About what?
The update the other day breaking ACT. My ACT is just broken. Need to
Oh.
fix it.
Ready? Yeah, I'm ready, more ready than you.
Oh, the healer's back now.
I am more ready than anybody.
What's the YouTube video?
Yeah.
Is it the house tour by chance?
Yeah. And now we are all gone. Emma.
Oh, sorry.
Come on.
Nancy's muted. We're not talking.
Nancy. Nancy's mute. Mute and Roshi. Yeah. Alright.
To repair.
Yeah. I'm
I
HP.
take out my sword. And I
Refresh your food.
refresh your feet. I am ready. I am more ready than ever. Did you know
And
this?
watch the video and relax.
I was nice this time, Lloyd. I included
I will
the
never.
payments this time. You happy?
I'll never relax. I am ready. I am ready. Do you need any explanation about any part of this fight? Do you need me to explain as we do this? Or do you understand everything?
Caster HP is so nice.
Ask me. Ask me anything in the chat and I will
To
explain.
be fair, the healers are doing a bang up job. I haven't felt threatened by any mechanic yet. Unlike our static healers, where I feel fucking terrified during Centaur 1.
Yeah, you got
And
the
so
same,
you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Ask me anything, I will tell you.
I mean, Renzo.
Yes, I pressed yes. Oh no,
I will
not on
explain
this
any
one.
mechanic.
Well, we had a
I will
ready check where
explain
everyone said
everything.
go. Why don't we
My
go?
name is
Sky had to
Daki,
repair
Lucy
stuff.
Haze.
I'm prepared!
I will be your aid
Stood
guy.
here waiting to go.
I'm just looking
Wow, I
at
didn't
the-
repair.
I will
Lloyd
be
repaired.
your
Lloyd repaired.
guide
things.
guy.
Daniel.
We begin the fight
Look after the Lalas.
with Garuda casting Big Boom.
Oh, the misery.
Oh,
No, listen to some classics
so
to relax.
we begin the fight by Garuda doing a boom boom on the healer with the
That stresses
healer
me
must
out
fail.
even more.
And
I
then
hate silence.
the small things
I don't know.
healers heal as appropriate. And then those small things appear that we have to destroy before they cast sleep on us. And healers heal as appropriate. And now that this is destroyed, a big babu will appear on the floor. And we have to jump into it like this. Okay. And then I have to go out of the
That is out.
babu to get the
Everybody out.
friction free. And then I have to get friction free number 2. And I have to jump into the babu.
Hands up.
And now I have to attack the ball. You know?
Move.
You know what I mean? And now the feathers dodge the AOE. And now I have to attack the boss. Like this, I attack the boss. I continue attacking the boss. And now when they scream,
Move.
I have to move. Because the feathers will destroy me.
Alpha Charlie moved to Bravo. Oh no, Alpha Delta moved to Bravo.
A big bleed, which will kill me. This
Middle.
is why I need to, you know, do this big thing. And now, once again, those things come that I have to AOE before they can sleep on me. Because sleep will cause us to not be okay. And now we just
Kap
have
bij
to
verder.
Yeah.
do the mechanics. This is basically end of this phase. Out and in.
In.
What? Snapshots are.
Double death. Yeah, that's a wallet.
Look where I died.
You see, this is the only.
Welcome to Snapshots.
I'm the only person that did this correctly. I'm the only person that understands. Why do I understand, you ask? Because I am your raid guide. That's because I am your raid guide. As a raid guide, I understand everything. Samurai is my main. Giggling is my game. Because I, you know, understand. So please consider subscribing, becoming a patron, and maybe even becoming best friends. If you are on Omega, join my FC. I always look forward to meeting your friends in the FC that I have on Omega, the server.
Someone was quite far out.
I was helping you. I stopped there.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the veteran. Someone was far out.
Man out. Everybody out.
Yeah, the boss was pulled to the north.
You know.
Well, good thing I'm a tank. So I can.
Oh, I'm dead.
Getting
Can we stop the talking? I'm just not focusing.
So yeah. Don't worry, healers. I am always focused because I am the raid guide. And the raid guide always needs to be focused, okay?
Yeah,
Even
probably
when
not going to make DPS check. Charlie Delta. Now wall it.
Can we talk just for a second about the positioning of the boss after the first, after the first thingy, where we've got the tornado?
Lucia says
The
you're a
tornado
guy.
is always positioned in the same spot.
So we died
But
because
we're putting the boss
our
kind of randomly.
HP became 0.
And we want to stack
And
on D,
then
but
when
the
that
boss is not
happens,
really ranged for.
you
No,
die.
you don't want to stack it. It doesn't matter if you stack it deep.
Were you going to the red paddle?
We want to be
Okay.
stuck
Yes, it
together,
doesn't
so we were using
It's like what
DS at that
Asmongold
point.
says. You
Let's
go,
try
you
again.
avoid the fire.
Okay, I'll try to be closer.
Timmy has to avoid the fire in order not to die. Timmy, avoid the fire. You know? But I don't get the same viewerships as Asmongold. Asmongold. But as I always say, I use the combo to charge 2 stickers, and when I have 2 stickers, I can use the AOE and I have 3 stickers now.
There's one in. Melee out. Everybody out. Good job. Good job on the cleanses.
Yeah. I always do a good job
Move.
because I'm your red guy. And as your red guy, it is my job to do a good job on this. Clearing the content for your entertainment. And now I'm gonna get a beautiful weapon.
Move.
Katanas in this game always look beautiful. They are beautiful weapons.
Alpha Bravo, move to Delta afterwards. Go Delta.
Uh-oh.
You can pull a mid.
I made a big mistake, but it's okay. It's okay because I'm your red guy.
Listen, I don't have MP.
Out. In. Middle.
There you go.
He's on C. We're going to D.
They go.
Move on to A.
Alright. We are doing this. Not bad, DPS. We could clear now.
Good job. We're pulling the boss between Alpha Delta. Mitigate this.
Puzzle. Kaiser was over.
Ranged out. Keep it out.
Alright. In my career. This is great. Okay, I'm focusing on my mental energy.
Stay here, we can stay here. Second healer opposite. Nancy, you can go all the way to 3.
Shake it off if you have it.
Sure, join us as soon as your debuff goes away. You can join us now.
You used too late.
Right, we're doing dashes from here. We're moving 2. Move. Nancy went the wrong way and I got
the
clipped.
other direction.
Yeah, you've always got to go
moved-
counterclockwise.
I moved to the wrong direction.
Otherwise, extremely fucking good pull.
Well, that's right. I know
Why invuln there?
That's been
Too
that
late.
was probably our best pull we've ever done.
Do I invuln there?
Yes.
Or just mitigate?
Is what you have to.
Alright,
The way
that
it's
was,
supposed to work is you take a hit, Lloyd takes a hit, you take a hit, Lloyd takes a hit. You gotta, juggle it, but we just invent it to fuck it.
Okay.
If we run correctly, then we do very
And then to help you out, Lloyd will take the first one on first tank buster on Titan, so you don't have to worry about mitigation there.
There's a clear pull.
That was pretty good.
That was a very nice pull.
Yeah.
Everyone should give themselves a pat on the back like that, and we should
Even
we can
me.
clear this if we do another pull like that.
How close was he though? I didn't see.
Very close. 15%.
Close
We,
enough.
or like full DPS, he should be dead before dashes.
That's with pots and everything and max DPS, yeah.
I think I'll start potting if we get the nails done right one more time.
I just didn't hit the nails though.
Yeah, that's what we agreed on.
I
Right?
was just I was just hitting the boss. Oh, that was close. I always walk out just in case to see. If you ever see me walk out, it's because I fucked up my rotation.
Alright. So I guess we're doing okay. This is a pretty good prog.
Everyone in.
So this is nice.
Melee's out. Everybody out. Nice cleanses. I'm loving them not having to call that now. Good job. Move.
So you know. Like automatic doing the job as we must.
Move. Alpha Delta, we're gonna go Bravo after. Do not move early. Move. Full
Alright.
boss middle.
Maximum damage. I'm not sure after all the patches if this is normal or not.
Move.
Okay, this fast distraction. Alright, that's nice. It's going so well. If you could destroy it before in and out, that would be like, whoa.
Out, in,
Maybe
in.
maybe
He's dead.
fast.
He's on C. We're going D. Nice job. Everyone to A.
Alright.
Oh,
Fuck.
yeah, that's a wipe. I'm sorry.
Why?
I lost targeting and I retargeted the fucking ad the nail by accident.
Can I close my windows real quick?
Yep. I need to slap myself in the face. I should be doing better than this. Caster is throwing me off though. I wish I was ninja again.
My character
I need to count
is
potency, I
like,
think, actually.
Has a glove.
Ninja was so much easier.
I think old summoner was good, but new summoner is bad for this.
Well, I've changed my strategy. It's kind of gonna screw up the burst at the start of Ifrit, but it gets greeted in a lot faster. On the 4-minute window, I'm not saving Bahamut at any point. I'm just using Bahamut on cooldown, so I'm using it before she jumps away in the middle, and I'm just using it on cooldown. I'm saving Searing Light for the start of Ifrit.
Alright.
Usually that time we killed her nice and quick, and I came into I was I think
I'm
10
hoping
seconds
to
away from
see
getting
Python
Bahamut
today.
when Ifrit became attackable. So I just pop Searing Light, wait 10 seconds and burst.
I will celebrate so hard once we finally clear
Enzo?
my
You good?
katana.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
sorry.
gonna
I forgot
use that
one.
katana everywhere. The ultimate katana. Katanas always look good.
Typical modern day man. What are you doing looking at my phone?
Kitten's game.
Oh, for fuck's sake. If you'd told me something indecent, then I would have accepted it, but for a mobile game, no.
Oh,
No,
Kitten's
no
game
talking.
it's not... Like, whatever you're thinking is not what you're thinking.
No talking.
What are they thinking, though, pervert? Alright. Alright, we are doing this. We're doing so well.
Everyone in. Melee's out.
And not yet.
Oh no, that's
What?
the ad took too long to die.
The ad took too long to die?
Yeah, that Lloyd's one.
Bottle wasn't up when the friction went out.
No, and Lloyd had 3 stacks, so when he cleansed, he killed everyone anyway.
Oh
The ball
no.
one even saves from that.
Well, that happened. That happened and we died. It was not my fault. Your raid guide is not crazy.
Missed the timing again. Need help.
I'm helping. Everyone in. Melee out. Everybody out.
The boss went away while the bubble was still up. That's quite wacky to see. This is not a regular occurrence. That's for sure.
Move. Bravo Charlie, move Alpha afterwards. Remember to not move early. Move. Someone moved very early there.
Super damage.
Middle.
Talk about me. I can.
There was a puddle right up north there.
It doesn't target the tanks, that's for sure.
Oh, it can.
Oh yeah, if someone's dead.
Extreme.
Spectre
No,
mechanic.
almost.
In.
Almost avoided it.
He's on Delta. Going Alpha. Tank runs through, everyone else to A.
Hey. Not bad HP.
Nails. You got it. Pull boss between Alpha
Vital.
Bravo. Pull boss between Alpha Bravo.
The HP was good.
Ranged out.
I mean, not exactly in the cardinal, but it's should be fine.
Yeah, we're going to adjust anyway in a minute. We need to adjust back one spot for dashes.
HP looking good.
What?
What?
I healed.
Kagura's health was low.
Dodge one back, and then we're going to dodge two. Dodge two.
Ah, wrong direction.
Go to the one marker.
Kagura.
Everyone away from the tank, watch the healer. Away from the tank, watch the healer.
Critical hit.
Oh my god.
It's very effective.
Lloyd was saying something, but I didn't get it.
Probably I have aggro.
You had to focus immediately.
Yeah.
Just ignore your health, focus immediately.
Woke and then
Invul.
Yeah.
Good job though. I do recommend using sprint on dashes.
Yep.
Why is Tempest not giving me any rage though?
Everyone in. Tap that out. Everybody out.
Alright.
Move.
Ooh, that was really good. I managed to slip in so many GCDs. I screwed up the combo there, but I'm happy about how that went. Yes, indeed.
Move. Nancy, watch yourself. Everyone middle. Shields on Nancy. And go alpha.
Ooh, Lucy died.
I can get Lucy.
I have a balloon.
That was going so well. Sorry of my luck, something goes wrong.
Why did I die?
You were standing next to me. She does a swipe attack.
Yeah, you gotta be behind the bus. Get ready for out, in. Out. In.
Alright.
Everyone stack. She dead. We're going Delta.
Not dead, she just ran away. I think we can still clear it. Especially since my weakness.
Go for your nails.
Kai, wrong it. Oh no.
No, you're on the.
Shit.
Look at it.
Wait.
Oh.
Sorry.
All I see is explosions.
Yeah,
What
you know, went to
now?
the wrong. Now it happens.
Who went? Me? Or
No, emo.
I had to do a double take. I almost went to the wrong nail as well.
Yeah, because you're used to seeing me there, aren't you?
Go to the right
just, like, from
nails!
the- like, it's
Your right guide goes
like,
to the
from
right
some
nails.
perspectives, it's very easy to see the pattern, and from some perspectives, it's very deceiving.
Yeah.
No. I'd always go
Everyone's
correct.
just gonna have to get used to it. By the time we clear this fight, you'll see
Look at
every
the-
pattern.
Where tanks go and go opposite.
I can't wait for it. Do I need to do stuff?
True.
Waiting for you, waiting for the second server leg, waiting for a second brain leg is too much time. I need to see the stuff myself.
Trust me, by the time we clear this, you'll be the master of it.
I sure
Sounds more like a
hope we do.
threat.
No. You're gonna see it that much.
True. Bully freak.
Need some help.
Hello, Zotsai. Welcome to the stream.
Everyone in. Melee out. Everybody out.
Boom. 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 I'm behind on my rotation.
I thought I killed us for a second there.
Why?
Because the heals came later than I expected.
Actually, it's okay. We're pretty okay on damage as well.
Move. Bravo Charlie, we're going to go Alpha. Move. Middle.
Alright.
I got cover.
That boss sprinted to me.
Yeah, because I didn't have tank sense on.
Is it seriously no?
Lloyd, you know I'm a ninja. I had a tendency to use
How are you
trick attack earlier.
feeling about the prom?
You never guess what I pressed by mistake.
Do you like it?
Stack. Lloyd.
I can't.
I'll res him in a minute. Go, Charlie.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not seeing Omega anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Lloyd Vulcan immune.
No, I'm
Go
not.
away, Shiro.
Thank you.
Right, in one.
Oh, good.
Like I said, we are not seeing Omega. Ultima anyways, so it doesn't matter if I run later.
That's a future ultimate.
Nails. Nope.
Too slow.
The front tails had no damage on them.
The puddles give them a huge vulnerability up, down. So like, if we don't get them to like at least 30% before that, they're probably unkillable.
No,
Should we help with the tank
that's not true.
nails first?
I tried, but then they just got nuked, so...
I mean, I'm still doing my 2
That's not
DCDs
completely
as
true.
I approach.
You
but-
can
I'm not
use
even
them
doing that on
even
my side.
when they're big.
I'm literally not even touching the nails. We seemed to get it last time.
Let's shut the dragon.
Yeah, we had a lot of that.
Yep.
Too many. Too many deaths. Don't die either. Is my advice. You can do this, come on. Easy boss. Big dark damage. And come on, you know. Big dark damage.
Everyone in. Melee out. Everybody out. Too early.
It's very hard for me to tell, like, with the healing. I feel like it's very inconsistent. I'm not sure. Are you precasting something, or what? How do you heal that part?
I heal with Cure 3.
Yeah, usually White Mage just spams Cure 3.
Yeah.
Secure.
Okay. So
Just
I need
spam.
to just wait until the cast went out.
I think if generally it's okay if you follow Lucy after like one GCD.
I just observed the light bars, to be honest.
I'm usually timing my mids based on how you go. I wait for Lucy 1 second, press my mid, then 1 second usually you go in, and that works out.
I'll try.
I destroy my enemy. Feelings. I do my AOE. Area of effect. Damage.
Oh,
What?
Nancy died.
Oh,
Fancy.
I guess I was too close at the edge.
Not out.
This one.
Everybody
No.
out. Everybody out.
I don't believe so. No.
I die.
Right.
Come on. Giggling. This is me.
Yeah, I guess I was too close.
Did you know that when
At
you
the end.
chat with people,
I thought I was
when
standing
you're dead, you
right
dead
next to it.
characters, mouth moves?
Never stand right next to it.
Always make sure there's a little gap.
So yeah, it's like, let's try again. Let's just try again.
But
It's
you
like-
said we should stand close to it because we
Once
need to
it's
walk
or
in
once it
and out.
once it's spawned, not while it's spawning.
It's like in that movie about the Asians. Let's just try again. We waste our time together. It's like a movie. Why do I use my third eye here? I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't have the answer. Some things are just like,
Need help.
redo. You know?
Everybody in.
Even me.
Not out. Everybody out.
Even me. So you see, this is a rigorous problem.
Move. CD. CD. Go to I. Oh.
Oh.
Getting ammo.
Adjust.
Middle.
That was the weirdest snapshot I've ever seen.
I'm clipping that actually.
Oh, someone had the tether and was running around with it.
That's right.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
People were running around far too early there, and my tether was just going out of nowhere.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and Emo got hit.
I had
with
one plume on me. Maybe that one.
tank buster.
No,
thingy.
the
They had
tether,
me.
the tether tethers to the someone, and then I've got to pick it up. So if the target's moving, the tether moves.
He's gonna giggle you up.
Was it me? I need to move out for my AoE.
It was me,
I
Betty.
was taking like 2 steps south.
It was me, Betty.
No, it was going north. It was running away from me.
Okay.
It was me,
I'm
Betty.
over north.
I think it might have been on Kagura and it was turning the bottle out or something because it was running. It was well away from me.
Alright, let's try again.
Oh shit!
Let's not give up.
Not
Well.
summon, but
No, don't worry about it. I don't know how I didn't get hit there. Everybody in. Melee out. Everybody out. Lucy? Renzo.
Yes, that's good enough.
Move. Alpha Bravo, move to Delta. Move.
Kangura, survive, please. Never mind.
I got 0.
I was. Never mind.
Hero, get in! I can't AoE because of that. Oh, you got lucky.
I wouldn't
Both healers dead.
say so.
Easy! Come on!
Them feathers are all over the
Careful
place.
after those,
Please stack middle.
After those plumes, careful in the middle because
Ooh,
of the feathers.
feather.
No, I thought
Back
that
in
survive.
the-
You had low HP.
At that point,
Oh,
everyone
because I
should
was
be
low? Yeah, no problem. I have self-figure.
At that point, everyone needs to be stacked right on the boss's ass, please, so the feathers all drop nicely in
That
one
is
position
such-
and not all over the place. The only feathers that may go awry is me, Lloyd, and Figura. You have to watch out for.
Non-safe for work.
Yeah, don't stand between 4 and A because that's where my feathers will be. Always.
Well, the feathers will basically be on A, B, and D.
No, I died from feathers, which was on 4 because I healing. I've got to move. That's why I died. I was trying to save Kakuru.
No problem.
You need to get it in your brain as soon as you hear that boss screech and move. If you're mid-cast, screw it. If you're mid-cast and you hear a scream, screw your cast, move.
Even if it's for the sake of the giggling. It's true. I will say it. I will say it bravely. I will not miss the truth. I will not be censored.
The only time where I'm really in trouble
Everyone
is
in?
when she
That's an early one. So.
It's fine.
when she awakens.
Melee's out. Everybody out. Lucy? Enzo?
Boom! Amazing. That was.
Move. The Alpha Bravo, we're going Delta.
No,
Now.
it's not them.
Oh, by the way, Lloyd, that can target tanks. That targeted Kagura's ass.
Please stack better. So it's easier to pick up the tethers.
First,
Alright,
Yes,
yes,
tethers.
I probably don't know this mechanic.
I have to go outside
Tethers, the
and
two
stack.
green tethers that are coming from the left and right that me and Lloyd take. Please stack so we can get them easy.
I mean, Mistra. I mean green. mark.
The green ones that are at the side. At that precise point, the reason me and Lloyd run out, when the ads are spawned, everyone needs to stack.
Boy.
Everyone needs to stack the entire time during Garuda.
Oh boy.
He's on C.
We're going D. D's nuts.
Yep.
Going to A.
Someone made that these nuts a joke. Who was this? Was it you? These are nuts. A squirrel joke. These nuts will make me survive the winter.
Look for your nails.
I will do my nails. Come on. Look at this. Boom! Down there.
Good. Pulling bus
Oh,
between
I know.
Charlie Delta. Charlie Delta. Ranged out. Oh shit. We might be a bit close to this puddle. Watch it.
Are you kidding?
Okay.
I
I'll
adjusted my position.
Nancy, I will res you. Do not accept this until your debuff goes away.
Okay, res me.
I had you there.
We're
Garuda.
adjusting 2 spots. 2 spots. Go. Good job. Away from the tank. Away from the tank. Watch Shiro. Watch Shiro. He may still have a blaster debuff. Yeah, you stay at the wall till that debuff goes bye-bye. Now, Ray ranged out, ranged out, ranged out, ranged out.
Hi, can you res me?
1 second.
Oh, it looks so cute. 2 little Lalafels running.
Okay, wall, wall, wall. Get to the wall, get to the wall, get to the wall, get to the wall.
Boom.
In. Welcome to Titan. Behind Titan, tank in front.
Limit break 3 soon. We can do.
But we need that.
Yep, we
Yep.
can't in LB, we can't LB.
for progress.
Nancy LB, Nancy LB. Dodge. Dodge again. Go
This
to B, go to B,
animation.
go to B, go to B. Wall at B, wall at B.
Whoa.
You take it?
Okay, go to the boss's nipple. You're getting knocked to the left. Knocked to the left. Run in. Do your boulders. In the boulders, in the boulders. Lloyd's in correct position. Kaguri, you're well out.
I thought I was going to dodge it.
That
first and
I say we end it there on a high.
Probably smart, yeah.
We've got
But
4
then-
minutes left to raid, plus we need to discuss next raid night. I say we end it there on a high, because that was a fucking good call. Congratulations, you're now at Titan Prague.
I do have a question though.
These
So the jail,
three! Am I enemy?
the jail people don't they completely ignore the landslide and immediately go to the markers, or
No,
do they quickly
no,
dodge the landslide?
They,
and then
You
go?
have
they
to
dodge
use-
and got back.
You wait outside the landslide, a second the landslide marker on the floor disappears, you run in. You want to make sure when the animation of him actually punching the ground happens, you need to be on your marker.
Yeah.
Next time we clear Titan.
But that was a very good prog. Congratulations. What, that's raid night 4 and we're already on Titan?
Even to me, congratulations.
Yeah, it's fourth time. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And you are on Titan. That is amazing, Prog. Now, welcome to Jails. We're going to be here for a month.
Are you congratulating even me?
But yeah, other
Not a
than that,
month.
good job,
Not a month.
everybody. Be extremely proud of yourselves. Pat yourselves on the back. You're doing extremely well. Concerning next raid night, can everybody do 2 hours earlier than we normally do on a Monday? So this time on a Monday, basically.
Monday?
Yes.
Is there anybody who
Yeah.
can't?
So I can probably do it, but this is it.
If you're going to be a few minutes late for because it's work, I understand because of me and the static trend. So don't worry about that. You know I'm always late on a couple of raid nights.
Yeah, no. What I want to say is, I can't let this get a habit because it will get me into problems sooner or later. So
It's only
it's fine.
because we can't do tomorrow because of Kagura. If it becomes a regular thing, we will set up something different.
All right, yeah. I
I
just
don't
wanted
expect people to
everyone
punish
to
their
be
personal life to do a
aware
video.
of that.
Also,
Like I wouldn't consider that my personal life, but at some point, like people are gonna like ask.
So
questions.
we are going to raid tomorrow at 5
Yeah.
p.m. server time and on Thursday.
Mhm.
At
Team
Okay.
has
yeah.
done progress. Come on.
Ja, morgen um 6.
We are
So wie heute.
Titan.
Congratulations, though. Look up the guide for Titan, then ready for tomorrow because we are hopefully going to do some Titan prog tomorrow. Let's go, team!
Tomorrow we
Also,
clear the whole
one
fight.
note, I think my traveling for work won't be that frequent anymore because I'm wrapping up. That's why I'm like 3 days there.
Yeah. What do you just let us know what's going on? Because obviously, personal life, work and shit matters over a video game. I completely fucking understand that. So we will work around it, and hopefully, maybe once shit cools down, we might even be able to, even spread an extra night or just set up 2 permanent nights. Well, we don't have to keep juggling nights.
Okay.
My
I mean,
God.
like I said, it's wrapping up, so my travel
Yeah.
times will be less.
We'll sort stuff out, don't worry.
Okay, we
That
destroy.
dungeon is so cool. Like the quest goes inside the dungeon and continues there, and now I can see all of the enemies.
Spoilers! Oh my
Take a
goodness.
closer look.
You
It's
need to.
not a spoiler. I didn't say any
You have
names.
spoiled me the whole story now.
I've already closed the game, and I just remembered we were gonna do something with
You
Shiro.
have
weren't we?
spoiled the whole next expansion, basically.
Lloyd, you want to help Shiro?
Why you do
I'm
this
still
to
in.
me?
I'll log back in. Shiro, you want to do your level 85 dungeon?
Okay, I will leave now.
I have
I
raid
will
right
see
now.
you.
Oh, you have raid. All right then. Just let us know whenever you're free, and we'll help you with it. Don't worry.
Lucid,
All right. Good
Yeah.
night, everyone.
Yeah.
Maybe
know-
we can do it before raid
Yeah, what
tomorrow.
happened?
Log
What
in
has
half an hour
happened?
earlier.
What has
you
happened?
know,
that.
the main character dies.
What? No, that's
Yeah.
impossible.
The main character dies like
Oh no,
50 times in
you
Ubu.
spoil me the game, the story. Now is you
Okay.
to atone you now must become a Patreon. It's true.
I'm glad we saw Titan tonight. That's an amazing prog.
Yes, that
Okay.
was.
And now
You guys handled your first proper set of dashes extremely well.
it's true.
Yeah, it was nice that I consulted with you before.
Yeah, but still, I don't want to do dashes. I want to skip it.
When
Yeah, we were. Well, none of us potted. I didn't pot.
I potted
you
every
want-
time.
Basically, if you want to skip dashes, the boss needs to be around 50% when nails spawn.
yeah, when Kai
That's how much DPS is required to skip.
when Kai saw the dashes, he used to cry and scream, and he used to.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, of course you did. You were to be like, "Oh my goodness!" And then
We
you-
originally learned to do dashes. We didn't skip dashes when we started, Lucy, remember?
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
only in the second group we started skipping dashes after the update.
That was after the patch or something.
Mhm.
That was when the expansion came out.
Yep. It's ever since the expansion's come in, it's so easy to skip dashes with proper pots. But everyone needs to burst. Everyone, and I mean everyone.
Yeah, even me.
Even healers. All you need to do. No, because think about it. After the pushback AoE, right, which you shield, there is no
Don't have to
damage
heal.
on anyone in the group except
Other-
for the main tank who at that time who is
It's
in
invulnerable.
running anyway.
Hmm.
So as long as you whack a regen on the group, like
Okay. I now go
who is like
because
Nancy,
I see
there's
you.
so much time for us to heal up. You can
Hi.
just DPS.
It's not the
Yeah.
whole
I
duration. of
go
the
to the
cooldown.
toilet now. So I
I
see
do
you.
DPS at that time.
Bye
Bye bye,
bye.
Lucy.
Come on.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Disconnect. I press disconnect.
Yeah, there's lots of time for DPS there, even from the healers.
So now I go to the toilet and then we continue exciting content. We're gonna continue bashing on True Logic. In the meantime, look at my face. Look at my face, okay? Look at my beautiful face. It's true. Don't I have the most beautiful face in the universe? This is my face. Come on. Look at it while I go to the toilet. Lucy's face. Okay, I'm back. We now go back to our scheduled programming, which is crapping on Sure Logic. Sure Logic! So I changed the title. I changed the title to Chad Logic Gets His. Or something aggressive and clickbaity. Like we like. Chad Logic can't stand the heat. Come on. There we go. Save. Well, which way? Western Chad Logic. Which way? Which way, Western Chad Logic? Which way? Game is muted. Which way, Western Chad Logic? I press full screen, and there we are. Chad Logic. La Chad Logic. So when last time on Chad Logic, the TV series, Chad Logic has complained that left-wingers are too sensitive, but actually Chad Logic is quite very sensitive, and he complained about being criticized, and Zanderhal is crumbling, and Chad Logic is burning all the bridges with the leftists, and Shadlogic only might be able to have to talk with the right-wingers. And this is where we are, in the Shadlogic saga of self-discovery and other adventures. Let's see what will happen in this episode as Shadlogic is navigating the space of YouTube and politics. We'll see. There will be drama, there will be love, there will be heartbreak, and at the end of the day, maybe Shadlogic will reach his goals. We now continue Shadlogic, the TV show.
Of it, and then Tom's video just kind of laid it all out really plainly. You know?
Exactly. Tom's video has laid it out pretty plainly. In fact, it was so plain that it horribly mischaracterized the videos from Demon Mama and Xanderhall and missed a whole lot of points. Maybe the video should have been a bit less plain. Maybe that would have helped.
But the thing is, the difference is Stoic Flame.
What is it? What's the difference?
Is that if I did a video with a thumbnail saying Destiny's a liar,
right?
Destiny would probably say, "What the fuck's this?" in like DMs.
Right.
He might comment publicly on it, and I'm sure his viewers base would comment.
He would. He definitely would. He did that multiple times.
There'd be a pathway to speak on stream about it, to hash it out. Or he'd respond to it on stream and say, "Okay, this is where I feel this is bullshit." Da 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 da. You know,
Right.
I get it. It's a harsh framing. It's like not nice. I'm not being nice.
Harsh framing. It's not harsh. It's ridiculous. Not harsh.
No, but like
You're not being harsh. You're being tabloid level. Your logic. Come on. I don't know.
What am I? Do we have to be nice to each other now?
No, you don't
Maybe
need to
I'm
be
just a
nice.
content-brained drama farmer or something now. Who knows? I don't know.
I know. What are those cats? What are those wacky cats? And also, no, you don't need to be nice. You can be harsh, but you don't need to be gather level content. You can have some standard to your content. Can I ask this of you, Shudlogic? Can I ask you to have some standards when it comes to your content production value?
So much shit I've got on.
Please, thank you.
I don't want to do the sour grapes thing where I kind of go over like, oh well, but like.
Well, but you are doing the sour grapes thing. Disney is still running away from Sunday, sprinting away into the sunset.
Oh no, I'm not gonna do it.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it, mates. I'm not gonna do sour grape 42-minute video about the subject. Oh wait, you just did. You cannot do a 40 minutes video and then at the very end of it say I'm not gonna do the sour grapes thing. That ship has sailed, mate.
Want that? I know people want me to fucking go on about this shit. I don't know, man. I think it's better just to draw a line under it and fucking move on from there.
Well, that ship has sailed, clearly. He's racist! It's not ironic. You're black. That's tragic.
I suppose they'd say, oh, but this is in quotes. I don't know, man. I just... I feel some people give a shit about this stuff and some people don't. Look, at the end of the day, the thumbnails are going to continue. So, like, if you're going to get upset by a thumbnail, I don't know what to tell you.
I mean...
I don't know, man.
I'm gonna mock them. I'm gonna mock them every time. So I guess this is like... what do you expect? Let the thumbnails continue, but they're gonna be mocked. Rightfully so. That's fine by me, I guess.
like, oh,
That's fine by me.
It's a fucking thumbnail, man. Like, what?
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic.
I'm trying to think of a circumstance. If it was like a picture of my kid or something, I don't know.
What?
That might be a bit different. If there was like something super personal to that level.
What? What are you being so
called me a
creepy all of
liar,
a sudden?
I would just think,
Don't
okay,
bring
well,
your kids into it.
watch the video and we'll see what they say. I might be like a bit pissed off or something and, respond to it harshly if I felt it was unfair, but I don't know, man.
Yeah, I know. You don't know. Shalajack.
I do feel that Destiny does this. I remember when he freaked out on people for joking on him accidentally taking meth. I think Destiny is like sensitive about his kid, which, you know, is fair enough.
No. Destiny is sensitive about much more than his kid. Destiny is first and foremost sensitive about himself.
I think he was pretty pissed off when Alabrel said about the abortion thing. The meth thing, I'm not... There was lots of memes about that. My understanding of the meth thing was that he was pissed off with the inconsistency of people, where they would act like mocking someone for certain things is not allowed, but then him doing that was like fair game.
What?
Because it is funny.
Funny.
It's hilarious.
It's so funny. Ha
The
ha
memes about
ha.
it were great. There was one...
It's so funny. Are you 5, Shologic? Are you 5 years old? It's so funny.
One where like it
It's
was
so
like
funny,
Destiny's
mate.
head was a pyramid floating round. That was fucking hilarious. I don't know if you
hilarious.
saw that one.
Didn't
Didn't Destiny wish that Vosh would die? Oh yeah, that happened recently.
Oh yeah, I vaguely remember something like this, mates. I vaguely seem to recall an event like that happening.
I mean, that was pretty
Did he deserve it with something that was hilarious?
fucking excessive, sure. But do you see how the criticism's
Excessive.
changed? I think it's pretty cringe to have someone faving rightoid
Excessive.
OK groomer comments on your channel. That wasn't the original criticism. The criticism was I was liking specific comments that were calling Xander Hall a groomer. I think it was just liking comments. As if there
Liking
was multiple.
comments. As if comments could hurt anybody, mates.
I don't know. I don't think it was that. Oh, this was actually...
Exactly.
A great man said this.
Exactly.
A whole piranha frenzy off of one click. Because there were people
Exactly.
in the comments saying just the most...
It was just one click, mates. It's just one click. It's mental. It's mental,
insane shit
mates.
about me.
It's insane.
It's... Wait.
Why? It's insane.
I can somewhat understand.
It's true. You know
you know,
what I
where they're
mean?
coming from.
Is you know what I mean? Do you know what I
I guess,
mean?
but it's still pretty crazy.
They're crazy. It's insane. It's crazy.
Oh my god, man, what happened to Chud? I learned how to start making some fucking money, is what
Exactly.
happened. Isn't
What
Chud
happened?
community?
What happened is I'm making big money. I'm making so much money. Come on.
Defaming Ukraine.
I can't believe this is what Shology looks like. What you mean? What you mean? What you mean? Oh, I'm hiding Shologic again. What you mean, mate? You can't believe how what he looks like. He looks like a proper bloke. He looks like a proper bloke, innit? He looks like a proper bloke, like some Nancy Pansy SJW type, you know? Well, you know what I mean? He looks like a proper bloke, not some Nancy Pansy type of bloke, if you know what I mean. I don't think you know what I mean, but if you know what I mean, then you know what I mean. You know what I mean?
Annie and Anna at the moment.
Anna.
Accusing her of stealing the money or some shit.
Who's stealing money? Isn't child community defaming Ukrainian Anna at the accusing her of stealing the money or some crappy? I'm sure Chud is very honest. LOL. They mean Anastasia, I think, right?
What? I can explain where this has
What? What do you mean, mates?
come from.
Where does it come from? Explain it to us. Explain it to us, Logic.
Anna
Please. Anastasia, yeah.
Anastasia expressed a frustration because of a couple of people. There was like literally 3 or 4 comments in my chat that were accusing her of being a scammer. And she tweeted about this, and I responded and said, hey, like, there's a couple of people there that are saying that. I think on the whole, my chat was, you know, largely neutral or supportive.
Of course, everybody's lovely on the Logic show. Of course, mates, as it is well known and documented. I'm just gonna notice the Logic here is not showing any evidence, mates. Show us some evidence, mates. I'm not showing evidence.
I wouldn't worry too much about the couple of people that weren't. That was it. That was the entire thing.
That was it.
Right?
Yeah, right.
But
right,
then from that, this is now developed.
Everybody went mental. Everybody's mental. That's apart from your logic, of course. Of course, mates.
To
Why is
my
everybody so
community
mental?
is defaming her, accusing her of stealing money.
Steady wall. That's crazy.
This is just like completely fantastical.
Yes, it's just completely crazy. Your logic. You're not just gonna take
in
it,
my
are you?
Discord, they
Your
found
logic.
maybe 2 or 3 comments which you could say were like of this
You're
nature.
just gonna take it,
I've
your
actually
logic.
banned one of the people from my chat and my
You
Discord.
ban
'cause,
them.
You know, they were saying real.
Don't
dumb
ban
shit, and I
them.
was
Don't
like,
just take that.
You know,
Lying
I don't mind
down,
taking
your
a bit of heat
logic.
for some stupid comments, but fuck me, this person has consistently got the worst takes on everything.
Exactly.
And people then are like, "Oh, look at this person." saying
Exactly.
this
Horrible takes. Like, do you know how to spot a bad take? A bad take that, like, criticizes your logic is a bad take. This is how you spot a bad take.
shit.
This is how you do it, mates.
They're mad you talked about Vosh debating her while she cried.
I mean, yeah, that was a provocative thumbnail as well.
There was a...
I don't know, man. I'm honestly.
There wasn't a provocative thumbnail. There was a lying thumbnail. This was a there was a thumbnail just lied about the content of your video. Like, don't just frame it as provocative. That was a misleading thumbnail. You cannot just lie in your thumbnail and say, "Oh yeah, Maizo was provocative." Get out of here. Get out of here with that nonsense, your logic. You can do better than that.
Sick to the back
But
teeth
can
of,
your editor do better? That's
all
the
of this
real
sawing
question.
out about thumbnails and YouTube videos. I just don't care about it. You know, so
42
when someone's going
Tor, 42 minutes of talking about it. This is how little you care. You made a whole video about it. 42 minutes.
I think there's
So apparently you do care a little bit.
some cases where maybe DK has, you know, had a bit of exuberance that we've had to, you know, adjust. Certainly.
Certainly.
Stuff like this.
Certainly, DK. DK is a proper bloke, ain't it?
I don't know. I feel as well like this is often something that
What happened?
you know lefty channels will do with people on
The lefty channels, those awful lefties. I often feel as though also those awful lefties are just gonna moan and complain. Am I right? Am I right, fellas? Am I right or
right
am I
constantly.
right?
Like they'll do near the
Exactly.
knuckle things that maybe aren't quite exactly accurate of what's said, but present it in the worst possible light. I mean,
Exactly.
this is a pretty honest
This is,
representation of my feelings of you know
Yeah,
what
exactly.
happened. In the video.
This is
Are you
basically
going to
what
cover the sexual
happened.
impropriety allegations against you by the Vanderhall
What do you
community?
mean?
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
saw that. I think that person blocked me. I couldn't see that tweet. But yeah, that's just a holdover from the 2021 stuff or the 2020 stuff. Listen, I flirted with a lot of people. Okay, look, I'm putting it out
Listen.
there. I flirted with a lot of people.
Listen, I'm just gonna say it now. Lefties are crazy and deranged. I'm just gonna have to leave the left, I suppose, mates. I'm just gonna have to dine with Nick Fuentes or something.
Well, back in 2020, I was down bad. Okay.
Oh no! What
I need to
happened?
come up with like
Your logic. What
you know
happened?
when there's like a court case
Yeah,
and there's all
what
these
is-
people
what
that
is
come
it?
to you. I
Yeah.
need some sort
What
of
is it?
process or system for
Exactly.
dealing with people that were flirted with. Were you flirted with by Chud Logic in 2020 via his Discord?
What?
Did you engage
so
in a
creepy.
consensual, flirtatious conversation?
Why are you so creepy, your logic? So creepy. Don't
I
be
probably did
creepy.
lay it on a bit thick with some people. I'll listen. I'll grant that. I said that at the
Don't
time.
be
I said there's probably
creep.
some people maybe laid it on a bit thick. Apologies for that.
Oh my god.
But yeah, the worst of all are when people come forward with it. Or at the time
What
when they
is
come
it?
forward, it's like it was completely consensual interaction. But then they're like,
Oh.
actually, I don't like it.
Oh,
You missed the
okay.
DGen days. I'm a changed man. Oh yeah, I was definitely
You are.
cringe. I copped to like, you know, I said, hey, if I made you uncomfortable, sorry about that. You know, my bad.
Don't be creepy, your logic.
But the
Why
nature
have
of the
to be a
allegations were
creep?
Fucking wild. People were
Wild.
acting like I'd raped.
What?
Crazy.
Yeah, could you? Of course. Of course, no evidence, no examples of that. Because, of course. Quits mid-debate. Worst mod ever. This is disgusting. Oh. Polly rage quits debate as White Knight mod attempts to debate for Chud Logic. Of course, this is a Chud Logic thumbnail. Of course, this is a Chud Logic thumbnail. Of course. Okay, so we have talked a bit about Chud Logic. Just for good measure, mates.
Why is it that there's no...
We're just gonna look at the thumbnails. Classy thumbnail. Keffels destroys Polly in trap debate. Asserts dominance over fellow trans. Of course, mates, this is what happens. Kai Simp says victim is gloating during leaked text exchange. One of the worst ever. Kai Kennard's atrocious life-filled allegations response. 8K views, 5K views, 11K views, all peace playing that game. Fellas, he's sure Chud Logic sure is milking that game. Vosh makes a woman cry, continues to debate. Insane panel exposes host as lying child abuser. Host, minor, and their abuser. I say, I'm disabled, I was high. I have to leave. I say, full mask off. Heated debate versus Pokimane and Chad. This is the most pathetic one because this is debate versus Pokimane by Chud Logic is when, I guess, Chud Logic makes a video about Pokimane. And this is as close as he will ever get to quote-unquote debating Pokimane. So you see basically the level, this is the level of honesty that is on display here. Chud Logic reacts to a Pokimane video, titles it Heated Debate versus Pokimane. Well, okay. But now we are getting to the main event, which is this person called Kidology, was it? I have no clue about this Kidology person, but apparently we're gonna do an investigation, a little bit of an investigation into Kidology. Who is Kidology? We investigate. Who is Kidology? If anyone can give me some, like, info on that Kidology. Yeah, right now we're gonna do Kidology stuff. Kidology, let's look. Kidology. Gonna check the channel out. Kidology 139,000 subs. Okay, let's see. About. Salutations. I'm gonna move myself back because we are not obscuring Chud Logic anymore. Browser. There you go. Hello. Kidology. Salutations. I make analytical videos about people, and sometimes this includes myself. I don't very much like people, including myself, but I also want to know why that is. Fortunately, I'm on a mission. I intend to get there and would love to take you along. Okay. I see. P.S. Political correctness is not my thing. Good grammar indisputably is my thing. I have been warned. Okay. Okay. Schedule. Weekly uploads. I wrote and edit video essays at the very least fortnightly. Kids and clips. 3 times weekly. Social commentary uploads. Early access is available on my Patreon. Spotify playlist. Okay. So we have learned nothing about this person from this description. We have learned nothing about what this person stands for. We have learned nothing about what this person actually wants to say. So let's look into the shorts section to get the feel. Seeking arrangement deleted my account. What? Celebrity obsession disorder my story. Can you relate? Life lessons of absolutely no consequence. Constipation. Is my life going to get better?
So a few weeks ago, I watched a Liam Neeson film, and I think, wow, I need to find myself a guy just like that. So obviously, I go into seeking arrangement because I can find a guy that hopefully, in my mind, looks like Liam Neeson and
British.
My mortgage.
So we know she's British now. British.
So anyway, I go onto this website, I sign up, I upload a photo of me, I go for this
so British, so posh,
vaginal kind of girl who's just, you know, looking for a man who's going to whisk her off her feet. So anyway, I go for this particular look and I upload this picture. I don't know what's wrong with this picture, but apparently there was something wrong. I'm on the website, I'm talking for about a day, and then I get this email. And then my account is deleted.
What? Okay.
Automatically, because apparently I'm not the person in the picture. Can somebody please tell me why they deleted it? Because I don't know. I'm a bit too innocent and a bit too naive.
Australian.
So a few weeks ago, I watched a Liam Neeson film, and I think, wow.
Oh, you're Australian. I did not know. I'm gonna just say British because saying British is cool to say. It's cool to say British. Posh. She is posh. We're just gonna say posh. Okay. This is the kidology. Kidology. Once more, we have to enter. But moved to England as a teenager and went to Cambridge. Say, I knew it. I know my Britishness, mates. I knew my Britishness. She is British through and through. She's a really posh accent, probably from Cambridge. Knew it, mates. I knew my poshishness. I knew my poshishness, and I know my poshinese, and I know Britanese, okay? I know Britanese and poshinese when I hear it, mates. I can just smell it, basically. I can smell poshinese. Let's check out her content then to get into the bottom of this. Original channel focus was around criticizing Cambridge and other elite universities. Her name is Kiddo, I think. Ooh. So first it was Kiddo, and then once she grew up, she became the Kidology. I'll say. Very posh. Incels are not racist. Hot take. Ooh. This is incel content. I say, how did we get here? Incels stole my identity and experimented, and I learned a lot. What? Lookism and how looks maxing is destroying everyone, says the person that is pretty conventionally good looking. To be, you know. The darker side of the true crime community. Men reject women too. That's what I'm celibate. What? What is this video? Men reject women too. That's what I'm celibate. She's an invalid. Okay, I guess this is gonna be my first video essay by this content creator. Let's go. I guess this is as good a place to start as any, right? Let's go.
Drew Barrymore says she's not had an intimate relationship since 2016. Girl, same. And I guess I'd like to reflect on the other side of this conversation.
How old is Kitology? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 6 years.
A conversation which is about, at least on the one hand, self-love, putting yourself first, being an independent woman, concentrating on finding yourself, on rebuilding yourself after a breakup. In the case of Drew Barrymore, she broke up with her husband of 4 years and has now just been on this process of processing everything and just figuring life out without her significant other, her ex-significant other, and being
Process of processing. Okay.
a mother to her 2 children. And there's people rooting for her and saying, good for her, you go queen, you be an independent woman and don't settle, be as picky as a woman ought to be. And I'm with them, you go woman. And then on the other hand, there's red pillars who I'm sure have their opinions on things. We don't need to get into that right now. But I think the other side of this conversation is one that is a bit neglected, and it's one that I really resonate
What
with.
is it?
And it's that side of the conversation which I really would like to talk about. So this is going to be a sort of parasocial therapy session for us. So I hope you enjoy.
Okay.
I was listening to this song by Christine and the Queens, and it's a song called Goya Soda. And there's one line in the song I was listening to yesterday whilst I was walking down the street, and I heard it. And it was the first time that I'd actually really tried to listen to the lyrics, because usually I'm just all in it for the beats. And this line, I heard it, and I immediately burst into tears. The line wasn't exactly moving or anything. It was just the following. He's always on my side, but never on me. And I think this made me reflect very much on my celibacy. I've been celibate for so many years, I cannot even count at this point. And when I reflect on why I haven't...
Wait, what is this strange? I'm sad. Wow. What is this weird celibacy thing? It's like in the Britain, I guess the US and Britain share some really bizarre things, like the whole deliberate celibacy thing is like a Western world. Where do you go, Western person? Which way?
Been in an intimate relationship, why I have been celibate for so many years. I have to say that it isn't because I am picky. Of course, I have my preferences, but they're nothing terribly out there or extreme. Every individual, and at least since I have been celibate, it has been men. Every man that I have shown interest in has not reciprocated
I mean, everybody will say that they don't have ridiculous picky standards. Volsel. Oh.
feelings. But these men are always on my side, but they are never on me. They are kind, they are my friends, they are exceptional individuals, but they never want that. They never want that relationship with me. And that's fine. I'm not here to be all woe is me or here to say I can't believe that these guys are not interested in me, whatever, each to their own. And you know what, good for them, and I have to just wish them nothing but the greatest success in whatever relationships they end up having, because those women are incredibly fortunate. I think based on what we see online and especially what we just hear on the media, and I think with the popularization of evolutionary psychology, which really makes this image, this very attractive image.
Is evil psych really getting that popularized?
that women have all the power, that women are the picky ones and can be picky, and that we have a lot to lose, which is very true when we are intimate with a man, and that men are just sex-hungry demons who just want to get their noodles wet, is a very attractive and very thorough, clean-cut image of what is going on in the modern dating market. And I think to a large extent, yes, that is at least a good sort of foundation on which to sort of view things and to start with. But
I don't know, it's like, it feels like this also feels like this sort of myth that everybody believes that, like, there are literally whole sections of books on how to help cis women with finding a partner. It's not some mythical hidden thing. Like, women struggle with this sort of thing as well. It's like, I don't know, it's like,
at some point with everything that involves human beings in society, we have to move away from the nature of things. We have to move away from the generalizations and actually have to personify individuals whom we engage with, who we want to be intimate with, who we want to get to know. And then all of that fluff, all of that appeal, that outward sort of Van Gogh-esque sort of scenery has to just be that sort of background scenery. And it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter once you're in the moment with somebody. It doesn't matter when you care or love somebody. What matters is them as an exceptional individual in their own right. And when we consider that, men have a lot more power than evolutionary psychology, than the manosphere would give them credit for. Because women also get rejected. And I can tell you...
yes, that's right. Women also get... Yes? What? Okay.
That it is very difficult getting rejected and then going online and being told how many options you have as a woman. And yes, maybe I am a toxic woman, who knows? But I think that it is important to also just reflect on this fact that women don't have all the eggs in our basket. And it is difficult, and it is a difficult thing to accept, especially when...
This is what happens when the relationships are treated like a game, and it's like treated like a, you know, options sort of thing, right? Consider your options. It's not about building relationships between individuals. It becomes a game about what are your options, you know, loses and wins, the balance sheet of pros and cons. Who has more to lose? Who has more to gain in this game of dating?
Are, I guess, like me and can't just sort of have casual interactions, which I think would do well in at least increasing my self-esteem and my sense of being desirable. I think I have an issue in that I have been...
No, I have an issue with gamifying intimacy and relationships. I have a problem with that. You know? Maybe I should talk about incest stuff. I should talk about my celibacy or something. I don't know. Maybe my channel would double. I mean, that would be 1,000, but it still would double, right? But I don't know. I don't like the gamification of the relationship, of intimate relationships. Like comparing people to eggs in a basket.
I would say in love, sort of inclined to be very invested in one individual since I was 17. And of course, in that time, I have dated, I've had relationships with other people, all of those shenanigans. But when it comes to somebody who I actually look at and think, if I were to get married, you would be the one. There is one individual in mind. And I think I also realize that...
Also, it is a perfect time for me to remind everybody that I have actually married everyone. Everybody is married to me because I did it. I sacrificed myself by becoming everybody's wife in order to fix the problem of loneliness in the world. And I think I have done a very good job. So you are welcome, and yeah.
Likelihood of this individual reciprocating my feelings just based on knowing them, just based on sort of our lives and where we've headed off and gone off and all of that. It would never come to that point. And that is a very far-fetched ideal to have on my part. And that is difficult, I think. That sort of stunts me very much in terms of seeking out partners, in terms of putting myself out there. And when I say that men also have eggs in their baskets, I mean that they really do. I mean, if you just go to a gym and you just see men in the gym, they are absolutely beautiful creatures. I mean, the Greeks really appreciated the beauty of men. I was walking again. I do a lot of walking. I was walking today and a man...
What is this weird talk about eggs?
...cycled toward me and gave me the most incredible smile. And it was just... wow. It was an amazing thing. I think even the ugliest man could smile and it would just light up a room. It's incredible. This isn't me saying, don't misconstrue this as me saying that women don't smile and women aren't beautiful. We know that. We know that. This is about being rejected by men. Okay, let me have my moment. And I think this definitely features into my self-esteem. And I do see this with a lot of women as well, that being rejected by a man, especially in this climate in which a woman, especially specifically younger women, are told that everybody wants us, that we can have any man in the room. The reality is...
I don't know if this is actually true in the real world. Like, not really. That's not, maybe that's a country to country thing. That's not really a thing that's...
not that. And men also have standards. Men also have expectations. Men are also picky. Men also have preferences. And I think it's not serving anybody to pretend that it is all very...
I don't know. I just like, that is not what cis or trans girls experience in Poland, you know? Like, I had cis girlfriends who just who struggled with this, you know.
One-sided, because it
like some of them even looked up guides on what to do to get their luck in love or something. People just, you know.
Really isn't. I guess this is just for any woman out there who's been rejected by a guy or who is celibate, not because they want to be, but because the men whom they fall in for just aren't interested and just have their eyes elsewhere, their interests and priorities.
Also, that is a weird framing. Just because someone does not return your feelings, it does not follow that it's because of some quote-unquote standards, you know, like that you don't meet, and that if you only met, then you would hit the bill, you know. Do you know what I mean?
Elsewhere.
It's not just about meeting or not meeting some standard.
And it's tough. It is tough. And it makes me feel quite misanthropic about my future, about even wanting to pursue.
Exactly. It's not like rejection is like it's about stand. It's like there's a lot of that goes into that sort of thing.
And wanting to show that I am attracted to a man because, well, you know, I haven't had much luck thus far. I don't know why I made this video exactly. I think I just wanted to share this.
Sometimes it just can feel weird to me. Like, sometimes you just don't see them in this way. Sometimes you just see them as a different kind of relationship. You see them almost like maybe even family or something, and then it's not about failing some standard.
sentiment, because I've just been seeing a lot of videos on YouTube at the moment about how men have it so hard because women are so picky and have such high standards. And of course, the internet is just hyperbole. The most otherworldly, the most outrageous, the most extraordinary things are the things that go viral, are the things that people pay attention to. It's not real life. It's not reality. When you see Instagram models on YouTube videos saying that they're only going to date or marry men who make $400,000 a year or more, I guarantee you that 99% of women in this world do not care about that. That there are things that we value a lot more. It's not helpful for anybody to sort of see a small percentage of women as representing all women, or a small percentage of men.
Is that really what happens?
As representing all men. And I think sometimes
Also non-binary people, what about them?
just have to have these nuanced conversations in order to not just depend exclusively on these generalizations, to not just depend exclusively on these examples that seem to then present themselves as some kind of blueprint or example of the entire issue at hand. Life is messy, and I think that, you know, we have to wade into that mess in order to actually get to the root of things. So yes, I am celibate still. I'll keep you updated. At this point, I've got nothing to lose. No, it's not Liam Neeson, whom I've known since I was 17, that I wanted to marry. I've known that I've wanted to marry Liam Neeson since I emerged from the womb.
Who? Okay. So I guess this was like, yeah, okay. There wasn't, we still don't know almost anything about this person. Incels stole my identity and experimented. How did we get here? Incels aren't racist. The candidates often, how about popping and farting taboos are affecting your quality of life? You're not black. What? Kindly do better. Like, which one is the video when she denies the transgenocide? Is my question. A vital defense of Jordan Peterson? Okay. Okay, let's go. Kindly do better. The controversial video. Like 1 minute of it. Let's go. This is the one
Standing
video.
on.
This is the video that is like the one that creates the controversy. So, if you want to see your transgender takes, check out this stream. Oh, so it's not in the kindly do better video? You want to see a transgender takes, check out the stream. Reasons depth the signifiers first part. Okay, where is this? Live streams? This one? Salutations, we're live. Understand your sexuality in the 21st century, the loneliness epidemic. Where is it? Oh. Live. Okay. So which one? This is FD signifier response to my bad takes and dog whistling part 1. So we're gonna go watch this, right? Okay. So I guess we're gonna go watch this and we're gonna comment on this one, yeah? The first part. Let me see. Okay. This is the first part of FD signifier thing. Let's see. Yeah, this is part 1. Let's see what the oh my gosh, the timestamps are. The timestamps are starts of reaction, email correspondence, guests, micro issues versus macro issues, The Guardian and Hadley Freeman. Video essays are analytical, but this isn't that. Clarifying my identity and who I am. How can we live together and make this work? Accusations of being politically detached. To be moderate is to be right-wing. Nice, that's true. Moderate. This is another way to say centrist, isn't it? This? To be moderate is to be right-wing? Academia body autonomy. I'm not happy with the status quo, the right and diversity. Dog whistling. Oh, moderates are pretty bad from what I've seen. Usually, people like counterpoints will say they are moderates. Okay, so here we go to the moderate is to be right wing. Okay, let's go.
But also to be moderate right now in the Western world is to be right wing. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like to be moderate, to be apolitical in the Western world right now, when you know there's an like underlying and bubbling to the surface transgenocide.
Right, like to be basically to be apolitical in our climate is to wash your hands of all the bad things that are happening and pretend that they are not happening. That is my opinion when it comes to the being centrist is to be right wing, you know? It's to just be wash your hands of all the bad things. This is my opinion. So they're starting to talk about the trans genocide right now.
There's I can name all the things, right? I'm not
that's another thing that I've seen like a lot of in this video. My bad, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's it. All the things. Y'all know what they are. Y'all know all the issues we tend to talk about and care about.
Right.
Those things are in dire straits. This isn't like
But I want to make sure that I'm saying though, because I don't know if she even realizes it.
I feel like she gives a
but the way that the society is built favors the right wing. Most people are going to agree with some right wing talking points across the board because you've been inculcated with those ideas from jump. Off rip, you had this nonsense in your head. So
the section before was about blaming UK's housing crisis on immigration. Of course, yeah, of course. People that really don't look into reasons of certain things, they default into blaming immigration always. It's like it's just an easy scapegoat, immigration, a lot of the time. It's one of the easiest and laziest scapegoats.
Most people are going to agree with some form of right wing whatever.
It's always going to be some form of, oh yeah, we have this system and it's a pretty neat system, but you know what? When those immigrants come, they just overload our perfect system and we should have kicked those immigrants out. If only it wasn't for those immigrants, our neat system would have worked perfectly. This just happens in so many countries that people say that.
Because that's just how it is. That's
what
happens when you're trying to revolutionize society. You're changing some shit. You're pushing against a massive status quo, and that's the situation we're in right now. So yeah, there's going to be more people.
And I heard that from a German person as well. The health system is so nice in Germany, but all those immigrants just overload the healthcare system in Germany. Yet when English people live across the globe, they are expats, of course. FD Signifier and the others made such a great response. Professor Flowers was great too, yeah? Professor Flowers is here, yeah? Lua, he or she? Oh my gosh, I have to go to the center because I keep obscuring people. Okay. So the Professor Flowers is in the very bottom, yeah? Oh yeah, Kidology blamed the health care issues in the UK on immigration too. And just centuries. Yeah, that's the easiest thing. Like, because it's like it's just the lazy thing that you can point to and say, hey, see, this feels intuitively correct, so it must be correct. It must feel intuitively correct that the system cannot, that it cannot handle more and more people flowing into the system, that the system has its limit, and this limit is being overtaxed by more and more people coming into the country. I think it's interesting to. I think I want to avoid obscuring pedology as well because I think not just words, but someone's facial expression and body language also tells us about what a person feels about an issue, if that makes sense, you know? So I think it's pretty valuable for us to see, to have them all on screen and to be able to see not just what they say, but how they act while saying it, right? Listen also to her phrasing on the transgenocide and what she's using as evidence to establish her claims. Okay, so let's listen. So I know FD signifier. I'm not familiar super with Bellamy, they, them. Color Mind, I don't think I've ever seen Color Mind. And on the very bottom, Miss Professor Flowers. Loa, he or she. Yeah, is that the lineup we're having? Hey, no, I just watched her content in the last 2-3 days, 2 long hours. Notice the way she says off, she says orf. That's very upper class way of speaking. Yeah. She's posh, she's like typical posh, she's typical posh person. And the more posh, the more the risk that you'll be detached from the sort of, ironically enough, you'll be detached from the issues of the common folk. Yeah, she's pretty posh. It shows, okay? She's pretty high society sort of person. Okay. Okay, well, let's continue.
People, generally speaking, in the middle / to the right, because we're in the middle / to the right ass society. Like, that's just the fact of fucking situation.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, we're gonna hear some takes. Let's hear it. Let's take it away. Take it away.
Okay. I've got quite a few thoughts on that. Where to start? Okay.
Where? Mm-hmm.
So, FD says, we heard what FD said about this idea that we're sort of on the edge of a chance genocide.
Okay. Like, they are talking Britain right now, right? I actually know a lot less on the situation of... No, wait, so FD signifier is US based. So FD signifier is probably talking about the US genocide, right? Not the British, not about England, right?
Right. I have a big problem with this claim.
Okay, what's your problem with this claim? And what is actually your knowledge about this claim? Like, okay, I didn't think that you engaged with trans issues that much, but go on. Like, explain it to us. Explain it what issues you have with this claim.
Just insofar as the information that I've gotten,
Okay.
and this is not, importantly, I want you to know that this is not information that I've gotten from any publication that I read with all my different views and perspectives, okay?
I'm not sure what this is supposed to signify, but continue.
I purposefully got all of this information purely from the Human Rights Campaign, which is pro-trans and pro really establishing data around trans fatalities in the US.
Okay.
In the UK.
Also, genocide is not about genocide. Genocide in the making is not purely about the number of fatalities. That claim alone is pretty ludicrous.
Data is not as, we don't have sort of the equivalent that's really sort of calculating that in the same way, but I wanted to also just focus on the US because FD is in the US, and I believe that he's talking about the US.
Okay, Human Rights Campaign. We're gonna, if she's not gonna show anything, then we're just gonna have to look into it ourselves, like into the Human Rights Campaign. Like, yeah. I've yet to have heard what the arguments are that the genocide is not happening. Like, the number of fatalities is not an argument against or for.
And I think in talking about transgender and gender non-conforming individuals, regrettable and heartbreaking, terrible fatalities, in the language of it being a genocide, doesn't get to the root of the problem.
What is what? What do you mean?
Individuals,
what do you mean?
Transgender people are being killed.
What? It's not about deaths. It's not about the killings. What do you mean? I don't think... Isn't she supposed to be from Cambridge? Doesn't she know what genocide is? Like, this is... I think this is the worst take I've heard so far. Like, the people are being killed, but calling it genocide doesn't get to the root of why people are being killed.
Okay. I think it's very, very important to speak about this.
I do want to be fair to her, and she might not understand the concept of genocide. Like, I don't think she seems to understand the concept of genocide, period, not just genocide. Like, this is misunderstanding the concept of genocide, period, not just genocide. We have fatalities, and the term genocide doesn't get to the root of the fatalities. That's not the point. Like, so since she's linking that the fatalities about the genocide, she's reducing here that murders is the evidence. If there is or there is not a yeah, I've no. This is just understand. Yeah, this is just a thing about understanding genocide in general. Like, this is actually one of the worst takes about the genocide topic so far. Like, I'm gonna say that thus far, maybe it's a really hot take, but Loner Boxes had a better, like, take about the genocide even than this opinion. She does understand that we do not say genocide or Korean because of the fatalities of murder, and understand China is doing genocide. She's definitely very educated, but I don't know how smart she is or how well we should expect her to understand these things. I mean, if you are, I'm gonna say this, if you insert yourself into a discussion about a topic, then you should at least mildly understand it, right? You don't insert yourself into a discussion and say, I have an issue with calling X genocide, and then just don't understand it at all. And murders are such a specific slice of how genocide is enacted, yeah. I think she's just playing a game here. Can't prove it, but again, she's using this this resource, right?
Accurately, and not politically or ideologically. We need to talk about this, how it is actually happening to people, right? So all this information I did not get from anything that I read. I went full, like, pro chance, pro, like, full on, okay?
I'm gonna be honest. Oftentimes, more oftentimes than not, it is more oftentimes, like I will just say, oftentimes it's dishonesty. It's like people just being not smart, or people just being not very, like, it's much less often than one would think from all the ridiculing that is being done online. Oftentimes it is malicious dishonesty.
And this is what I then, from reading just this...
Just this? Is it just this? Does this imply that you're just quoting this and you've read a lot more? Or are you literally saying that you have just only read this? Is the one people conceive of most easy but systemic oppression forms the conveyor belt to murder. True. I could not have said it better.
I didn't go into any of the publications or anything. I didn't go into any opinion pieces. I didn't read unheard, nothing, okay?
You know, like, I think that I'm not even sure on honesty or dishonesty. Like, she's saying, she's saying things that are not correct, and I guess we don't really need to do any sort of what do you say? What do you call? What's the word? We don't really need to do any sort of speculation on how smart or not smart she is. The argument is just not good on her part.
I just looked at this, at Human Rights Campaign, at blackchance.org, and another publication called Them,
okay,
which is about LGBTQ plus advocacy,
okay,
etc. Okay, and from
but this is the biggest example of a person that literally does not care about this issue in the slightest. Just inserting herself into this conversation about transgenocide because someone criticized her in a video. This is basically what it is. Like, I don't see any other reason for her to be inserting herself into this conversation about transgenocide other than that FD signifier criticized her and used this as an example of apolitical people actually being on the right. Unfortunately, when you decide to share your political opinion as content, just asking questions and figuring it out doesn't cut it anymore. I mean, there are ways to ask questions and there are ways to figure things out, quote unquote, without aligning yourself magically with the right. Yeah, people need to recognize they don't exist in a vacuum, and just casually exploring these topics from an individualist lens is BS. Like, I think there are ways to explore things without ending up magically, as I said just a second ago, aligning all of your positions with the right. Which somehow magically tends to happen with people that claim to be moderate apolitical or centrist.
Reading
Interesting.
all of this, I'll do links tomorrow. This is just what I established, okay? And this is the information that I found.
What have you established?
So I think firstly, just before I go into that, I think it's really important to establish what a genocide is, because there are genocides happening, and there is a genocide happening in this world right now.
We're seeing the report from Karas. We're gonna click on the link of the report. We're gonna I'm gonna take this link. I'm gonna put it here. Is there anything? We're gonna look at it later. We are trying to understand and do better. People are gonna notice and point you in the right direction. There's literally no reason to double down on misinformation. True, there is no reason.
The organized and coordinated attempt to exterminate and eradicate a people based on their affiliation with a group, by ethnicity or by race. This is really happening in the world at the moment. We can see, as I think sorry, I'm not seeing my screen. Yes. In China at the moment, the Uyghur are currently undergoing a genocide and have been since 2014. It's a systematic attempt to eradicate Turkish Muslims in China. And this is a real example of a genocide that is happening. Coordinated efforts. The picture that I've put here is of a camp, a concentration camp. These individuals are listening to speakers with messages from the Communist Party trying to eradicate the culture, the history of a people. And it's...
By the way, speaking of, just today, Obsessive Forge has sent me a link to a video that Vosh has made about a state making all cross-dressing related content, all quote-unquote drag adult content, which makes Bugs Bunny and many other cartoons suddenly adult content. Which is leading step by step to making cross-dressing something that is bad, not permitted in public spaces, and just eradicated. Like, it's happening and it's escalating pretty quickly. So it's you have to be really blind or dishonest not to see it. No, please note, we know this is happening not because of domestic violence stats, right? Right. I didn't expect her to get China stuff so wrong. I mean, in terms of not knowing right pronunciations and such. Ugyur aren't exactly Turkish Muslims, but that's a story for another time. Right. Maybe we should make it. Maybe I should note it. I should take a note, and we should take a stab at that topic. Maybe it should be worth talking. Yeah, maybe we should be talking about this soon. Okay.
It's truly heartbreaking and it's terrible.
Because there's, I'm not sure if she's making this here, but there is a really pretty bad, there's a pretty bad case of many people basically viewing any Muslim people as the same. Like basically, like you can see the worst example of this is when people just see Muslim countries as this big blob called the Middle East, you know. I saw a list of the greatest dishes in the world, and there was Japan, there was France, there was Italy, there was Germany, and then one of the positions was literally this dish, Middle East, you know. So this is like this can be viewed as a part of this can be viewed as part of a much wider problem that we are actually starting to slowly tackle on this channel, you know? Like we're just starting to tackle the global Islamophobia that has been happening for a while now. Like this is like I'm preparing right now. I'm preparing a big thing on the crisis on the Polish-Belarusian border, and that is really tied to Muslim people as well, as many people who were and still are left to die on the border are Muslim people. So, and there's a lot that goes into it. Well, maybe I won't spoil the thing yet, but there's a lot to talk about, and it's really important work. Yeah. So yeah. But for example, okay, I will give one important example, right? Since the Polish government is, let's not mince words, pretty Islamophobic and racist, they allowed people to starve and die on the border, trapping them. So many people who want to go to Europe to escape from war and their horrible situation, they need to somehow cross Poland in order to get to a better country in Europe. So they go through a forest or through the swamps at night, risking their lives in order to get to a different country. And for some of those people, the only reason why they manage to get to a different country is because there are people that decide to be volunteers, and they, at night, while avoiding the border patrol, they go at night to look for people that they know are wandering the woods, to bring them sleeping bags, hot food, sometimes even cigarettes, because it's a matter of giving people their dignity that they have been stripped of during this whole thing. And of course, there's an important matter of that, since many people who wander those woods are Muslim. There is this important topic for the activists to prepare food that is proper, that is okay for a Muslim person to eat because of the religion, So people who are activists actually actively think of those things, that we should not pack this sort of food because it's not okay for a person practicing this religion to eat, And I think this is important to showcase how great activism can be, which in the last segment Chad Logic has openly mocked, right? We have established that Chad Logic has mocked in his Roma segment activism. And on the other side, we must call out fascist governments that are racist. Yeah, exactly. Borders are our dragons, quite literally. Like when basically when activists say that one of the skills they had to learn is how to avoid the border patrol, that they get really nervous that but the border patrol might follow them and then just arrest and deport the people that are just trying to run away to a better life. Right? So this is one aspect of the topic that I will want to talk about more in depth once we get to the, and of course it's like a part of the much broader Islamophobia. Like Poland has native Muslims. Poland does have native Muslims who are like the Tatars, and the Polish government was considering like deporting Tatars that have lived in Poland and before in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth for many hundreds of years, because the Polish government's logic was like they're Muslims and they have betrayed on occasion the Commonwealth in the far past. You know, this sort of like really racist and horrible logic that leads to, oh, those people have lived here for hundreds of years. They are basically just as much people from here as Polish people. Well, just we have to kick them out because they are of the quote unquote wrong religion, you know what I right? You can see why this is really horrible, right? You can see what bigotry, what sort of logic it leads to. Oof.
This is not to negate from the fact that the deaths of transgender people.
And this is like dishonesty incarnate, because I would like to point out few things. She just vaguely gestures at some sort of deaths. She doesn't say what those deaths are. She doesn't really speak yet what the context of this those deaths are. Why is she only talking about deaths? If here, why is she giving as a counterexample to trans deaths re-education camp? Why is it juxtaposed by a re-education camp? This is honestly also why international solidarity networks are vital. I could not agree more. I could not agree more with this statement. I think it's time. The world is getting smaller and smaller, and we need to accept that the thing that are happening on the other side of the globe really affect us as well. But yeah, she's gesturing at some trans deaths and then juxtaposing them against a camp that is re-educational camp.
A terrible thing. It's terrible. But to equate it to the language of genocide misses the point, I think, entirely. Because just from these articles...
Okay, what is the point that is being missed? Are we going to hear what the point is that is being missed? Like, the vague gesturing is a bit not... like, it's nothing.
That I've put here. I'll link the whole articles and all the studies, especially in the archives of Human Rights Campaign.
This is what, by the way, what often, interestingly enough, what right-wing people will do. They will gesture at the raw data. They will misinterpret. They will do a misinterpretation of the raw data and arrive at a favorable result.
Which is, let me reiterate.
So she's doing worse than the loner bugs bit, because she's just gesturing to some vague deaths without context and says that calling it transgenocide misses the point without explaining why and how. How old is Kittori? What's her background? I saw someone mentioning that about Cambridge, I think.
Pro-trans.
Listen, as distasteful as it is, I'm realizing that interrogating the existence of a transgenocide forces want to really test their principles on both trans rights and genocide. I mean, true. It's like when I've been told by our good friend of the stream, Bar Empanada, that I would never say that what happened in Iraq was genocide. And to that, my answer will always be, yeah, it was. And we should talk about it, you know? We should really have a talk about it as part of the wider explanation as well. And you learn a lot when you start asking that question and chasing down the cause and effect chain. She's doing worse than the Lonerbugs. Yeah, she is doing worse than Lonerbugs. Like, literally worse than Lonerbugs. And I think that there are people that say, and President Sunday, I think, did a really good job tackling this, because some people use the argument, what if what you're saying is correct, then there are many genocides, and there were many genocides happening all over the world. And to that, my answer is, yeah, maybe things are far worse than we are allowing ourselves to believe. Maybe things are pretty grave, you know. Maybe there are many genocides happening, you know. Maybe things are actually pretty dire, you know. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is like this is serious. My choice was University of the East Anglia, as in Norwich, but I couldn't afford it.
The majority of deaths, of fatalities, are due to intimate partner violence. That's between... Sorry. No, I'm afraid I am going to talk about this because...
Okay. Genocide is not about the number of deaths. Genocide is about erasure of a group. Okay? Erasure of a group. I will repeat it once again. In the video that I have created, do not be indifferent. The survivor of Auschwitz-Birkenau that says that if we are indifferent, it will happen again, clearly says that the genocide of the Jewish people started when Jewish people became banned from public spaces. You know, it was not when we start analyzing murders, fatalities, as she puts it, you know? So you cannot just take one metric and zoom in on it and dishonestly choose it to dismiss a claim. Lonerbugs' main issue is that he was blaming people inciting violence if calling genocide. Lonerbugs does understand that political actors want to push for genocide erase people true. He does understand that, and he just trusts the system. Like, the difference between Lonerbugs and this person here, even though both did not do well on the genocide topic, is that Lonerbugs is not... Lonerbugs' goals are different, you know? I would say that Lonerbugs does care, at least to a degree, and this person does not. Does that make sense? State helped little to Ukrainian refugees, but given the easy cross and access, people helped in both cases, right? Like, Polish people helped Ukrainian refugees much more than the government. I won't lie, normies do not react well to suggestions of a transgenocide. It's a tough sell. They always think you're exaggerating. Normies are in the Imperial Corps and need not occupy themselves. True. Kidology is just straight up hiding the fact that there is a political aim goal that is explicitly anti-trans. Yeah, because she's zooming in on a statistic about fatalities. This is dishonesty incarnate. Yeah, of course, just today with Obsessive Forge, we were talking about a new law that is being passed that will ban any cross-dressing related things from the public. It will be made adult-only content. Even her cited source admits that there is a political aspect of violence against trans people, right? Yeah.
This is what's really happening. I'm not a transphobe. Please don't call me a TERF. Please don't call me a transphobe. Just for expressing the fact of the matter based on findings, as I said, from a publication from actual objective campaign.
So, yeah. Okay. I was lolling to Daniel, by the way, just in case everyone got confused. I agree, Dan, but we know the card only shrinks over time. Like, I'm gonna say this, okay? This is what right-wingers do. This is what right-wingers do. I'm just giving you the raw data. Don't call me bigoted just because I give you the stats. Don't be bigoted just because I give you the facts. You know? Like, this is unironically when people say, you know what, don't call me racist. Don't call me racist just because I point to the factual stat of 1950. You know, this is basically this, you know. I'm just being factual. I'm just giving you the raw stats. I'm just giving you the raw reality of what's... I'm just giving you the fact of the matter, you know. Does that make sense? Just pointing to the raw data and just alluding to that to what it must mean. It simply must mean that this, and this. You know? It's just giving you the facts of the matter. Like, you cannot deny facts of the matter, right? Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like this analytical pointing to a selected stat and saying, see, this statistic just confirms my point. You know? Am I making sense? Like, content creators have spoken about this time and time again, about this right-wing way of dishonesty when you just point to factual stats and run off with them and try to push your own sort of conclusions, right?
Okay. So this is headed fatal violence.
Like, I'm not a transphobe. I'm not a TERF. Don't call me a transphobe for telling you the truth.
Against the transgender and gender non-conforming community. In the US, transgender violence or fatalities are disproportionately affect Black and Latin American transgender women. And in terms of where individuals live, the majority, I think
it's not, genocide is not when violence. You know? Genocide is not just when violence. That journalist called TERFs gender realists. That journalist called TERFs gender realists. And Kidology thought that she is not a TERF, the journalist. I think part of being a leftist is recognizing your privilege of being in the imperial core, for example, and that gap is too big for some people to step, even though it's like 2 + 2. Right. Right. like discussing those four sort of things with people that are quote unquote normies is like a challenge, I would say. You see by the way that she gestures that the Latin and background matters more here, not intersection. This will be important. She will continue. Oh, okay.
90% of deaths have happened in areas where the poverty rate is above the US average. And I quote this from, all of this that I'm quoting is in no way from, okay. You're doing up turf talking points. I don't believe so, because I believe that transgender women are women. I also believe that trans individuals disproportionately insofar as...
Like, this is literally the thing that I mentioned before. Pointing to a raw stat and just saying this makes me, you know, this makes my conclusion correct.
Fatal violence is concerned are rarely at risk, but to equate that to genocide misses the point.
What is the point? Like this is like the big question, right? What is the point? Like this is also dishonesty, gesturing at some vague point that is being missed and not explaining what in your opinion the point is.
I was saying, for instance, about macro issues being able to really undermine a lot of micro issues, such as that of violent crime, such as that of gun violence, for instance, such as that of poverty in areas in which they've been neglected, areas have been neglected by poor social housing, by poor infrastructure, things like that. I think that it feeds into, as I said, the parts relating to the whole and vice versa. Right?
So poverty and lack of investment is why legislators decided to ban drag events? Is that the conclusion that we're moving towards? That banning trans adjacent events is because poverty? It's not like that you're not suffering, someone else is living that you can live comfortably. Imagine forgetting Venn diagram exists. I don't think this person is forgetting.
That's what I'm trying to get at. I'm in no way saying that this isn't an issue. And in my video, I did not once say that this is not an issue.
I mean, you are basically saying that it's not an issue. How trans more likely end up in poverty, especially if they are Latin and Black people? May I ask, ideology?
Against trans individuals is not an issue. I never said that in my life. And by saying and just establishing the facts of the matter is very...
See, again, the facts of the matter, that dishonest language of, I'm just giving you the raw facts. I'm just giving you the raw facts of the matter. You cannot possibly argue against the facts of the matter, can you? Because if you are, then you are basically just arguing against reality itself. This is what is being set up here. If you disagree with me, you disagree with basic reality because I have given you the raw stats. This is basically what is being said here. Does that make sense? This is what is being set up here, and by extension, FD signifier is simply arguing against reality. Which, by the way, is a very tried and true right-wing tactic of discourse. See 1950 stat.
Very important.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, for instance, in this, which sorry, this is difficult to talk about because I'm trying not to. Well, actually, you know what? At this point, I'm going to offend everyone.
Yeah, ignore the other part of the site because it's taking a raw stat without any interpretation, zooming in on it, providing it without any context or any information surrounding it, and then label it fact of the matter, and voila. And then connect it to your conclusion. Ergo, calling it transgenocide is quote unquote missing the point. Like, it's not really a new strategy. We have seen this sort of thing time and time and time again. And we have seen people debunk those sort of things time and time and time again. Like, I think Vosh has talked about it the most, that you cannot just take raw data without any sort of analysis, throw it at people and say, this is the fact of the matter, agree with me. Does that make sense? Carasso is correct. Trans people of color are uniquely disadvantaged in society, while trans people have the privilege of being white. Yeah, this is called intersectionalism. Like, this is called intersectionalism.
For instance, and I quote, sadly, 2021 has already seen at least 57 transgender and gender non-conforming people fatally shot and unalived by other violent means. In 2022, 35, I think...
But to be honest, like I've said it already, but the real thing that what she's trying to say is to disagree with me is to disagree with reality itself.
I think it was at the end, recently updated, I found updated statistics, 44 transgender people were fatally shot or unalived by other violent means. It's important to document this, it's important to remember this, it's important to do something about this. But by reducing it, by reducing these very complex individual situations.
This is a very interesting, by the way, language. To say that calling something genocide is reductive. Like, genocide is a very big, complex, and systemic thing. It's like calling something a genocide is not reducing it, it's adding complexity to it. If you call something a genocide, then you really imply a certain level of complexity to the problem. It's ridiculous to say if you calling, like she almost says, reducing it to genocide. How do you, quote unquote, reduce something to genocide? Reducting means you take something big and then you reduce it to something small. Genocide is something really big. So how can you reduce a problem to genocide? No, she did not. No actual data. She's just alluding to data. She did not actually give any of the data. That's another thing. She's just alluding to the data. You know, she's not actually giving us any of the data. Hey, can we return to Uigurs for a moment? Did she establish that it's said by... Nope. She only gave an example of... she mainly gave an example of a concentration camp. That's a re-education camp. She said, look here, these people are listening to a lecture that is supposed to erase their culture. This is the example that she gave, a re-education camp. I know it's not whataboutism. It's a good point, and I have actually pointed out that she, when it comes to trans people, she talked about the number of deaths without giving the number of deaths. She talked about deaths, but when talking about the Uyghur genocide, she pointed at a re-education camp, right? Yeah, I have actually talked that she is using two different frameworks to talk about genocide. Yeah, and this is really good to point out that she's comparing deaths to re-education, which is very bizarre. If you use such a narrow framework, you may as well default to the UN definition and say there is no Uyghur genocide because China says there isn't. True. True! I mean, yeah. True. Absolutely. Exactly. Absolutely.
Of why this is happening. For instance, transgender individuals because of social issues, because of a lot of macro.
And I'm not even going to go into the whole topic that the term genocide was coined in order to prevent, like things like the Uyghur genocide is like, oh. How can you talk about how they want to reduce conversive therapies? Yeah, exactly. That is a perfect point.
Issues.
In fact, we can talk about the fact that the far right is trying to frame transition as conversion therapy and ban transition on those grounds, which is ridiculous. And that parents should be charged for child abuse for having a trans supportive environment for their trans kid. Yeah, that the far right wants to say, oh, you support your child's transition, then you are forcing your child to conversion therapy. This is the brand new strategy of the far right. So be wary of that.
Well, I think I read, I think it was about 13.6% of individuals who were fatally killed were sex workers. Sex workers in the US, sex workers are not protected.
I know, I know it's a nitpick, but fatally killed as opposed to not fatally killed?
In the US, in most modern societies, they are not protected. That's a macro issue, which then inevitably affects trans women and trans sex workers. And so I think
this is a non sequitur and totally this is a non sequitur and total nonsense, okay? This is like non sequitur and nonsense. That's what she's saying here does not even disprove that there's a genocide happening. Both of these things can absolutely be true at once. Those things are not even mutually exclusive. So
I think it's important to see that there's more commonality and more similarities in solving issues.
Yeah, it's called intersection.
Bigger issues.
Bigger issues than genocide.
Inevitably solve smaller issues.
The smaller issue of genocide. Okay.
And I think that's what is missing here. Because this is from Human Rights Campaign as well. I found all the archives and all the information, especially...
How old is this video? 5 days ago. Many organizations have already come out and said that there's absolutely a genocidal intent, that there's genocidal action happening. So this video is out while all of these organizations, including the Raphael Lemking Institute, right, have already, like President Sunday has discussed this, I think, with Doe, right, that the genocidal intent and genocidal action have been established by those organizations. So this person has made this video having access to all those statements and all of that information that she is conveniently choosing, I guess, to omit. Did she said she checked all archives? Yeah, she said she has. We can go back a bit and you can hear it again.
Bigger issues that inevitably
Yeah.
solve smaller issues. And I think that's what is missing here. Because this is from Human Rights Campaign as well. I found all the archives and all the information, especially the...
I found all the archives and all the information. So, I guess technically speaking, she has not said, she didn't say she read it all, but she at least said that she has found it all. And many of those organizations have already said that there is genocidal action happening. Right? So yeah, while she might have not said that she read it all, she certainly has said that she has found it all.
Reports, the final published reports, contradictory insofar as, for instance, this over here has been established that tragically, I quote, tragically, interpersonal violence accounts for a significant number of fatalities against transgender and gender non-conforming people. In 2020, approximately 7 in 10 transgender and gender non-conforming people were unalived as a result of fatal violence, where the individual who was terribly and regrettably unalived was unalived by an acquaintance, a friend, a family member.
Unalived is also, by the way, weirdly enough, thing that I often hear of right-wing leaning people. I don't know why, but I don't know. Just because people tell you you're smart, that doesn't mean you can do sloppy research. I mean, sloppy research is what you do when you don't really care about a subject, right? Like, this whole thing is because she was criticized by FD Signifier.
Partner. Unfortunately, the relationship of the victim to the unaliver is still unknown for close to 1/3 of all known cases.
Like,
this means
this argument is very strange because it's basically trans people get murdered and it's in domestic circumstances, therefore trans genocide is not happening. This is basically the thesis of this whole segment. Yeah, I know, and Alive is just a get around saying demonetizing word thing, but it is also the demonetizing word that is often used by right-wing people, and I don't really hear it often by left-wing people.
That anywhere from 44% to 74%.
Like, I had never heard Vosh said unalived, or I had never heard Shark say unalived. I've never heard, So, I don't know. I guess it's some sort of a selection bias on my part.
Of victims since 2013, because the Human Rights Campaign has been establishing and following and documenting, doing incredible work and very important work, actually documenting violent fatalities.
Yeah, this is
2013.
This is really obscuring the topic. This is not honest.
Were violently unalived by somebody they knew, including intimate partners, family members, friends, peers, and acquaintances. Okay, so I'll get onto my more controversial side just for this point.
Controversial side.
Okay. So in no way am I saying, in this whole thing, that trans people do not face discrimination or violence or
Also, possible rightoids are trained on what words are frowned upon in algorithms, and leftoids don't care. That might be the case, Hope. That might be the case.
Proportional violence in particular situations, in particular cities and urban areas in the US, in particular places in the US, within their specific situations. I'm not denying that at all.
At all.
Trans people face discrimination. However, as I've written here, there is no evidence that there is a collective effort to exterminate a group of people because they are transgender or gender non-conforming.
400 plus bills in the last few years targeting explicitly trans people. Please square that one for me. Square that one for me. You know? Please explain that for me. If that is not evidence of a motivated attack on trans people, then I have no idea what is. New bills keep being proposed that ban trans people and trans adjacent activities from public life. How is this not a motivated attack?
In modern Western societies. And I think the issue here...
Are we just gonna ignore this? Yeah, it is just in the US. Exactly. Like, exactly, it is just in the US. We are talking just the United States.
Is that with this information, a rhetoric of genocide is established primarily by ideological forces and ideological interests.
Ideological. Oh, so now we're going to vaguely gesture at some ideological forces and ideological interests. Yeah, okay. Let's open the link. While we are looking at those, here, hostile political climate. There are currently few explicit legal protections for transgender or non-binary people. Of course, in my opinion, non-binary people are just under the transgender umbrella. Despite historic court victories and some marginal gains in state and local policies that support and affirm transgender people, recent years have been marked by anti-LGBTQ+ political attacks. Hateful efforts have included discriminatory legislation aimed at banning transgender youth from participating in sports alongside their peers, so-called bathroom bills, designed to restrict transgender people from accessing public spaces. That's right. Efforts to stop transgender and gender-expansive youth from accessing transition-related medical care, including counseling and attempts to remove gender identity from non-discrimination policies or create overly broad religious exemption that undermine non-discrimination protections. So basically, laws that would allow people to discriminate against others on the basis of their faith. This is what it is. These discriminatory efforts send a harmful message to our overall society and culture that transgender people are not worthy of equal protection under the law or recognition as full members of our society. So this is, let's remember, the source that Kidology is citing. And this is the part that Kidology is omitting. Where is this from, Kidology's report? Did she said she went through all? Yeah, she said she found it all. She said she has found it all. So we see just how but I would like to also point something else. Kidology's chat is also not blind. G J J G J J G. What about the anti-trans legislation in the US? Asks person in the chat that is probably going to be ignored. Leftists are weird.
as opposed to by actual facts. And so
Actual facts. Again trying to say, if you disagree with me, you disagree with basic facts. If you disagree with me, you disagree with reality itself. She is being intentional here. She's being intentional throughout all this. She's intentionally constructing a narrative to underplay political responsibility, of course.
when people such as me, who go and read this, come out with that conclusion, does that make me transphobic? Because I've actually...
You know what makes you transphobic? Omitting facts when it's convenient. Building a narrative based on selected, isolated, raw stats to make your point. That is what makes you transphobic. But this is an apolitical channel, y'all. Vosh fans are defending it on Reddit. Vosh fans only understand this in the scope of FD signifier versus kidology. Demon Mama will talk with Vosh about this. Right. I bet Demon Mama understands this issue perfectly well. Like, Demon Mama is really good. Like, I have not seen Demon Mama's segment on this, but Demon Mama has good analysis when it comes to things, I think. Was Demon Mama's segment good on this? It must have been good. She has good analysis. And then Vosh will probably make a statement and suddenly her defenders do go quiet. They know FD signifier has been attacking Vosh. I don't think Vosh will let this bad argumentation go just because FD signifier attacked him. Like, Vosh is not this sort of person. You know? Now she's doing the Shapiro fact over feelings bit. She's just an embodiment of every right-wing grifter since Gamergate. Yeah, that's right. So was the DMO, yeah. Demon Mama is really good segments. This is why, this is why Demon Mama, I hate to go with another jab at Chud Logic, but this is why Demon Mama is growing and will blow past Chud Logic, and this is why Chud Logic has been stale. You know? Vosh will know if he will engage Kidology's content deeply. What is the issue? Yeah.
Gone to a source. None of this was from...
I think there's a lot to learn from Demon Mama when it comes to doing what she does. I think Lucy has a lot to learn.
Any sources that I read, that I've any affiliation with, I made sure that this was all completely 100% pro-trans, that this is about trans people. I went and...
Yeah, and I will also say that, this is really a nice and caring person, you know, in one-to-one interactions. Whoa. Yeah. I think so. Like Demon Mama once said that part of her process to prepare for streams is to talk with her family of choice and to bounce ideas and to construct segments by bouncing ideas from one another. So I think this process influences in a really positive way the end product that are the segments. You know?
Into the domain of trans people and got all my
I think
information
many things that Demon Mama does, I could benefit to learn. Let's just say.
from that. There was no evidence to suggest a systematic or collective effort on the part of a, for instance, fascist authority or an institutional entity or people collectively having a collective effort to exterminate trans people.
We have already established that there is a lot of intent, there is a lot of effort. We have read your own source and we have seen the political intent.
Doesn't negate from the fact that a lot needs to be done in order to ensure that trans people can live safely and live their lives as human
beings. This is unironically what Wash was specifically fed on special parts. He was not watching from the start. Like, this is basically what reducing a problem looks like. Oh, look, I'm not saying it's not bad. I'm not saying things are not happening. I'm just saying, everybody, it's not that bad. Let's not reduce it to genocide, everybody. You know? I only watched one Kidology video that wasn't about politics, but I got bad vibes from Kidology channel having centrist looking titles from their videos. But she does pose as a centrist, as an apolitical channel. Right? Again, I went through almost like 10 hours content to understand the full extent of the narrative Kidology uses. Like, she uses a lot of the old tricks of the, like, I feel like I need to point this out. I'm not sure if anyone has pointed it out, but she actually uses a lot of tried methods that centrists, so-called, and right-wingers have been using for years, for many years, in fact. Like the whole, I'm just giving you pure statistics, I'm just giving you the fact of the matter, is one of the oldest talking points. It's one of the oldest things, you know? You know what I mean? Right? This whole, I'm giving you the facts of the matter, the pure statistics. I'm just reading out the statistic. I'm just reading out a statistic from a page. Are you gonna argue with a statistic? What are you? Are you trying to argue reality? You know?
beings.
Like this has been done. This has been done before.
Everybody else. But we need to actually look at the facts of the matter in order to come to a solution, in order to come to doing better. Because if the information which we have and the interpretation of that information is so beyond reality, how
see? There you go. Now she has reached the conclusion. You're just beyond reality. You're just ignoring reality. Forget about the fact that she has just cited. She's not even cited. She alluded to a statistic. She didn't even give the statistic in the video. She just alluded to a statistic. Then she zoomed in on that statistic that she was alluding to, and then she crafted a conclusion from that alluded statistic. So she gave us nothing, and then she gave us a conclusion from the nothing that she gave. And then she basically said that if you argue against it, then you're arguing against reality. Like you're detached from reality if you argue against this magical stat that she has just alluded to without even giving it to us. Like it's basically a lot of nothing, a lot of fluff, a lot of empty talk.
And improve upon reality. I think that's what's important.
Improve upon reality.
Because in this day and age and throughout history, people are actually living under conditions that, at least according to the UN's definition of genocide and that of experts of genocide, I'll link an author who I read who wrote a very interesting article about, he's an expert on genocide, a genocide expert, and he...
Oh, you're gonna point to an expert. Okay, I read this expert who's an expert, a genocide expert, an expert on genocide, you say expert.
Wrote about...
So I has to repeat the word expert at least 4 times.
Genocide and about the interpretation of genocide, and also about, for instance, this idea of a trans-genocide.
So I read this expert, you say. I have read this expert, you say.
To that of genocide.
Are you gonna... Is she gonna give us the name of that expert? Is she gonna give the link to the article? Is the link to the article in the description? Are there cited sources? Oh, okay. Like, I want to see... She has talked about an expert, so I expect the article to be linked in the sources. Well, we could, if she put it in sources, and is this it? CBC Radio Conversation with Genocide Expert. Maybe this is it. We can check it out later. We'll see.
Actually happening in the world today. And it was a very interesting article, very empathetic article.
Very empathetic article. Very nice. Very nice.
But he established that that is not the appropriate or helpful language to use. And I agree with that.
Okay, can you tell us who this expert is? Her claim about this source is that the expert does not agree that it's a helpful language.
It's not helpful. It doesn't help anyone, especially based on the facts of the matter presented by the Human Rights Campaign.
So, what is the article? Who is the author of the article? Who is this expert that you're talking about? Can I see the article? Can I read it? Please? Oh, wait. The article is not here. Sources. NB sources are referenced specifically through the video. Human Rights Campaign Archives, CBC Radio Conversation with Genocide Expert Bernie Farber. Where's the article? This is like a radio talk. Where's the article? Where is it? I don't see it. Amazing. Of course, with what she's the arbiter of the conversation, gotta keep everything reasonable. Sure. Like, where is the article? Can I see it? Like, this is the answer, Karasu. Of course we're not able to check the source because it's not sourced.
So I think that's important because that's the only way that you can actually do something
So this is basically a waste of time when someone says, so I've read this expert, you say, I've read this big genocidal expert who's an expert on things genocide, a real expert, you say, with his expertise. And I've read in this article that is written by an expert, by the way, that he does not agree that there's a trans genocide happening. So get on with the program and just deal with reality, because this expert that I have read recently, who does a lot of expert things on all things genocide, agrees with me. So get on with the program, will you? Will you please? Wake up to reality. Like, what is this? What is this? Can I see the article, please?
Meaningful about this. That's what's important.
Yeah, that's what is
So,
important.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah. Yes. So you can pause the screen.
Like, great. That's totally not that's totally not like the whole fallacy of pointing to like authority. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Snap. This radio was in 2015. Perhaps this opinion might change so that now it's a good time to name the game. This is interesting. I want to see. We could see. I mean, we have a bit of time, right? Bernie Farber. We have a bit of time, right? Um, is there anything? Oh, this is interesting. Wikipedia. Why did you handpick a one expert that contests the claim? Activism criticism. The use of the term transgender genocide has been contested by crime expert Bernie Farber of the Canadian Jewish Congress as being insensitive to victims of recognized genocides such as the Holocaust, which is ridiculous, okay? So this is the person. This is the same person that this is the exact same person that Lonerbox has pointed to before. And this is like his main reasoning is that it's like insulting to Jewish people. When I will remind you for the, I think, 100th time that Jewish people that actually survived Auschwitz tell us in their speeches that the treatment of the LGBT will lead to a new Auschwitz, you know? So I find it a bit rich. I find it a bit rich when a person is saying that it's insensitive to the victims of the Holocaust, when the victims of the Holocaust directly warn us that the treatment of the LGBT will lead to a new Holocaust. Okay? Like, I'm sorry. This is just, like, this is ridiculous. The victims themselves warn us about these things, and then people come out and say, oh, this is so insensitive to the victims. Okay. Okay. Kidology has literally handpicked the one person that contents this framing. You know? So yeah. Yeah, okay. I can admit that. I can admit that. But in this case, I do not agree. I do not agree. Okay? Like, it's not good to speak in the name of the victims if the victims, like, literally make passionate speeches warning us about the new Holocaust repeating itself. Does that make sense? Right? Does that make sense? The victims are warning us, the victims are begging us not to be indifferent.
To read. But I just found that a lot of these things about how can you help, for instance, was suggested in, oh, sorry, my face, in the...
And there's this mysterious article that was just alluded to, and this mysterious expert whose name we'll never learn.
At least the latest, I think it was 2021.
Also, I really want to note Kidology made the link to him talking in 2015 before the spike and rise of the anti-trans politics. Like, we actually cannot know what his current views are if we do not have any source, any current source of what his current views are.
Paper by Human Rights Campaign about violence, especially about hate crimes perpetrated against transgender people. I found that how can you help? All of these really relate to a lot of things about society at large, which are missing and which would inevitably result in kinds of things such as eliminating stigma of peoples, undermining stereotypes.
Reducing stigma and undermining stereotypes is okay, is great, but as many times, like, Germany before the Nazis took over was also very progressive, okay? And the thing is that the right-wingers have already said, if we don't get the public support, we will just head straight to the legislation. And this is what they have been doing. They said, we are losing the popular appeal. People are being more and more pro-trans people, for example. So we will just change the law. We don't need to care about public perception. We will just change the legislation. Right, so how can I explore if Tay agrees with Kidology here? We know his past takes was aligned with 7 years ago the state of affairs. Does he still hold those beliefs? Like, we cannot know if we do not find any recent interview, statement, or anything that's at least from 22, right?
About
like we can't know if his views have changed or not. We just can't know.
Undermining assumptions about people, about actually perceiving people as people, humanizing people, respecting and realizing their existence as individuals in the world, living their lives. I think that's the most important thing. And I think by using this language...
Yeah, this is how nuanced Kidology is.
It not only
She's a fraud, yeah.
Of communities in this world who have historically and presently have incredibly terrible lives under genocidal conditions. And I should not read the comments. But I think it's a difficult conversation to have, but it is important to have, because
It is a difficult conversation to have, and it is really easy to take a bunch of hand-picked stats, build a narrative around it, and then claim that if someone disagrees, they are arguing against reality. Again, she did Cambridge education. A small city uni in Hungary, I am more careful when what can I claim and how I should check my sources. True. Like, it's not a matter of what university you went to. It's a matter of your own honesty about the topics that you engage with, you know? Like, finishing a prestigious university will not suddenly make you honest and fair about issues that you quote unquote investigate.
That the majority
That
of
sadly is not the case.
People in this world would agree with what I'm saying, insofar as saying that trans people are not facing a genocide.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. This is like this, notice this language. Like, do I really have to once again pull out my whole PDF that lists all of the manipulative tactics that people use? Because Kidology here really seems to be adept at manipulation, if anything else. I would like, bear with me here. I will take out this PDF and I will demonstrate to you something, okay? A bit of light reading, if you will. A bit of light reading. So be patient with me, but it will be worth it in the end. Sort by type. FD said she's dog whistling and under playing transgenocide. I believe I can't exactly cite him though. There you go. So, propaganda glossary. I guess she really learned a lot of propaganda tricks on her tenure in Cambridge. Because let's listen to this again. I will go back.
It not only misses the point of communities in this world who have historically and presently have incredibly paper by human rights campaign about violence, society at large, which are missing and which would inevitably result in kinds of things such as eliminating.
That's right, Obsessive Forage. We're taking out the glossary of propaganda, but first we need to hear this sentence again.
Of peoples, undermining stereotypes about individuals, undermining assumptions about people, about actually perceiving people.
My favorite
people, humanizing people, respecting.
Yeah, you have done an amazing job with this doc. I think this is an amazing work, you know? This is my favorite PDF that I oftentimes find myself opening and reading. You deserve great praise for putting together the propaganda glossary. It's amazing. I love it.
And realizing their existence as individuals in the world, living their lives. I think that's the most important thing. And I think by using this language,
this is important.
It not only misses the point of communities in this world.
Oh, it misses the points on communities. We're not quite there yet, but we will be here soon. Okay.
Who have historically and presently have incredibly terrible lives under genocidal conditions.
Right.
And I should not read the comments. But It's a difficult conversation to have.
It's a difficult conversation to have. Okay, it is.
But it is important to have.
Right.
Because I would say that the majority of people in this world would agree with what I'm saying.
Oh, most people in the world would agree with what I'm saying. Are you catching this? Once again. Once again. This is it.
Would agree with what I'm saying.
There we go. One last time for the road before we hit the glossary of propaganda. This is propagandistic language. This is the type of language that you need to be on the lookout for. When someone starts using this sort of language, then you should be alarmed. Okay?
I think it's a difficult conversation to have.
Okay, this is a
But
difficult.
It is important to have.
Right?
Because
I would say
the majority of people in this world
the majority of people in this world
would agree with what I'm saying.
Would agree with what I'm saying. The majority of people in this world would agree with what I'm saying. This statement is basically for her to seal the deal.
So far as saying that trans people are not facing a genocide. Okay.
The majority of people in the world would agree with me when I'm saying that trans people are not facing a genocide.
Effort to exterminate a group of people. Actually, I exaggerate. I'd say in the modern Western world.
In the modern Western world, the majority of people would agree with me.
We're speaking specifically about the modern Western world here.
Specifically speaking of the modern Western world. So, Obsessive Forge, who is in the audience right now, a great contributor to not only this channel but many other projects all around. They are really great. They have put together a document, the propaganda glossary, a nice glossary of tactics and phrases that are being used by propagandists, manipulation tactics. And among them, we have the appeal to belief, the so-called appeal to belief. What is the appeal to belief? So the glossary says, the appeal to belief is the suggestion that since most reasonable people within your group, and this is actually a caveat that she has added at the end, within your group, the Western world within your group, your group being the Western world. The suggestion that since most reasonable people within your group believe something, you should believe it too. Also an appeal to common practice when regarding something everyone does, or an appeal to expertise when regarding experts making a value claim on subjective terms, signaled by phrases like ask anyone, everyone knows, any reasonable person would, it's obvious that, etc. Like, yeah. I doubt it. I think Poland would be, and Hungary would be excluded from that. Yeah, there you go. Appeal to belief. A classic manipulation tactic at work. We are seeing it at work. We are seeing it. We are experiencing manipulation in the wild. Or if we face her with the facts of the matter of our country's policies, she would refuse Hungary and Poland as part of the Western world. Yeah, that would be like, unfortunately, there are many bases since Poland, for example, is being considered something sometimes part of the East, sometimes part of the West, sometimes something in between. I'm actually reading a good book on it. That Poland, what is now Poland, the regions of what is now Poland, has always been considered something in between, culturally at least. Like, Russia has considered the terrains of Poland to be the wall against the degenerate West, and the West has considered the terrains of Poland to be the wall against the influence of the wild East, literally. So that's a whole wild topic on its own. Check her channel description. There is a clue on her ideas on trans issues. Oh, okay, we will check it. Channel description, right? Channel description. Here? Where is it? Do you mean the good grammar indisputably is my thing? Do you mean that? Hello, aesthetically, Saru. Hello. Do you mean this? Which part do you mean? Okay. So yeah, we have caught this attempt at manipulation in real time thanks to Obsessive Forge. Whatever Obsessive Forge touches like is really good, really good. They are best giggler. Yeah, the grammar part. Yeah.
Because that's the only information that's really available. This is all very recent data as well.
So yeah,
crimes, hate crimes against.
This is worth to keep in mind that what she's doing is not exactly new. We've all seen this, we've all faced this before.
Transgender people have only very recently, as of 2013, at least in the US, been recorded. And even here...
Especially because she does not construct her sentences as grammatically well, like she's not as grammatically great as she... Yeah. Like, I would point to the whole fatally killed thing. Fatally killed. Oh my gosh. Fatally killed. We have all been fatally killed on this day.
Human Rights Campaign.
We have all been fatally killed by this video.
Confirms that 6% of fatalities.
Grammar over feelings.
Were established to be hate crimes. In line with your definition of what genocide would be.
You didn't give us a genocide definition. I would just like to point that out. She has not given any genocide definition. She just pointed to some data, pointed to some fatality data, but she did not give us the actual data. And then she constructed a narrative against this isolated piece of data and concluded that if you disagree, then you are a reality denier or something like that. It's basically telling she won't respect pronouns, or at least certain ones. Right. Wait. Hold on. She didn't say fatally unalived. I think she did say fatally killed. Is this a slip? Is this a slip up? I'm pretty sure she said literally fatally killed, not fatally unalived. So she kept saying unalived, and then she just said fatally killed that one time. That's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. All that effort for nothing. Also suggested that she did all the archive research of human rights campaign. No, no, no. Carazo. She actually said something else. She said that the human rights campaign is one of the sources that she has found. She says that she has read things outside of the human rights campaign, which is even worse for her because she said that she found other sources outside of it. You know? So she actually said that her sources go beyond just the human rights campaign. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
So that's my opinion on the matter.
That's my opinion.
I do actually. I'm not going to beg with you not to call me a transphobe.
So is it an opinion, or are you just giving us raw data, facts of the matter?
Or that I'm saying something harmful, because I'm not.
I mean, she said that she found other sources, but she does source the 2015 CBC radio thing.
None of this is all facts presented.
See? This is all facts. Like, is she really from Cambridge? This is my opinion. 2 seconds later, this is all facts. So is this all facts or is this all your opinion? Which one? Choose your adventure. Choose, please. Thank you. Choose. Because human rights campaign admits political landscape plays a role in the spike of violence against trans people. Yeah, and we have even read it all on stream. So
On Human Rights Campaign. Highly recommend you read it if you haven't read it.
we have read it. We have read it on stream. It's really interesting that you have omitted this part in your video. Makes me wonder.
I think it's.
But don't worry, we've got you. We read it, so we're good. To be fair, I see Oxford and Cambridge invite horrible transphobes.
Important,
Right.
and it does a very, very good job in humanizing trans individuals.
A lot of what people consider default is carefully curated ideological pigeonhole. Yes. Actually, this topic in itself would be a great thing to explore. How certain norms have been carefully molded throughout the centuries. Which is why there is no such thing as just being left alone and just defaulting to traditional gender norms when quote unquote being left alone, as Jordan Peterson said it. The traditional gender norms have been carefully enforced for hundreds upon hundreds of years. Just leaving people alone is not quite enough to unlearn something that has been drilled into people throughout the centuries. I am reading a really good book on the history of women, and there's a really good fragment of it that I would like to paraphrase to you all that explains that there is no such thing as just being left alone. There is no such thing. So, women in the around 18th century, they could not freely write their political ideas. They could not freely express themselves. They would need to write under pseudonyms. They would need to pretend to be men sometimes. And there was this interesting thing that the author points out, that there was women were gate-kept from being able to participate in the literary world and in the political world through writing, but also there was a psychological wall that was put before women because of the centuries of drilling certain norms into people's heads. Women who said that they wanted to write political works said that they felt more comfortable knitting and doing traditional women things because they felt a big level of anxiety about doing the thing that was forbidden to them. There was a psychological aspect to overcome in order to be able to do the thing. So there is no such thing as just leaving people alone, you know? There is no such thing as just leaving people alone. People will default to the thing for the most part. They will default for the thing that has been drilled into them because it is psychologically the least stressful thing to do. Of course, it does not speak to the fact that the gender norms are something to be celebrated. And look, when we leave people alone, they slide into those roles once again. It just proves that there is a lot of psychological work to be done to undo certain things that are have been enforced for many years, if that makes sense. Right? Oof. Like I've done a little bit of a rant on right? Does that make sense what I've just said? Certain things have been really drilled into people through many generations, and it's not as easy to just unlearn those things. Does that make sense? Do you agree with what I just said? Where's anatrophy? But she's wrong about grammatical gender too. Let's see the point. The only reason gender neutral is in default is patriarchy, not grammar. They, them is not really neutral. Actually, they, them has been used as gender neutral for men, for forever. I know she's wrong, as many trans and anti-trans, they are not upholding some tradition of language. Even they are recreating a new biological essentialism. The sheer hubris involved in thinking you can boil gender down to parts of speech and be like, yeah, I get it, I understand, right? So yeah. We did a little bit of a sidestep to the history of women's struggle, but I think it demonstrates that too often right-wingers and hacks will ignore years and years of historical molding. And keep in mind, those people will be the ones crying the loudest about social engineering when people have been socially engineered, quote unquote. Of course, I have already been told that the term social engineering means something totally different to begin with. So let's not even get into this.
Victims of the most heartbreaking and terrible violence, which no human being, no individual should ever be subjected to. It's truly heartbreaking. It's important. And in order to realistically and practically confront that and engage with society as a whole about that.
Engage with society, engage with reality. If you don't agree with me, you are not being realistic. You are not engaging with reality. Fall in line, agree with society. There you go.
A very different narrative and conversation needs to be had. Because at this point, we are sitting here squabbling about whether trans people are undergoing genocide or not, whilst there are actually transgender people who are being killed. Majority of human
beings. This is a non sequitur. This is nonsense. Okay, this is those are not even things that are exclusive. So
killed by an intimate partner or a family member. this is the example of the ability to do better. And I think that's what's really important. But let's get back to the video.
We're going back to the video.
Yeah, that was just the point I wanted to make.
A really dishonest and cherry-picked point, but yeah, point made. Point made.
Bingo. Okay.
Point made.
It's going to be difficult to finish this whole video in one sitting.
I mean, I think she mentions. Also, sorry, someone said I'm like out of sync, but I don't know how to fix it with like my audio.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
So now, Professor Flowers, right? This is Professor Flowers. So it's important to point out how anti-trans and biological essentialists try to rewrite norms here. They are not establishing some continuity. They are trying to pretend it's a continuity when it's not.
I think she's like mentioned that like the left has like this massive battle, this uphill battle, and she like commends people on the left for working that hard. But at the same time, I think there's this thing that she's trying to bring up about how she believes that the left like fails at being inclusive, where the right like doesn't have like these strict like, hey, you need to do this to be on the right. The right doesn't have that as much as the left does. Like the left is like, well, we're not going to tolerate.
Well, that's because the right is basically just about falling in line. So it's easier to create that unified front of people that just fall in line. That's why.
It's phobia. We're not going to tolerate racism. We're not going to, all these things. And for some reason, like, I think her whole video is saying like, well, that's fundamentally a problem. And I think for me, like, it's not actually a problem. I'm just
I don't want you over here, nigga. I don't want you
over here having a good time.
I don't think she thinks it's much of a problem as I think what's maybe not more worrisome, but more, I don't know, maybe relatable, that she thinks it's not realistic. Right? Like she thinks you have to assume that not ever, like there's no way we all.
So what's your response? What is your...
Okay, Alexander.
Nothing?
That's not what I'm saying. If 9 people are killed because they are Jewish, and the reason behind that, which can be established through investigating such crimes, as was done at Nuremberg, is the reason why they were killed is because they were Jewish, and because the ideas and ideology behind that were in the interest of exterminating the Jewish race.
We already have read about the political intent from your own source. This, what you are saying right now, is not helping your point, considering that we have looked into your own source. So, yeah.
From the planet. That would be defined as a genocide.
There you go.
It's not about numbers in as much as it's also about all these extenuating factors.
Right? The ones that you keep denying. The ones that you keep denying and the ones that you keep omitting from your own sources, which makes you dishonest, and Alexander McLean is absolutely correct. Yeah.
So I'm in no way denying that if 9 people who are Jewish are killed, as I've said, not denying that at all. What I am denying is this idea that you can say that something is a genocide when it doesn't meet very clearly and very extensively.
You have not demonstrated that in the slightest. Let's keep this in mind. You have not demonstrated in any way that what we call the transgenocide does not meet any criteria.
Since
you have lazily pointed to one point of the data point, and you have stripped it of all context, you have omitted a lot of information from your own sources, you have constructed a narrative around it, and you have framed it as reality, as fact of the matter.
mid-20th century, understandings and interpretations of what constitutes a genocide of people in order to prevent it from happening. The definition has been established in order...
Yeah, and you have not even discussed any of the definitions. You have not discussed the definition. You have not said what the claims about the transgenocide are. You have just vaguely pointed to a statistic. That is all that you have done. Nothing else.
Specifically to ensure that genocides do not happen. It's very particular to actual genocidal situations.
Yeah, it is done to prevent genocides from happening.
UN primarily to investigate, to deal with, to ensure that people are not exterminated, that a group of people are not exterminated. When you take that definition and that understanding and you apply it to a situation and to people who in no way fit that criteria.
Who in no way fit. You're just going to assert that, even though you have not at all established that. This is also a part of the dishonesty of this person's presentation. She just says, it in no way fits any... it fits in no way does it fit any definition of genocide. That's not true. You have not established that at all.
In terms of the violence and the fatalities, which heartbreakingly and regrettably and terribly individuals within that group are experiencing, you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get anywhere in undermining this non-existent genocide.
Oh, non-existent genocide. There you go.
Is happening.
Because you're saying it, because you gave us... No, you didn't even give us, because you alluded to us to one statistic.
It isn't happening. Statistically and based on what information is out there, it isn't happening. It's no coincidence that in 2020, if I can remember, yes, I am right in that. In 2020, Human Rights Campaign stated that fatalities or fatal violence against transgender people and gender non-conforming people skyrocketed above anything that they'd seen since 2013 and even now, if you compare the chart, which I will link again.
And of course, this is also the incoherence that just points to your dishonesty. First, you say that genocide is more than about one factor, but then when analyzing the transgenocide, you are just focusing on a single factor, even though you said it's not just about a single factor.
Below.
So,
and that was because we're in lockdowns. It was COVID. And when you relate that and you relate other information and statistics that were found about primarily violence being perpetrated by intimate partners or by family members, people...
There you go, again, isolating the topic to a single statistic. Like, ridiculous. And also comparing it to a re-educational camp in China.
You can see that in the same way.
Yeah, I can see your manipulation. I can see your dishonesty quite plainly.
Domestic violence against women and children skyrocketed during COVID in modern Western societies. These things are related, but to call that a genocide, it doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help women and...
You have not even said what we call a genocide. You have not even managed to describe what it is that we are calling the genocide, because you just again alluded to a statistic. That's it. That's all that you've done.
Children or men who are victims of domestic violence It doesn't help trans individuals.
So this is
and gender
ridiculous.
non-conforming individuals who are victims of violence, who are victims of gun violence, who are living in poverty.
Because the thesis is not genocide is when violence of any sort.
Who are living in areas where that are socially below the average poverty line in the US. This is a very complex situation, and individuals are complex.
Yeah, this is a very complex situation. And you're basically trying to simplify it to a single stat. You're trying to simplify an extremely complex situation to a single stat. You know, you're trying to simplify a very complex topic of genocide, and you're trying to basically reduce it to a single stat. This is what you're doing. You are reducing a very complex problem. Why are they living in areas where they are socially below? What systems could there be that they struggle against to find jobs, not to mention good jobs, or good housing, or just housing? Like, good housing is one thing. Any housing,
Very complex.
Yeah, it's very complex, so you should stop reducing it.
With genocides that have been committed is that it's primarily committed by
Like, are you trying to say that genocides are simplistic matters?
perpetrators who see the world in very black and white terms and therefore see their group as above and making decisions on behalf of everybody else, and any threat, namely a scapegoat of some group, has to be exterminated in order to realize their vision. The definition of a genocide very much entails an understanding and an appreciation of who the perpetrators of genocide are.
Yeah, and we do understand it, of course. Your own source pointed to the answer to that, but you did not show us that portion of your own source.
Who they are.
Yeah.
What system,
That's
what
true.
institution, what collective entity they are. And you can see that, for instance, with the Communist Party in China, Xi Jinping, with the structure of the Communist Party in terms of the UN's report into the genocide against Uyghur Muslims in China. You can see that. You can see the understanding and the nuance of that. If you compare that and a report on that to that of this report, completely different situations, and to apply the definition of genocide to something that isn't genocide is, you're not going to, it doesn't help anyone.
Yeah, it doesn't help anyone to lie.
It doesn't help the individuals who are victims disproportionately,
My
mainly
gosh.
African American transgender women and Latin American transgender women. It's not going to help them in any way if that is what we're attempting to do here. So you have to have these conversations. But
We're attempting to stop a genocide. Like, that is what is the attempt.
have them or not. The world is not going to be fixed quickly by calling something a genocide that isn't.
What does that mean? What? This is nonsense. This is like...
Life is far more complex than that. And
This is just meaningless nonsense. This is meaningless. This is empty content. This is the world won't be fixed quickly by calling something genocide. That isn't. You're right. The world will not be quickly fixed by calling a genocide something that is not genocide. In reality, the world will be quote unquote fixed by slowly pushing against the oncoming genocide that is happening. So yeah, what you're saying is just empty fluff.
I think that's being missed here.
So don't even.
I'm not a transphobe for saying that. Please, I can see emails coming in.
Yeah, I can see emails coming in. I'm not a racist for pointing out the 1950. Yeah, we have been here before. We've all done this dance of don't call me a racist, a bigot, or whatever, for just simply stating facts, for simply giving you this statistic. I'm not really a bigot. Please don't call me a bigot because I'm not one. I'm just giving you the facts of the matter. There you go. Yes, of course. Right. We've all been here before. You're not innovative.
One of them titled "You're a Transphobe." So, yeah, please, just yeah.
Should I title the video "You're a Transphobe"? Like, I mean, if the shoe fits, might as well, right? If the shoe fits, then why not? The world will certainly not be fixed by casually denying genocide, nor by dismissing it as a mundane, common, widespread, and normal. I mean, certain groups would certainly see it as fixing the world, you know? Certain groups would certainly see it as that.
Could get on the same page about some sort of fundamental like human decency or perspective on people. And so you must be aware, and I guess to what Bellamy was saying before, right? This idea like when you have to hold space for
I'm alluding to the bigots. I'm alluding to the bigots that want to see it happen. Like, yeah.
all the ideas, even holding space for things on the fringes or things that are so antithetical to like more progressive ideas, like take space up in your brain. Like it makes it so you have to move a little bit more to that, which you don't even like.
Let's get to that section, so we can at least have her words to kind of respond to directly. So I think this is all like various.
And I did read an interview with Maya.
This is all various, just British
from a religious perspective, and individuals who are atheists and writing from an atheistic perspective, and they all come together to write exceptional pieces and articles and essays. I would highly recommend subscribing to and reading Unheard.
There we go. Okay.
The first I would say is political dogma. The left has started off with good intentions, very good intentions, particularly when it comes to representing and speaking for and giving a platform to minority issues. However, the left has largely left these good intentions in the dust in pursuit of more accessible ends, as well as more accessible causes, namely identity politics. For instance, representing minority issues such as that of trans individuals.
Wait, hold on. What? Can we go back? Of course, is she one of those people? Is she one of those people?
Good intentions in the dust in pursuit of more accessible ends.
Oh, I see. She's one of those people that say we should be, we should forget about trans issues and focus on more important issues. She's one of those people. Okay, I see. See what's happening here.
Issues. However, the left.
Let me see. Let's watch this again. Wait, how many inception of video there are at the moment? Like a lot.
There we go. Okay.
The first I would say is political dogma. The left has started off
political dogma of the left. Oh yeah, the left is the most
good intentions, very good intentions, particularly when it comes to representing and speaking for and giving a platform to minority issues. However, the left has largely left these good intentions in the dust in pursuit of more accessible ends, as well.
More accessible ends?
As more accessible causes, namely identity politics. For instance,
identity, okay, let's see.
Representing minority issues such as that of trans individuals is an exceptional and important thing. However, doing that at the expense of letting a woman write about gender causes issues.
Interesting phrasing. Protecting trans people at the expense of allowing women to write about gender. What do you mean by that? What are you trying to say? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Understandably.
All right, I don't want to. We're not going to jump on every transphobic dog whistle. I just want to put that out there. So if you're thinking that we're letting something slide, we'll come back here because this is an undercurrent of the whole video.
It's a lot.
But we're not going to jump on each one of them. I do want to talk about her statement about identity politics.
What does that mean? Like, I think we can end here, but she went in tangent only by FD signified mentioning transgenocide, right? Like, what does that mean? Like the, what is? I think we all know what she meant by not allowing women to talk about gender in order to protect trans people. Interesting. I don't think this one is especially difficult to decipher. Okay? I don't think this one is hard. Right? Do you agree? Right. She speaks of more important issues, but then reverts to pandering to white men. Next, if we are counting the just women, we are already a biological minority. She contradicts herself instantly, right? Okay. So I think we have a segment. If you like this segment about denying, if you have liked this segment about denying genocide, then please like, subscribe, hit the bell, and yeah, become a Patreon possibly. And yeah, how are we feeling? How are we feeling after this segment? How are we doing? Are we doing okay? Are we all good? Whew. That was a bit more serious than the Chud Logic one. The Chud Logic was a bit of a meme, but this is actually a lot more serious. If only because Kidology is a lot bigger than Chud Logic. 42.279 people have watched this. Next time might be worthy to check their immigration blaming section a bit less contained. I think we will do it next time. I think it might be worthy to check more of this out and do some analyzing, especially since there are parallels to other countries. I feel fairly KO'd, yeah, true. True. It is true. So what do we have here? What is next on the agenda? Actually, right now we have a choice. Okay? Shed Logic is both a moral and intellectual iceberg compared to this creature, though. They are both bad in their own special ways. I would say that Kidology is more dangerous than Chud Logic. Chud Logic is just a grifter. It's just a shameless grifter with like a that just chases drama for money. This is not just about the drama between FD Signifier and Kidology. This is about spreading lies and misinterpreting data. Oh, believe me, like, we have not been watching this video from the perspective of FD Signifier versus Kidology, like, at all. I don't think we have even mentioned during this whole segment Kidology versus FD signifier that much. Like, I said that she did this in response to being like attacked by an FD signifier, but I think we have approached this mainly from the perspective of the misinformation. Also, chat showed some ability to investigate when we take some effort. But risk is honesty is about drama. True. True. So now I will give you two choices, right? I will give you two choices now. One is we can watch poly people's discussion with that person that dressed as a girl, because poly people on one hand bashed Kefals in a debate, but on the other hand, like apparently a pretty amicable conversation with the person that cross-dressed. Or we can watch a slightly shorter thing, which is Origin of Language talk with Stardust, not Starlight, Stardust. So which one do you want? Do you want one poly people versus that person who was criticized, whose name I forget? And two, Origin and Stardust. Which one? So I guess we can do some origin of language, okay? Okay, let's go. Okay. So, Stardust. I guess I have to find it. Oh, origin of language is like a person that decided to talk to Stardust. Oh, I saw on the playlist the defense of Jordan Peterson. I saw it. Don't worry. I have seen it. I have taken notes. So playlists, live. I guess this is it. Is this one it? Okay, where is that origin of language segment? Wait, I think I have a link. I think I have a... No. Origin of language is just a person that's active on President Sunday's Discord. He talked to... This is Stardust, yeah. He talked to... he talked to President Sunday, he talked to Counterpoints, and now he talked to... There you go. I think this link has that timestamp, so let's go. Hopefully there's a timestamp. No timestamp?
Hello?
Oh. I think this is the discussion with Origin.
Fuck. I messed it up when I first started streaming.
So I
Hello.
guess this is like, this will be our little relaxing segment after this.
Good evening.
I often say Starlight instead of Stardust. The names are similar.
Give me a second here.
The names are similar. Origin of language is having some audio problem.
I'm trying to type ominously. Is it working? It is working.
I think this is the...
Why 2 streams up? Because I started one by accident.
So where's the origin?
Like to some extent. So unfortunately,
What? Okay.
unfortunately, there does have to be some entertainment aspect to it, right? Because yes, organizing them, but
Wait, so
How come you don't do that in
okay,
a manner?
there we go. I was like,
yeah.
where's origin of language? Where's the talk? Like, where are you? Okay, let's go. That is in fact the fragment with origin. Okay. Yeah, Kidology is a bit intense because she's pretty, like...
You have much better public...
Kidology reaches a lot of people and their message is very harmful, I would say.
Domain music than other streamers. For that, I shall like. Thank you. Hey, Star, looking great. Thank you. I'm wearing a red dress today. I hope you guys like it. Let's see. All right, origins here.
Okay, there we go. Origin of language.
Hello?
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Speak again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
All right.
Yeah, can you hear him well? Let's see what chat says. Origin's voice is soothing. It is soothing. How are you doing, Origin?
I don't know about that. I'm all right. How are you?
Soothing
I'm good.
voice. Soothing
so what
boy.
do you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Just the state of online politics and just
All
in
right, let's
discourse.
go.
I've
Let's
had
go.
a chat with Connor.
Like, I think we have gotten a taste of political discourse in the segment before this, so we are primed to talk about this issue.
And President Sunday about this. It's interesting that I've been able to talk with some streamers about this type of issue because I think it's a very crucial one that I don't think is being addressed in a manner that I find suitable.
Okay.
Acceptable.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like the whole I know that the Twitch, the YouTube panel scene is somewhat in a comeback or a resurgence.
Is it?
Connor says he's starting his own.
I'm not sure if it is. I
noticed that you were doing it
I've not seen any panels lately.
Panel a few times. Am I correct there? You had President Sunday on and Sherry, I think, yeah.
I was running a couple of different panel shows in Twitch poll. It's not really for me anymore, I would say, but yeah, I was for a little bit.
How come you don't do that anymore then?
Because
I like being part of panels, and part of the reason why I
seems dried out.
Part of the reason why I started doing panels.
Starlight's got her chat to mock me because I disagreed with her once. She pinned my comment so people would attack me in the chat. What was the comment?
Making panels is because I wanted a panel to join that had certain attributes to it, right? And so I would make that panel, but then I would be the moderator, so I couldn't participate in it. So it was fun running the panels, but I just like being a panelist. I don't want to be the panel person, you know, and it's a pain in the ass organizing them. So.
Oh, definitely. It's interesting that you take that position on it because if I were a moderator and if this ever were to be the case, and I don't want it to be, but if this were the case, if I were moderator in these panel shows, like I would be super strict in how I would handle people because one of the biggest issues I find is just how
how would the strictness sort of manifest itself? That is the question, isn't it? Like saying on its own that you'd be strict does not mean much.
sporty and just vitriolic people can
What
get.
would you do?
And that a lot of the times moderators will just let that slide and just let it go and just maybe because it's like, oh, it's for entertainment purposes and it's like, oh, it's going to get the views, but I find that to be dishonest. And also,
what's I'm not sure if dishonest is even the right word to describe it, to be honest. I'm not sure if dishonest is actually the way to, like, I wouldn't personally use the word dishonest. I think Origin uses the word dishonest too much to describe everything. I mean, nobody from those panels is trying to say we're not about blood sports. They clearly say we are all about that, and that is why we allowed it to slide, because it's blood sports. So I'm not sure what the dishonesty portion of that whole thing is. I think they're pretty straightforward about what they are or where or,
So detrimental because when you have that, if you're
So
kind
I'm
of
not sure if dishonesty is like the term that I would use.
basing solely on engagement on that type of engagement, it's not going to produce anything of value, I don't think, because if we're going to try to address politics, which is very serious stuff, and we're trying to mix it with entertainment, I don't know how that's going to benefit anybody in the long run.
So unfortunately, this is the entertainment industry, even though it's online politics. What you are talking to is a bunch of entertainers, right? Like I'm an entertainer, Connor's an entertainer, President Sunday is even an entertainer to some extent. So unfortunately, there does have to be some entertainment aspect to it, right? Because this is how people,
Also, I think there's this strange belief that entertainment has to be unserious by default, that whatever is, and that entertaining means unserious. Something can be entertaining and really serious at the same time, Does that make sense? Like entertainment and seriousness are actually not mutually exclusive things. A thing does not have to be dry and boring in order to be valuable. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. And I don't think things need to be ridiculous and I don't think things need to be like blood sporty, quote unquote, in order to be entertaining. Yeah, exactly. It's all about who your audience is. People are entertained by different things as well.
This is how people live their lives, right? And I'm not going to disagree with you that it can be detrimental to the conversation.
Like I think there's this, like I take issue with like this belittling of entertaining and entertainers,
I probably wouldn't call it dishonest. I think if anything, at least being upfront about that is pretty honest. But yeah, I can definitely see in ways how that can be detrimental to the productivity of a conversation. But there is one thing to think about. When something is entertaining, you are likely going to reach a much larger audience, right? So even if the conversation isn't as high quality, if you're having a decent conversation, and it's
she's another one that tries the blood spurt things like that's someone productive, yeah. Right.
It's entertaining at the same time, at least you're reaching a large audience.
And that's an interesting point, but if that is the case, how are we able to mitigate, or are we even able to understand if it is reaching a wider audience, if the wider audiences then start to kind of take on that type of debate bro kind of aggressive behavior in their spheres as well, especially in online areas, not just in like on Twitter and Discord and any other social media outlet, because I think it's a self-fulfilling prophecy to that extent, because if they see their favorite streamers acting in very aggressive behaviors and being antagonistic, it then replicates to them as well, and they become very tribal.
Yeah, but aggressive is not equal to entertainment. Yeah, you don't need to be aggressive to be entertaining.
And I think you can be entertaining, but not having to just be totally like.
See, even Origin sees my point that you don't really need to be a butthole to be entertaining. There we go. I guess Origin understands me, my feelings.
I've gone on record saying that I think the whole performative aspect of debates, it's all pageantries, because it's just they think like I think streamers behave in such a way that like, how am I going to have to be the most outrageous? It's as if they're I don't know if this is the case because
That's not true. No, I don't think so. Like Demon Mama has been really growing, and Demon Mama's plan for streaming is definitely not how can I be the most outrageous.
a streamer. Maybe you can key me in on this.
I think my growth has been fairly steady, and I also have not been running on outrage.
From your perspective, but I think some streamers intentionally want to hype themselves up in such a way that
So
they're
it's
not
now,
even really
now
thinking.
it's some streamers. Okay, not all. I think so. It might be. I think it might be.
About the consequences to
I
how
think it might be a stream of the Japanese streamer going around trains.
that may infect their audience. Does that make any sense?
That makes sense. Yeah, definitely the discourse. I could definitely see what you're saying about the discourse.
Yeah, we are on a much more interesting arc now. The Love and Solidarity Act. It's true. It's true. And I will spearhead it. Come on.
Discourse itself being
Yeah,
harmed,
yeah.
especially between like the average people after they see their favorite streamer acting like a lunatic or something like that.
Like,
And when you say
a lunatic is like me.
that people like in panels, for instance, I think it's really much more difficult for panelists themselves to try to even understand their opponent's arguments if they're just going to be letting their emotions get the better of them, because when that happens, they're most likely going to be using fallacy after fallacy. They're not thinking clearly, and they're talking past one another. And if that's the case, then how does that in any way help anyone within this scene try to understand their arguments? So that way, if we try to reach an understanding, or at least try to figure out where someone may be wrong on a position, that we have them kind of understand that where they're wrong. I don't see it's easy. I don't think we can do
I
that.
actually have a little bit of an idea that is blooming in my head for a panel that might be quite positive and quite interesting. And I have already been given some positive feedback on my panel idea. So look forward to it, because I'm going to be slowly giving it shape. I have discussed this panel idea a bit on President Sunday's Discord.
That when we're just being unnecessarily antagonistic, I don't think it's very feasible.
I could definitely see that, but again, you have to square away with like, how are you going to get people to even watch the thing? If there's no drama there, if there's like, what is your other entertainment value? You know?
I would say you can bring
Drama is not the only way to entertain people. Let's like, I think that speaks to a bit of like lack of, I don't know, imagination.
I think there's a very narrow way of how people view entertainment. Like
I didn't think I would get into this like and keep agreeing with origin of language, but definitely no. Here we are. Origin of language is correct. It's a pretty narrow view of entertainment to just see drama as the only way to entertain, right? Like, it is a pretty narrow view. Like, the biggest channels on YouTube are not the biggest drama channels. Like, Uncle Roger does not thrive on drama. Like, even Mr. Beast, I think, does not thrive on drama, right?
I think for me personally, and this is just me, I'm entertained by
Entertainment is also just one flavor response, right? Right.
learning, like if that makes sense. Like I love to learn everything I can from different fields, literature, philosophy.
I think engaging is also a key word. Engaging. Like if people feel like that they get a maximum amount of value from what you are giving, then I think that can also serve as a thing that would make people watch you, right? People react to content in a wide variety of ways that have nothing to do with being entertained. People do also come to learn if you offer knowledge. Right, right. It's about, in other words, it's about value, right? The wider term would be value. What sort of value are you giving the person that is watching your content? Is the value entertainment? Is the value education? Is the value getting to know someone? Is the value being able to sort of maybe have someone to relate to who is like the person you're watching, you can relate to their experience.
And I just maybe that's just how I thrive on learning
I think
things,
it might,
but
yeah, I think it might be a uniquely you thing because I think the average person does need a little bit of some in some way needs something to be dumbed down to grab.
Oh my gosh, there we go. Here we go again. Oh my gosh. I think the average person appeal to believe the suggestion that since most reasonable people within your group believe something, you should believe it too. Signaled by phrases like ask anyone, everyone knows, any reasonable person. Like people do this all the time. Thank you again for the glossary of propaganda, by the way. When Vosh goes into sociology topics, it's great to listen because Vosh studied and has a degree in sociology. He understands the topic most, Twitch and YouTube panels are not smart and not wise from Twitter. Not wise people from Twitter.
Their attention, right?
yeah.
And
And
I'm not
if
saying
we have to do
everything.
that,
I'm not saying everything has to be
I'm
like.
really growing tired of the appeal to believe that people keep defaulting to. Stardust hates you and think you're basic, basically. Basically, you're basic.
Housewives of Orange County or whatever, right? But there
have to
does have
dumb
to be
it
some
down.
sort of entertainment value that grabs people and drags people in.
and I think there's a way that you can do that. You just don't have to really like bring yourself down to this sort of like very petty behavior sort of stuff. Like I'm trying to think of a good example. Like your talk with Mind Waves recently is an interesting example because he was coming at you with the whole platforming issue, which I think platforming is a very complicated issue. I may even ask you a few questions about that, but not from his perspective because he kind of came in with a very exegetical method of or trying to persuade you. He was trying to say, look, this is what you're doing. This is what you need to do. And he wasn't really giving any explanations as to why, or even explaining that that's how it is the case. And when you were in that conversation, I can understand why you were getting frustrated with him because he was pushing an exegetical, which exegesis just means like they're pushing a conclusion. They're trying to prove a conclusion without using arguments. They're trying to search for an argument to prove their conclusions. And so when that kind of engagement happens,
Honestly, I'm still 100% reading from the Richard Spencer thing with her. Yeah, that's the entertainment that we need. We need to platform dangerous people. The more dangerous person platformed, the more entertaining, the better it is, I guess.
Flustered because I guess you could see that was going on. And so when that kind of engagement happens, I don't see how both parties in that situation, regardless of who I think is right or wrong, even if there is a right and wrong in here, that it's not going to have anything productive coming out of it.
I was just getting very irritated in that conversation because it felt like he was telling me what to do. I get super triggered when I get people telling me what to do, and then secondly, he was telling me what to do.
I know it's a case-to-case basis, but sometimes it can be good to be suggested that you might be on the wrong path. You know? Sometimes it's worth receiving such feedback that the course that you're on may not be the best. Right?
And he was not giving me any charitability in like, you know, in handling the topic itself. So I think that's kind of why I got super annoyed with him in that. But yeah, I definitely see what you're saying, you know.
Lucy, more importantly, we need to the resurrection platform washed out dangerous grifters and demagogues. True. The more dangerous demagogue, the better. For the content, for the entertainment.
Wasn't the most productive conversation for sure. So
you can tell me what to do, Mom. True.
Although I would like to ask you in my own way, like outside of like Richard Spencer, for example, like what interests you in talking with him on any sort of basis, regardless of the one that he was referring to?
I think he's fascinating. He's somebody who kind of started that alt-right movement and then watched it kind of get...
I think to engage with people like this responsibly, you really need to approach it carefully, you know? Like, this is not a thing that you can just do irresponsibly and say, oh, this person is fascinating. Because even just saying this person is fascinating, basically, whether you like it or not, gives the person some form of legitimacy. When you say, oh, Richard Spencer, a fascinating character, people will think, oh, fascinating. Well, maybe I should check him out more. Maybe I should listen to him more. If he's so fascinating, then maybe he's like worth listening to. Maybe what he's saying is fascinating as well. You know? Like, it's not really a good way to approach people like this. Like, he's so fascinating. You know?
Wrestled away from him, and it's interesting to see what his predictions are of the current like far right. It's interesting to see what he thinks the future is of politics. He's a very well educated guy. He may have some abhorrent views, but he is very in tune with what he's interested in. And
yeah, all horrible people are quite in tune with what they believe in. It doesn't mean that they should be treated as fascinating and given platforms.
He's also incredibly charismatic, and there's something to be
there. And that's even worse. If you call a horrible person very fascinating, you know they are very charismatic, and you give them a platform to practice their charisma on. Like, you're just in real time on my stream giving me reasons why you should not platform him. And you're using it as arguments why you did.
Because he's one of these people that got along with black nationalists, got along with, separatists, all sorts of different people who you would think would not typically get along with him. So.
Okay, so you just find him interesting in the manner that he's someone that can hold...
Of course, Origin's not gonna really... Yeah. I don't have high hopes. I don't have high hopes in this
conversation and express his ideas in a manner that's not wholly just being aggressive or just being unnecessarily...
Yeah, I think we have similar communication styles as well. But yeah,
that's oof. Okay.
Yeah, I think I have a similar communication style to him, and that's why I also find him very interesting.
I see.
But he is, obviously I disagree vehemently with all of his views, obviously, but
platforming the right costs her the majority of her audience. No, that's interesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. One thing that I despise in online circles and how people address different political camps is you'll know this. There's this guilt by association fallacy.
Do you know why I really dislike? I know what original language is like, I know what original language is about to do, and I will preemptively counter it by saying I really dislike this idea that we all function in an intellectual vacuum, that it doesn't matter who you platform, it doesn't matter who your ideas you spread, that it's all fine, it's all just an intellectual exercise. At the end, it's just a fascinating conversation. It has no effect on anything outside of it. It's all good. You're not guilty by association. You're fine. You just had a fascinating conversation. It's great. There we go. I wonder.
See that people throw around a lot, which
There you
is the fallacy that if someone sees someone they feel is on their political ideology conversing with someone who they find abhorrent ideologically, then they think therefore you must be connected with them, or you're like them, or you agree with them on that stuff. And I think that's a really dangerous way of interpreting associations, because one, you can associate with someone you disagree with, but also be friendly with them and understand their humanity. But here's where I would change. This is where I think it actually comes to the substantive criticism of this sort of thing. If you are solely just being chummy with them and that you let them kind of spout whatever they have without any pushback of any degree,
I mean, you're not giving any pushback, Origin. That is the problem.
and you don't have to push back by being aggressive. That right there is dishonest as well. I think you can understand someone's positions by just getting.
I'm not sure Origin knows what dishonest means. Okay.
Engaging with them in the Socratic method of dialogue. Just
Maybe I should talk to Origin.
ask them, what do you believe? And they say X, and you say, okay, why do you believe that? And they'll explain that, and then it's like, okay, how did you get to that conclusion? And what is giving you that inclination there? I think that's the best way you can actually engage with someone you disagree with.
What if they're
That's
being
way more
dishonest?
productive than just trying to assert you're this, you're that. Oh, you're obviously this and that. That's something that I see a lot in these circles, and it doesn't help anybody to constantly pick out these little guilt by association.
What if they actually are this and that, though? What if they are? What if they don't care to answer honestly to your questions?
Because, like with you, with Richard Spencer, for example,
Right?
like I understand that you said that you were you weren't agreeing with him. You were saying you were acknowledging that you were listening to him, right?
Oh. Origin is gonna push on Starlight now.
Yeah, it's an acknowledgement that I'm listening as well as an encouragement for him to speak further.
Yeah. And so you don't have to necessarily agree with anything he's saying just by that acknowledgement that you're listening to him. But of course, from other people's perspectives.
Yeah, that's because it doesn't matter if Stardust, it doesn't matter if Stardust agrees with him or not. What matters is that he has that he's like an audience now, that he can spread his idea to. Right? What matters is that, that he has an audience now. Like, it's not the most important thing if Stardust agrees or not.
Have ideological drives who are not willing to be that charitable are going to jump on that.
Yeah,
And
they will.
so I think the best way to engage with Richard Spencer, like me personally, I would probably never engage with him because I don't trust him and I don't really care for his kind of charisma because in all honesty, that's one of the things that a lot of demagogues and just abhorrent people are. Like, they can convince people to be like to trust them just based on rhetoric, by being convincing in how they speak. That's how Hitler. That's one of the reasons why Hitler became such a powerful force and why he convinced
I'm well aware.
millions
I'm
of
well
people
aware.
to. Yeah, and so just because someone like Richard Spencer may be charismatic or he can speak very well, or
You know what? I will take what I can get from original language. This is a form of pushback, so I will credit where credit is due. I will take it. I will take the sort of pushback.
be very charming. That doesn't mean that we should just allow them.
We are watching a discussion between Origin of Language and Stardust.
Spew whatever nonsense they have. I think there's just better ways.
And in 10 minutes, we're gonna watch a premiere of my new video, a debate between Polypipu and Kefals. A painful debate. But it's premiering in 10 minutes.
I'm giving you I'm just giving you some constructive criticism on
Yeah.
if you want to address him on matters that you disagree with, try to use the Socratic method. I think that's the best way to go about it.
Sure. I can definitely see that. See what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you that, like, you know, there should be some things that get some pushback on. But if I'm not, the problem is in this space. If I'm not 100%.
But what if I don't disagree? No, okay. I'm being dishonest. I am being dishonest.
100% hostile towards somebody, people think that I'm being friendly to them, and that's really not the case, especially when it's in like a discovery kind of conversation, right? I'm discovering what you what somebody believes, you know, and you know, also, you know, I just want to, I know it's not fascinating for you, but seeing how people are incredibly charismatic and able to get along with people regardless of political view is incredibly interesting to me.
That is not that... Okay. Can you explain to me why Western leftists don't listen to Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, etc. on the, for example, war that is happening, or should Poland join? Wait, Poland is already in NATO. That's one. Poland is already in NATO. That Poland being in NATO is like the only reason why Russia isn't like openly attacking Poland as well as Ukraine, okay? NATO is the only thing that keeps Poland safe from Russia. That's one thing. And also, Western leftists don't listen to Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian people because Polish, Lithuanian, and Ukrainian people are considered by certain Marxist Leninist type to be Nazis, Nazi apologizers, and you know, the enemies of communism. This is why. This is why. Because Ukraine is a Nazi country, and so is Poland, and so is Lithuania. They are all like they all defied the USSR, and therefore they are evil, and that is why. Yeah, but I think the Western and leftist, I think Maciej is thinking of Marxists, Leninists. I think Maciej is thinking of Marxists, Leninists, or tanky types. I think we should make that distinction. What we mean is Marxists, Leninists, tanky types.
And I think you know, it's something that I really resonate with, if nothing else, right? Because and I think you resonate with it a little bit too. This idea of being able to get along with people regardless of their views.
No, what? That's no. I sure hope that. I sure hope not. I sure hope that. Please, Origin, I beg you, please say no. Please don't say that you resonate with the idea of just agreeing with people no matter what their views are.
So yeah, I can definitely see the value in what you're saying, and I think sure, maybe there's a valid criticism in the fact that I give a lot of when I'm giving affirmations that I'm listening to somebody, that maybe it sounds too positive. Maybe I sound.
How long is this conversation? Be right back. I'll go to the toilet, and then we are seeing the premiere soon. The premiere is soon. Be right back. So there we go. There we go. So we're gonna watch it for a few minutes more. So we're gonna, I think we're gonna finish now, and we're gonna move to the, how you say, premiere. What do you say? We wanna move to the premiere? Are we ready for the premiere? I'm gonna link the premiere here, okay? I'm gonna link it here. Here you go. And we will finish watching Origin language next time, okay? Come on! Because we have been streaming for 8 hours. Because I'm a hardcore streamer. So, like, let's watch the premiere. Everybody, let's go to the premiere. I think so. What is Sishin? I have to check it out. So let's go to the premiere. Come on. I like this as well. I'm gonna finish the stream. Gonna continue Origin next time because this is like a fascinating talk, okay? And then I will like Modern Day Debate was watching. Interesting. Right? I like Dragonish. Okay. I'm not sure. We'll see. But right now, go to the premiere and I will press end stream. And I see you. Come on. End stream.